Section 1 of the Story of Coventry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. Preface and Introduction. Preface. In preparing this volume for the press, I have admitted some of the matter in Life in an Old English Town, which did not seem suitable for this series, and added fresh material likely to be useful to those who wish to identify the historic sites and see the historic buildings of Coventry. In expanding Chapter 15 insofar as it dealt with the Corpus Christi plays, a task the labours of Dr. Hardin Craig have rendered comparatively light, I have been able to add one hitherto unpublished item to the subject of the medieval dramatic history of Coventry, and dispel the idea that the name St. Crichton, given to a play acted in 1505, is a misreading for St. Catherine. For permission to publish this item, I am indebted to the kindness of Mr. William Page, FSA, editor of the Victoria County History. Another point remotely bearing upon the pageants is the chronology of royal visits to Coventry, which I have endeavoured to clear up as far as I could. Sharp's Dissertation on the Coventry Mysteries, the usual guide in these matters, being extremely faulty in this respect on account of the confusion which prevails in the manuscript annals, or mere lists, on which he depended for dates. Of these extant lists, both in print and in manuscript, I have given a detailed account in connection with the entry concerning Prince Henry's supposed arrest by Mayor Hornby, a matter which, in view of the Shakespearean interest involved, is more fully treated of here than in my previous book. My thanks are due to Mr. J. Munro and the Early English Text Society for the kind permission to print extracts from Dr. Craig's 2 Corpus Christi plays, and from my own edition of the Leet book. To Mr. George Sutton, Town Clerk of Coventry, and all the unfailing courteous officials with whom I so consistently came in contact during my work, I must, not for the first time, express my gratitude. My obligations to Messrs. Longman and the Society of Antiquaries for permission to print portions of chapters 12 and 13 respectively have been acknowledged in my previous work. Mary Dormer Harris, Leamington, August 7th, 1911. Introduction. The Three Spires and Coventry. Quote, now flourishing with fanes and proud pyramids, her walls in good repair, her port so bravely built, her halls in good estate, her cross so richly gilt, as scorning all the towns that stand within her view. Drayton, Polyolbion. End quote. Time has brought many changes since old Drayton thus vaunted the stateliness of Coventry. The walls, the cross are gone, and of the 12 stately gates but 2 remain. Gone too is the splendid conduit in Cross Cheaping, St. Nicholas's Hall in the West Orchard, meeting place of the Corpus Christi Guild, and St. Nicholas's Church, out to the north beyond Bishop Street, which fell to ruin soon after the Reformation. But the proud pyramids, the 3 spires, remain yet, and give greeting to all who approach Coventry, dominating the flat Midland country for more than a mile, changing their relative position as the spectator moves, and their colour in the shifting lights. Highest and fairest of all, so the Archangel, says Fuller, eclipseth the Trinity, is the 9-storied belfry of St. Michael's Tower, octagon and spire, a wonderful example of symbolism of design and harmonious disposal of ornament. The tower, begun in 1373, was the gift, says tradition, of the men of the Bottona family, the spire of its women, not the least among the many noteworthy achievements that in Coventry history are linked with a woman's name. Such a medley is Coventry that the great steeple overshadows quiet, memory-haunted places, and streets filled with the clamour of traffic, pleasant houses rich men have lately built, and squalid courts that occupy the site of many an ancient burgage croft and garden. It is a typically English city, whose history might serve as the, quote, abstract and brief chronicle, end quote, of England. A thoroughly corrupt borough in the worst days of municipal corruption, rigidly Puritan under the Stuarts, loyal under Elizabeth, steady for hereditary right at Mary's accession, but Protestant, as witness its martyrs, Lollard in the heyday of Lollardry, patriotic and Talbot worshipping in the 100 Years' War, as England was, so was Coventry. In art and letters, also, the city recalls what is most characteristic in the achievements of the English people. Here flourished medieval architecture, an art wherein Englishmen have excelled greatly, and the medieval religious drama, foundation of Shakespeare's greatness, while chance and the sojourn of George Eliot have given the city associations with the literary outburst of the Victorian time. The doings of Coventry folk or the happenings within the city must have impressed the minds of generations of English folk, since the name has entered into folk rhymes and flower names and proverbial English speech. Old botanists speak of Coventry bells and Coventry Marians, where we now say Canterbury bells. Children play card games called Peeping Tom or Moll of Coventry, and we still, by silent avoidance of our friends, send them to Coventry. A reminiscence, maybe, of the uncivil treatment the city Roundheads gave to imprisoned cavaliers, what time the bitterness engendered by the Civil War was abroad in the land. Interesting, too, albeit scanty, are the relics of legendary lore and heathen custom which ofttimes perplex the student of the city's history. Here was played the Hawks Tuesday play, survival, say, folklorists, of the struggle to gain possession of a victim for the sacrifice. Here the national legend of Godiva grew up, and here, men fabled, St. George, patron of England, was born. In the country round about Coventry, two Englands meet. One a land of green woods and well-watered pastures, the other black with the toil of the coalfields. The city turns its most prosperous side southwards, and the common view of the spires is the one from the south, where the tree-bordered road from Kenilworth, whereupon so many kings and queens have travelled, slips into Coventry, past a fringe of ample, comfortable houses that the well-to-do have raised in our own time. This was Tennyson's view of the spires, and George Eliot must have seen it daily in her school life, which she passed in the house that is farthest from the town in Warwick Row. It is the common view, but not the most interesting, since the octagonal decorated steeple of Christ Church, recased in fresh stone, last remnant of the now demolished church of the Greyfriars, is the least commanding of the three, and by its nearness somewhat dwarfs the rest. The Greyfriars of Coventry, be it said, have gained by a scribe's error a probably quite unmerited fame as producers of the noted Corpus Christi plays. In reality, this honour should belong to the layfolk and craftspeople of the city. It is well, so the journey is made from the south, to gain a more distant view of the proud pyramids over the flat fields from the Stoneleigh Road, where Christchurch falls into its proper place. The trees make the way through Stoneleigh a lovely one, and the village church, redolent of 18th century peace, with a magnificent Norman chancel arch, furnishes a fine excuse for delay. Nearer to Coventry, the way winds over Finham Bridge, shadowed by poplars, and through Stivichall, a hamlet the widow of Earl Ranulph of Chester gave to the Bishop of Lichfield for the welfare of her husband's soul. Allotment gardens and newly built streets occupy the land to the southeast of the city, formerly known as the Little Park, once part of a royal estate. It is a commonplace-looking sight nowadays, albeit thronged with memories. Here Lollard's sermons have been preached and miracle plays played, and hither Lawrence Saunders and others were led out to be burned in 1556 on ground now occupied by a factory, where once, long after, men discovered charred fragments of a stake. They are building streets over the park area by the station nowadays, but this was a practice inaugurated long ago when Much Park Street, Vicus Parcae Majoris, and Little Park Street, Vicus Parcae Minoris, were built on ground cut out of the royal estate. The east end of Little Park Street may be reached by Park Road, past a newly raised memorial to the Coventry martyrs. Much Park Street led by Whitefriars through Newgate to the London Road. Little Park Street led out to a postern gate. In Stuart times, the latter road had little traffic and much social dignity. Beautiful houses stood therein with spacious gardens, where dwelt the neighbouring gentry, who were wont to enjoy the amenities of urban life for a season, a common feature of the social life of country towns at that period. Sir Orlando Bridgeman's house, most magnificent example of these gentlefolk's dwellings, was wantonly demolished in the early 19th century, though the Jacobean mantelpiece from the presence chamber is still preserved in the school at Bablake. The street still remains in Banner House, and a lovely little quadrangle of the time of William III, relics of the grandeur of that bygone time. The London Road comes past Whitley, a manor held in the 15th century by William Bristow, the most troublesome and litigious person in Coventry history, and Shortley, where in Edward II's time one John de Nottingham, a necromancer, dwelled, concerning whom there is much to be found in this book. At Shortley is the Charterhouse where, incorporated in a modern building, are remains of the Carthusian monastery which the Botaniers helped to build, and whereof Richard II was patron. Wayfarers from London and Daventry, Shakespeare's Daintree, entered the town at Newgate by Whitefriars, the modern workhouse. At Newgate, the mural circuit was begun in 1356, when Richard Stoke, mayor, laid the first stone. Here, too, in August 1642, Charles I made a breach in the town wall, whereat divers cavaliers found entrance. But so vehement was the onslaught made upon them by the townsfolk, men and women, and so impregnable were the citizens' barricades of carts and furniture, that the royalists withdrew discomfited. Another breach in the wall 20 years later, made also at Newgate, marked the beginning of the work of dismantling the fortifications. This was done by order of Charles II to avenge the old affront offered to his father, and occupied 500 men for 3 weeks and 3 days. The superstitious found in the destruction of the walls the subject of one of the famous Mother Shipton's prophecies. It was foretold, they said, quote, that a pigeon should pull them down, end quote, and in truth they were dismantled in Thomas Pigeon's mayoral year. From Little Park Street, only 2 spires are seen, and but the same number is visible in Bishop Street, which lies to the north. The traveller comes almost suddenly into the turmoil of this street from the pleasant uplands of Fillingley, where the Hastings family had a castle, and the Shakespeares a farmhouse, and Corley, of George Eliot memories, with its prehistoric camp on the rock. It is good to see but 2 spires, that it may serve as a reminder that the Church of the Greyfriars is but an unessential feature in Coventry history. The twin steeples of St. Michael's and Trinity represent the 2 parishes, the 2 estates, Earl's Half and Prior's Half, which anciently composed the city. Maybe these 2 steeples look most magnificent in the twilight from Pool Meadow, formerly covered by a sheet of water known as St. Osberg's Pool. This is a bare place running east and west of Priory Street, to the north of the site of the ancient monastery. By daylight, the surroundings of Pool Meadow are unbeautiful enough, yet it is in some respects the most interesting spot in Coventry, since it is connected with the earliest name that occurs in Coventry history. What connection there was between the saint, whose nunnery the Danes destroyed, and this pool, we know not. At her shrine in the priory were miracles wrought, and her head seems to have appeared among the relics treasured by the religious house at the dissolution. Another non-parochial church comes very prominently into view when the approach is made from the southwest, Canley and Hirsall, though I imagine that few enter by those bylanes save the ruddy, brown-gated farmers on their way to the Friday market. This is the Guild Church of St. John the Baptist at Bablake, whereof the tower, that has a fortress-like touch, rises high above the roofs of the town. Even the sea element is not lacking in the history of this inland city, since the Guild Brethren declared that they wished to raise this church in part as a memorial, quote, for the good success the king had upon the sea, end quote, upon St. John's Day, probably at the Battle of Sluys, June the 24th, 1340. Hard by this church, and the collegiate buildings clustered behind it, stood Bablake Gate, and all who came by the great highway leading from the northwest, now called the Holyhead Road, made their entrance there. Before coming to Bablake, however, wayfarers would cross the Sherborne at Spoon, close by the chapel of St. James and St. Christopher, now incorporated in a modern dwelling place. Here they would, belike, pay their devotions just as other travellers coming from London and Daventry paid theirs at the Lady Tower, wherein was a wooden image of Our Lady, hard by Newgate and Whitefriars. Smithford Street, which reminds us of the early activity of the workers in iron, leads to Bablake, and by the bridge there tradition says that there grew a great tree, quote, that from the strangeness of the fruit was called quaint, end quote, an imaginary etymology of the name Coventry. Modern scholars are, however, agreed that it was from some memorable, and possibly sacred, tree that the earliest form of the word Cofantrio is derived. To those who look on the spires from Gosford and the eastern side, the tall ones appear in their relatively close proximity. This is the entrance to Coventry where most historical associations abound. Quote, "Two dukes should have fought on Gosford Green," end quote, succinctly say the city annals in 1397, but, as all the world knows, Richard II forbade Bolingbroke and Mowbray to fight. Sinister memories for the House of York are connected with the Green, for here in 1469 Queen Elizabeth, Woodville's father Lord Rivers and her brother John were beheaded by Warwick's orders. It is said that it was on this side of the city that Edward IV advanced in 1471, what time the Kingmaker held the city against him. Further west, beyond far Gosford Green, is Dover Bridge, whereon once stood St. George's Chapel, meeting place of the Tailors' and Shearmen's Guild, demolished in 1821. Outside this chapel once hung the blade bone of the dun cow, slain, says the legend, by Guy of Warwick of famous memory. In Gosford Street, long, ancient and grimy, was formerly the first station for the performances of the pageants, and in Cox Street, anciently Mill Lane, which runs to the north of Gosford, were the pageant houses or places for storage of theatrical paraphernalia owned by the Crafts. From Gosford, the long thoroughfare street passes into Jordan Well, commemorating the well sunk by Jordan Sheppey, Mayor of Coventry, who died in 1349, the year of the Black Death, and thence into Earl Street, where, it may be, a castle of the Earls of Chester once stood with an entrance at Broadgate. To see the spire of St. Michael's alone, it is best to leave this long thoroughfare and turn to the right by a half-timbered Tudor house down the narrowness of Pepper Lane, where the immense steeple almost seems to blot out the sky. End of Preface and Introduction. End of Section 1. Section 2 of The Story of Coventry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. Chapter 1. Leofric and Godiva. It was ever the boast of Coventry men that their city was of, quote, much fame and antiquity, end quote, being remembered, so John Throgmorton the recorder assured Queen Elizabeth, quote, by Polydore Virgil to be of small account in the time of Arviragus, which was 40 years after our Saviour, in the Emperor Claudius's time, end quote. And Shakespeare's contemporary Michael Drayton had a pretty fancy of his own concerning the place, whereby its antiquity is made manifest. He tells us how when Coventry was but, quote, a poor thatched village, end quote, the Saint of Cologne brought thither, quote, that goodly virgin band, the 11,000 maids chased Ursula's command, end quote, who at departing, quote, each by her just bequest some special virtue gave, ordaining it to rest with one of her own sex, end quote, which special virtues, the poet adds, were in after times bestowed on Godiva, quote, that most princely dame, end quote, who freed Coventry from toll on the occasion of her famous ride. But of all, this history tells us nothing, even as it tells us nothing of Vespasian's visit to Exeter, or the founding of London by Brutus of Troy in the days when the foundations of Rome were not laid. Coventry is not old in the sense wherein we apply the word to Colchester, York, Bath, or Winchester, and many towns dating from Roman or early Saxon times. If the site of the present city were ever occupied by the Romans, and the point is a doubtful one, their occupation left no permanent traces. Footnote. Some rough Roman pavement was discovered in the Cross Cheaping during excavations at the end of the last century. End of footnote. But just as families love to boast of a high and noble ancestry, so dwellers in cities and members of institutions delight to trace their origins back to a legendary past, and the fables of Brute, who came from Troy to London, or the story of Mempric, contemporary of David, and founder of the University of Oxford, were once accepted as truth. We, however, are content to leave this record of obscure beginnings unexplored, confessing that we have, as Dugdale says, quote, so little light of story to guide us through those elder times. End quote. In truth, we hear nothing authentic concerning the Romans, and but rumours of the Danes coming to Coventry. In 1016 the Northmen, led by Canute and the traitor Adric Streona, laid waste the Midlands, and are said to have destroyed a nunnery on the spot founded by an obscure Saxon saint, the Virgin Osburg, who probably came from the neighbouring house for nuns at Polesworth. But St. Osburg is a shadowy figure, and the memory of her foundation has almost entirely passed away. The convent of the convent town did not gather together there until the middle of the 11th century, when Leofric, Earl of Mercia, and his wife Godiva built a dwelling for an abbot and 24 monks to live under the rule of St. Benedict. Footnote: a convent is properly a body of monks or nuns, a monastery or nunnery their habitation. The etymology of Coventry is dubious, but the popular derivation from the Latin conventus is now discredited. The earliest form in which the word occurs is Cofantrio. Here, trio equals tree, and Dr. Henry Bradley, to whom I am greatly indebted for information on this point, suggests a possible origin of the other syllables in a personal name, Coffer or Kufa. Compare Oswestry equals Oswald's tree. End of footnote. Thus was laid the first stone of a monastery which ranked with the Confessors' Abbey of Westminster, King Harold's College at Waltham, and the twin abbeys built by William I and Matilda in their city of Caen, among the most famous foundations of that age. The monastery became the nucleus of a thriving town in later days, as was the case with Bury St Edmunds, Abingdon, Reading, St Albans, and many other places in England. It was a great time for the founding of religious houses, and the confessor, as befitted one of known sanctity of life, greatly encouraged these pious deeds. It behooves every man, runs his charter to the monks of Coventry, quote, diligently to incline to almsgiving, whereby he may release himself from the bonds of sin. For our Lord in a sermon thus speaketh, lay up for yourselves with alms deeds a treasure hoard in heaven, and a dwelling with angels. For which needful things I make known to you all that I grant with full permission that the same gift which Leofric and Godiva have given to Christ, and his dear mother, and to Leofwin the abbot, and the brethren within the minster at Coventry, for their souls to help, in land and in water, in gold and in silver, in ornaments and in all other things, as full and as forth as they themselves possessed it, and as they that same minster worthily have enriched therewith, so I firmly grant it. And furthermore, I grant to them also, for my soul, that they have besides full freedom, sack and sock, privilege of administering justice, toll, team, obscure, Birch says privilege of vouching to warranty, hamsokna, power to punish for forcible entry, foresteel, power to inflict punishment for waylaying, bloodwhite, power to punish assault with bloodshed, fitwhite, power to punish assault, weirdwhite, power to maintain watch, and mundbrice, power to punish for breach of peace. Now I will henceforward that it ever be a dwelling of monks, and let them stand in God's peace, and St. Mary's and in mine, and according to St. Benedict's rule, under the abbot's authority. And I will not in any wise consent that any man take away or reject their gift and their alms, or that any man have there any charge upon any things, or at any season, except the abbot and his brethren for this minster's need. And whosoever shall increase this alms with any good, the Lord shall increase unto him heaven's bliss. And whosoever shall take them away, or deprive the minster of anything at any time, let him stand in God's anger, and his dear mother's and mine. God keep you all. End quote. Thus the monastery was endowed by Leofric and Godiva with 24 lordships of land, and by the king with full rights of jurisdiction over the tenants dwelling in these various estates, privileges greatly valued by the monks. They laid these two generous founders, the husband in one porch, the wife in the other, of the minister in Coventry when they came to die. As for this building, it was one of the glories of the age, and seemed too narrow, a chronicler tells us, to contain the abundance of treasure within its walls. Godiva paid the most famous goldsmiths of her day to visit the place and make reliquaries and images of saints to beautify the church she loved. She also gave a rosary of gems to hang about the neck of an image of the Virgin, her chief patroness. The monks, too, gathered in a great store of relics, whereof the most famous was an arm of St. Augustine of Hippo, brought from Pavia by Archbishop Ethelnoth, having been purchased for the sum of 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. Of this minster, however, naught remains, and its successor, the Gothic cathedral, was destroyed after the Reformation. The legend of its foundress has been more enduring. Vulgarized by later associations, the narrative, in its early forms, has a grandeur which still impresses the imagination. The story was a favourite one with Landor from his boyhood, though his imaginary conversation and Drayton's brief lines are less popularly known than the poem of Tennyson. There is no contemporary evidence to guide us, for Roger of Wendover, whose account of the famous ride is probably the earliest we possess, died in 1237, some 150 years after the noble lady herself. The chroniclers differ as to the motive which prompted the undertaking, some asserting that the Coventry folk were to be freed thereby from a grievous incident of villanage, others again connecting it with a local immunity from the payment of toll, except for horses, a special feature of the market of Coventry. It is in the latter connection that the story has impressed itself on the local mind. Quote, I, Lurish, for the love of thee, do make Coventry toll-free, end quote, was written under a window placed in Trinity Church in Richard II's time in commemoration of the deed. Quote, this city should be free, and now is bond. Dame Good Eve made it free, end quote, wrote a discontented burgher poet of the 15th century when a custom for wool had been laid on the people of the town. Roger of Wendover tells us how the Countess besought her husband continually, with many prayers, to free the people from the toll, and though he refused and forbade her to approach him with this petition, quote, led by her womanly pertinacity, end quote, she repeated the request until he gave answer, quote, ride naked through the length of the market when the people are gathered together, and when thou returnest, thy petition shall be fulfilled. Then the Countess, beloved of God, loosened her hair, thus veiling her body, and then, mounting her horse and attended by 2 knights, she rode through the market, seen of none, her white legs nevertheless appearing, and having completed her journey, returned to her husband rejoicing and obtained from him what she had asked, end quote, for he forthwith gave the townsfolk a charter emancipating them from the aforesaid service. Naturally, the charter is not forthcoming, and historians have shrugged their shoulders at the mention of the story this many a day. It was not, however, until the time of Charles II that the Godiva procession became a feature of Coventry Fair. In 1678 we are told, quote, Lady Godiva rode before the mayor to proclaim the fair, end quote, and the custom thus inaugurated obtains to this day. Of the window noted by Dugdale, all traces disappeared amid the vandalism of the 18th century, save a few fragments of glass now in the Archdeacon's Chapel of Trinity Church, and of these, one showing a tiny figure in a yellow dress riding a white horse and holding some foliage in the hand, is traditionally said to have formed part of the original design. Such is the story which some accept undoubting, others dismiss as fabulous, and a third school, following the lead of Mr. Hartland and perceiving in the tale elements which occur in the folklore of widely distant countries, regard as a reminiscence of heathen ritual, maybe some processional festivities of spring or summer. In support of this contention, it may be urged that the story is not peculiar to Coventry, that there is a good deal of evidence showing the part unclad or bow-clad women played in magical and religious rites, that black-faced characters, whereof more presently, appear in festivals manifestly derived from heathendom, and that the peeping Tom element may be part of the universal fairy tale which relates the punishment awaiting those who pry into sites forbidden. Moreover, the prominence given to the horse in the story is extremely suggestive. In one version, it is the neighing of Godiva's steed that attracts the attention of the peeper, causing him to look forth from the window, whence it comes that in Coventry market there is no exemption from toll for horses. It may not be too fanciful to recall in this connection the part played by the hobby horse at folk festivals, and the sacrificial character of the horse in Teutonic heathendom. The nearest variant of the Coventry story belongs to St Breville's in the Forest of Dean, like Coventry, a woodland district. Here it is said that the wife of one of the Earls of Hereford won from her lord privileges of woodcutting for the commonalty by undergoing a like ordeal. In a Dunster tradition, the parallel is not so close. Here, Sir John de Mohun's wife gained from her husband for the Dunster folk as much common land as she could make the circuit of, barefoot, in a day's space. Godiva is always traditionally represented riding on a white horse. It is curious that in an illuminated document formerly in possession of the Smiths Company, 2 Godivas appear, one a white woman on a white horse, and another a black woman on an elephant, the last an allusion to the elephant and castle, the arms of the city. Black-avised characters, explained by various theories, are of common occurrence at festivals on May Day and Midsummer. It is only about 40 years ago that a Jack Green and his attendant sweeps ceased to parade the city on May Day, while at Southam, near Coventry, and possibly in Coventry also a Black Lady rode in the show fair as well as Godiva. As for the Peeping Tom incident, it may well be older than the 18th century when the first printed allusion appears. A ballad written about 1650 mentions that Godiva ordered all persons to keep within doors during her ride and shut their windows, but in a Coventry version given in the manuscript City Annals, dating, it appears, before the use of glass became common in domestic buildings, the peeper is said to let down a window, i.e., the wooden shutter of early times. The famous figure of Peeping Tom mentioned in the city accounts in the year 1773 still looks out of the northeast top window of the King's Head in Hertford Street. It is a wooden figure, thought to represent St. George with the armour of the time of Henry VII, broad-toed solerays, and under a monstrous and absurd three-cornered hat is a bassinet. The arms, as far as the elbow, have been hacked away, and to the spectator in the street the figure is only visible from the waist upwards. For many people, Coventry suggests Godiva. It is always well to bear in mind she was an authentic person, wife to Leofric, mother of Elfgar, Earl of East Anglia, also buried in the monastery, grandmother of the Earls Edwin and Morcar, and of Aldgith, first wife, then widow of Griffith, Prince of Wales, then wife and widow of Harold, King of England. After Godiva's death, stories of a holy life and alms deeds would be soon rife among the oppressed Saxons. It is noteworthy that Matilda, Queen of Henry I, a sovereign of the old Saxon blood royal, and a most pious princess to boot, was called Godiva, no doubt in scorn of her birth by the Norman courtiers. End of Chapter 1. End of Section 2. Section 3 of the Story of Coventry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. Chapter 2. The Benedictine Monastery. The Benedictine house was built, in part, upon the northern slope of a low hill, in part in the hollow through which the river Sherborne flows. This was a situation well adapted for the building of a monastery. There was rich soil in the neighbourhood, good roads. Both the Watling Street and the Fosse Way ran within a few miles from the spot, and running water. The Sherborne is but a small stream nowadays, but it was a more important watercourse in earlier times, and in the 15th century many precautions had to be taken, quote, in eschewing peril of floods, end quote. The monks could stock Swanswell Pool with fish, and plant their orchards or vineyards in or near the hollow in which the monastery lay. Little remains of the minster save the bases of a few clustered pillars of the 13th century, the remains of the west end by the Blue Coat School at the north end of St. Michael's Churchyard, and the fragment of the northwest tower, now incorporated in a dwelling house in new buildings. Under the gardens and pleasant red brick 18th and 19th century houses of Priory Row, which give the churchyard the look of a cathedral close, diggers often come upon fragments of ancient masonry, showing how the cathedral stretched down the slope of the hill. Between the cathedral and the southern bank of the Sherborne were the priory buildings, with the cloister garth, locutorium or parlour, synodal chamber and grammar school, which last had an endowed existence as early as 1303. Another relic of the monastery, a beautiful old timbered hostelry or guest house in Ironmonger Row, was only cleared away in 1820. The inn, known as the Palmer's Rest, now occupies a portion of this site, and carvings of hunting scenes and grotesques worked into the window frames, and now painted a dreary brown, were taken from the ancient guest house of the monks. Some of the obligations of hospitality were lifted from the monks by the foundation in the 12th century of the Hospital of St. John the Baptist, whereof only the church is left. Here, poor wayfarers had food and lodging, and the sick poor of the place were nursed and tended. The brethren were clothed in a black or dark brown garb, ample and flowing, and marked with a black cross, and the sisters wore a white veil and long closed mantles or cloaks. Another foundation for the nursing of the sick was the Lazar Hospital at Spoon, dedicated to St. Mary Magdalene, of which not a trace remains. The main feature of a monk's life was its well-ordered monotony, so congenial to many minds, but as a class, monks were not specially addicted to idleness or solitude. Neither were they, in most cases, entirely devoted to spiritual things, for although the salvation of the individual soul was the primal object of monasticism, members of the religious orders were adepts at secular business, and did not suffer their houses to decay from neglect of the affairs of this world. There was always plenty of work for any monk possessing a clear head and a faculty for administration. The various officers of the convent, obedientiarii as they were called, had each his appointed task. Everyone was allowed a certain proportion of the convent revenue to devote to the expenses connected with his office. In return, he presented his accounts at the annual audit, keeping them carefully and exactly, recording everything, down to the receipt of a pot of honey, quote, or the price of the parchment on which the various items were written, end quote. In the case of Coventry, the rents of certain tenements in St. Nicholas Street, Bailey Lane, Wells Street, Super Cornerum Vici Fontis, among others, were assigned to the cellarer, those coming from land in Kersley to the treasurer, the same forms being observed with regard to the pittencier and sacristan. The rents paid in kind, butter, honey, eggs, etc., were probably entered among the kitchener's receipts, while the accounts, compiled from daily entries, must have given many clerks almost unceasing labour. We have, unfortunately, no local chronicles, such as those kept within the cloisters of St. Albans, giving us particulars concerning the lives of the Coventry monks. But no doubt, in essentials, the management of various houses differed little. At Evesham, for example, the prior was bound to furnish the parchment required for the scriptorium, and all other writing materials except ink, out of the sum allotted to him. The manciple provided the wine, mead, oil, and lamps, and kept up the stock of earthenware, jugs, basins, and other vessels required for the convent use. The precentor, as befitted one whose office was to train the choir, was bound to keep the organ in repair, and over and above to find all the ink and colour required for illumination, together with all materials for binding books. While to the chamberlain a certain revenue was assigned to provide for the clothing of the monks. All these matters gave the convent officers daily occupation, and must have absorbed much thought and interest. For those of fervent spirit, the daily religious exercises were the salt of life, but for others, possibly the greater number, they were merely part of the daily routine, and repetition had increased monotony. Many hours of the day were passed in these regularly recurring services of the church. At midnight, the brethren rose and went to matins and lauds. Prime was celebrated at 6, tierce at 9, Sext at 12, Nones at 2 or 3, Vespers at 4, and Compline at 7. After tierce, the duties of the day began, and the different obedientiaries went each to fill his appointed task. The rest sat in the cloisters, taught the children in the school, or copied manuscripts. There were frequent consultations in the chapter house, and on Sundays, before prime or tierce, the abbot sat in the cloisters to hear the monks' confessions, and appointed to each the penance due for his fault. Now and then the coming of an important stranger, a royal guest perhaps, such as William the Conqueror, who passed, it is supposed, through Coventry on his way from Warwick to Nottingham in 1068, would furnish the brethren with a topic for many weeks' conversation. Sometimes the brethren were suffered to have a glimpse of the great world without the convent with their own eyes. The prior, who was one of the company of mitred abbots, was frequently forced to journey to whatever place the king might appoint for the meeting of the Parliament. The rank and file of the convent had now and then opportunities of seeing life in travel. They might undertake a pilgrimage, or when a dispute was on hand, and appeal had been made to the Holy Father, one of the brethren would journey Romewards, with well-lined pockets, to look after the convent's interest at the papal court. These lawsuits were not infrequent, as may be shown by the career of Geoffrey, prior of Coventry during the reign of Henry III. In 1224 the monks tried to raise him to the episcopal throne, but the election was quashed by the archbishop, and the usual appeal to Rome only brought another, a papal, candidate to fill the vacant seat. This occurrence did not in all probability predispose the minds of the actual and would-be bishop to mutual goodwill. In 1232 the prior was suspended for resisting the episcopal visitation, and, together with the abbot of Westminster, set out hot-foot to Rome to lay his grievance before the Pope. A year or two later we find him involved in a quarrel with the abbot of St. Augustine's, Bristol. What heart-burnings these obscure disputes might have occasioned, what journeys to and fro, and, above all, what wealth was lost to the monastery to satisfy the Roman greed of gold. It is the record of these disputes that forms the bulk of the history of the monastic houses of England, and the Priory of Coventry is no exception to the general rule. Placed in a somewhat dependent position, for during the episcopate of Robert de Limesey, 1086 to 1121, the bishop's seat has been transferred from Chester to this place, the monks were, earlier or later, bound to realize the dangers of episcopal tyranny and encroachment. Limesey, the first bishop in whom the abbacy was vested, the superior of the convent being henceforward called a prior, soon made the monks feel his heavy yoke. Bitter were the complaints they made concerning his conduct. On the death of the last abbot he obtained leave to farm the convent revenue, and, using the permission to serve his own ends, wrought much harm to the estates of the monastery, pulling down houses thereon, and carrying off the materials to his own manors, seizing horses and other monastic property. But the crying instance of his greed, one which the chroniclers have carefully and tremblingly noted, was his plunder of the magnificent minster. He scraped off the silver coating of a beam, worth 500 marks, most likely from a shrine in that goodly treasure-house. It was little wonder that the indignant monks turned to Rome for aid against this devourer of their substance. Nor was this the only bishop who, from his fair palace in St. Michael's churchyard, caused his neighbours of the priory to tremble for the safety of their possessions. Hugh of Newnant, a monk-hater who vowed, it is said, that, quote, if he had his own way he would strip every cowled head in England, end quote, was nominated to the see in 1188. He is variously described as a man of piety and eloquence, or as one desperately wicked. Politically he was a follower of Prince John who, during his brother King Richard's imprisonment in Germany, was endeavouring to strengthen his own position by forming a rebel party in the Midlands. Newnant obtained licence to incorporate the prior's barony with his own episcopal one, and by his accusations so enraged the monks that they fell on him during a synod in the cathedral church, and broke his head with a crucifix. The bishop, indignant in his turn, applied to Longchamp, the absent king's representative, for licence to punish the outrage. And he was allowed to expel the brethren, contaminated, so he said, quote, with secular pollution, end quote, from the monastery, and appoint secular canons, who probably came from Lichfield, in their stead. Appeal was made to Rome, but the monks were now too impoverished to obtain a favourable hearing of their suit at the papal court, so they remained in exile for several years. But the adversaries' triumph was, after all, short-lived. In 1194, King Richard, ransomed from prison, returned to England, and the scheme of Prince John and Bishop Nunant fell to the ground. The latter was deposed from his bishopric, and the monks he had oppressed took heart of grace, and bethought them how they might return to their old home. The story goes how one of their number put an end to the brethren's exile by his intercession with the Pope. Although often forced to beg his bread, Brother Thomas tarried long at Rome, and offered to each fresh occupant of St. Peter's chair the petition of the monks of Coventry. On one occasion, His Holiness, in an angry mood, bade the monk withdraw, telling him that other petitions to the same purpose had been exhibited to Clement and Celestine, his predecessors, but rejected, and therefore his expectations were vain. Unto which the monk, with bitter tears, replied, quote, "Holy Father, my petition is just and altogether honest, and therefore my expectation is not vain. For I expect your death, as I have done your predecessors, for there shall be one succeed you who will hear my petition to purpose." End quote. Then said the Pope to the cardinals, quote, "Hear ye not what this devil hath spoken?" End quote, and immediately turned to him and said, quote, "Brother, by St. Peter, thou shalt not expect my death. Thy petition is granted." End quote. So the monks returned joyfully to their old home, but Hugh of Nunant, so the chroniclers tell us, died in remorse and torment of mind, deploring the injuries he had done to the Coventry brethren, quote, "with abundant sighs and tears," end quote, and praying that he might die in a frock of the order he had in life despised. But grasping bishops were not the only enemies known to the monks. There was a long-standing feud between the Brethren of Coventry and the Canons of Lichfield, dating from the time when Stephen gave them, together with the Canons of Chester, permission to elect the bishop of the diocese. The monks frequently defeated their object by nominating a candidate of their order, usually the prior, whom the canons would in no wise be induced to accept. Appeals to Rome would follow, and the Pope, seizing the opportunity, would set aside previous nominations and impose his own candidate upon the contending parties. At the first elections we hear of, the Coventry brethren were able to secure the bishopric for one of their order, the Prior of Canterbury, in spite of the canons' protests and appeal to Rome. But when, after his enthronement at Coventry, Bishop Durdant came to Lichfield, the canons barred the gates of their fortified close against him and, in the face of the episcopal excommunication, denied him entrance. They also refused to enthrone Gerard la Pucelle, elected by the sole voice of the monks in 1183. Quote, "Unica est sponsa mea, nec habeo duo cubicula," end quote, which may be paraphrased, "I have but one diocese, and must I have but one cathedral?" said the bishop in his discouragement. And this learned and righteous prelate died 4 months later, not without suspicion of poison. Nunant was appointed by the crown, but on his death in 1199 the passions of the rivals, strengthened by political antagonism, for the canons were partisans of John while the monks clave to King Richard, again broke loose. On the nomination of Richard's candidate, one of the monks led off the Te Deum as a signal that the proceedings were over, though the canons had taken no part in the election. Quote, "Who made thee cantor here?" End quote, cried the Archdeacon of Stafford, a member of John's party, in great wrath, for the cantor on these occasions conducted the singing. Quote, "I am cantor here, and not thou," end quote, was the reply, and as King Richard's party was then predominant, the monks had their will. At the next election, the brethren were brought face to face with King Richard's successor, and John found it a hard thing to subdue the Coventry monks, though he had at his back the entire company of the canons of Lichfield. When England was under an interdict, the king sent to them the abbots of Osney and Waltham, proposing the Archdeacon of Stafford as a candidate for the vacant see of Coventry. But the monks would have none of him. They elected their prior, Joybert of Wenlock, and purposed to send the nomination oversea to the incoming Archbishop, Stephen Langton. At Tewkesbury, John proposed the abbot of Bindon. The monks refused utterly. Quote, "None whom I love wilt thou choose," end quote, cried the angry king. Then to the justiciar said the prior afraid, quote, "If it suits the Lord King well, I will elect his chancellor," end quote. The chancellor was Walter de Grey, who was subsequently raised to the See of York. This proposal found no favour then, and the king appointed another meeting with the monks at Nottingham. On their return home they held a consultation in the chapter house, and determined that they would elect neither of the king's candidates, Richard de Morisco, nor the abbot of Bindon. At Nottingham Castle, Joybert and 6 monks besought the king that he would allow them to elect freely and canonically the prior or some other fitting man. Meanwhile, all manner of threats and blandishments were used to make them give their voice for one of the royal nominees, but they held firm. Next morning, however, when the prior and 2 monks tarried long in the king's chamber, the 4 remaining brethren, fearing that their superior would at last give way, determined to go home and reserve their vote. But Fulk de Cantilupe shut the castle gate in their faces, vowing, quote, "by the tongue of God," end quote, that they should not leave ere they had made a bishop to the king's liking. Quote, "and other things he uttered," end quote. The record continues, quote, "not meet to be said," end quote. At last, Prior Joybert began to waver, for the king promised him great rewards and honours if he would do his will, and urged him, saying, quote, "Speak, prior, speak," end quote. Then Joybert fell on his knees. Quote, "By the soul of thy father the king," he said, "and of thy brother the king, and by the honour of thy life, who art king, if it be not possible for us to have any other than one of these 2, give us the abbot of Bindon," end quote. Quote, "Never while I live shall this be," end quote, cried one of the monks, named Thomas. Quote, "and never shall he be my bishop," end quote. A bystander reproved him for this outburst towards his superior. Quote, "In the cloister I am but a monk," the fearless brother answered, "but here at the election of the bishop I am the prior's fellow," end quote. Then John, looking about him in great anger, left the room, and many nobles gathered about the monks and urged them to fulfill the king's will. Quote, "Verily ye have much to fear," they said, "if you bring down his wrath upon your heads." End quote. The unhappy monks were again summoned into the king's presence. Quote, "Lord Prior," the tyrant began, "I have always loved thee, and thou wilt not do my will. What sayest thou to my chancellor, whose name thou didst propose to me at Tewkesbury?" End quote. The prior signified that he willingly accepted this candidate, and the king gave orders that the canons should be summoned to ratify the election. At this time, the smouldering jealousy between monks and canons burst into flame. Quote, "By St. Milburg," cried the prior, "they shall not come, never shall they be present at our election." End quote. But John swore, quote, "by the tooth of God," end quote, that they should come in. Quote, "I would rather die," Joybert answered, "than be the cause of the destruction of my order." End quote. The nobles who were present gathered round the monks, and falling upon their necks entreated them to submit. Then the prior, vanquished, said, quote, "Because nothing else is pleasing to you, and it is not possible to do other, do your will." End quote. A Te Deum was then sung by the company of monks and canons, although the former murmured greatly at the constraint laid upon them. The case was afterwards laid before the papal legate, and the election of Walter de Grey was annulled. The long dispute between monk and canon was temporarily allayed in 1227, when it was ordained that the election should take place alternately at Coventry and Lichfield, the prior having first voice and the dean second. The quarrel gradually died away, and well tutored by Pope and King, the electors peacefully met to choose the particular candidate designated by those in authority. Other quarrels brought the house low. In 1248, the resources of the convent had become so impoverished by lawsuits concerning the Bishop of Coventry's right to visitation that it was feared some of the monks would be compelled to disperse, a disaster the monks of Durley averted by receiving diverse inmates of the Coventry Priory for a time into their hospitable house. When trouble again arose, the convent of St. Mary found that the enemy had sprung up under the very shadow of the monastery itself, and that the men of Coventry were even more implacable foes than the canons of Lichfield had been in times past. These quarrels between ecclesiastical bodies and their burgher tenants were of common occurrence in medieval life. The strong corporate feeling which flourished amongst the monks, the zeal they bore for their order in general and their house in particular, which involved them in endless quarrels, caused them to play a notable part in municipal history. As a body, they were opposed to the growth of free institutions among the townsfolk. They never rightly understood their tenants' desire for increase of municipal liberty, and feared by giving way to their demands to forego the rights of the Church and bring their souls in peril thereby. End of Chapter 2. End of Section 3. Section 4 of the Story of Coventry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. Chapter 3. The Chester Lordship. The place where the monks settled was probably little better than a village. We may picture it as a couple of straggling streets intersecting one another, with small wooden houses on either side of the highway, which was comparatively empty of people except on market days when country folk would come in to sell their wares in the cheaping at the monastery gates. Domesday records that there were only 69 heads of families living in Godiva's estate at Coventry in 1086, though Leicester and Warwick were fair-sized towns, as towns were accounted then. Footnote. From Domesday for Warwickshire. Quote, the Countess held Coventry. There are 5 hides. The arable employs 20 ploughs, 3 are in the domain, and 7 bondmen. There are 50 villeins, and 12 boarders, with 20 ploughs. A mill pays 3 shillings. A wood 2 miles long and the same broad. In King Edward's time and afterwards it was worth £12, now £11 by weight. These lands of the Countess Godiva Nicholas holds to firm of the king. End quote. End footnote. Of the 2 parish churches, existing probably at the Conquest, St. Michael's served maybe for the tenants of the lay lord, and Trinity for those of the ecclesiastical estate. For from the beginnings of its history the town had been divided into 2 lordships, whereof the convent held the northern part, or prior's half, not mentioned in Domesday, as the gift of their founder, Earl Leofric, while the southern portion, the Earl's half, which Leofric retained, became a part of the Earl of Chester's vast inheritance. After the Conquest, the convent retained their estate, receiving a gracious charter of confirmation from William who, no doubt, was willing to link his name with that of his kinsman, the confessor, as patron of the famed foundation. The Earl's half, however, passed to other masters. Probably Godiva held it during her lifetime, but at her death the Conqueror took it, as the lady's grandchildren and direct heirs were, as rebels, naturally shut out from the inheritance. How it was that the estate passed into the hands of Ranulph Machine, Earl of Chester, we can only conjecture. He had probably deserved well at the king's hand, and had his reward. Though not, it is true, so disturbing an element in the burghers' lives as his continental brethren, an English feudal lord had much power for good or evil over his dependents. His castle, with its fortifications, often breaking into the line of the city wall, as Rougemont did at Exeter, or the Tower, built by the Conqueror to overawe the men of London, was a perpetual menace to the citizens. His officers or deputies could annoy and terrify the tenants in various ways. Thus one Simon le Maudit, who held in farm the reeveship of Leicester, went on to collect gravel pennies, which he said were due to the lord from the townsfolk, long after these payments had been remitted by charter. But this document having been destroyed by fire, the burghers had no evidence wherewith to support their claim, and Simon the Accursed had his will. Instances of feudal oppression seem, however, to have been comparatively rare, though warlike lords, by involving their tenants in their quarrels, frequently brought trouble upon them. Earl Ranulph came of a strong race. The founder of the family, whom the Welsh called Hugh the Fat by reason of his great girth, but the Normans the Wolf by reason of his fierceness, held manors of the Conqueror in 20 shires of England. Lord of the County Palatine of Chester, the special privileges granted to him for the purposes of strengthening his hand against the Welsh made him almost independent of royal authority. Machine himself is an obscure figure, but the fame of his successor, Ranulph Gernal, whose doings were accounted terrible even in Stephen's time, when every man's hand was against his fellow, spread far and wide. In 1143, Coventry became the battleground of this Earl and Marmion of Tamworth, King Stephen's ally. That was an evil time for the monks, as Marmion seized and fortified the priory, and for the townsfolk, as they were between Marmion and Ranulph, the hammer and the anvil. The Tamworth lord died early in the struggle. For falling into one of the trenches he had made to enclose the monastery, he was killed by a common soldier. No doubt the monks reminded one another that their sacrilegious oppressor, who so justly came to this evil end, was of an impious stock. Did not his ancestor, one Robert Marmion, expel the nuns of Polesworth from their dwelling until, warned in a vision by St. Edith, their foundress, and sorely smitten by the staff of the saint, he repented and caused the sisterhood to return? Ranulph lived on to find a reverse of fortune at Coventry. 4 years after the fight with Marmion, the Earl, finding the king's forces were possessed of the castle there, laid siege to the stronghold, but Stephen appearing, Ranulph's army was put to flight. It was a fitting end to this lawless life that he should die by poison and excommunicate, and his widow gave to Walter, Bishop of Coventry, under whose curse her husband lay, the hamlet of Stivichel, so that his soul might have peace. There was trouble also in the days of Earl Hugh, Ranulph's successor. He joined in the great feudal rising of 1173, when all England was a scene of strange confusion, and only the energy and promptitude of Henry II and a few faithful followers saved the king's throne. Henry's sons were arrayed against him, supported by the archenemy, the King of France, the Scotch, the Flemings, and many nobles both in England and Normandy, whose power and lawless ways the king had sought continually to restrain. Such were the Earls Ferrars, Bigod of Norfolk, Robert of Leicester, and Hugh. The men of Coventry lent the Earl of Chester aid in this rebellion, as the men of Leicester did to their lord, Robert Blanchemain, for those tenants who held land by military service were bound to follow their feudal superior to battle. But one by one the king's enemies were defeated. Earl Hugh was taken prisoner at the siege of Dol in Brittany quite early in the struggle, and suffered a short imprisonment in the castle of Falaise. Swift destruction, siege and fire, came upon Leicester for the share the townsfolk had taken in this rebellion, and the inhabitants for a time forsook the place. Coventry, as a place of less note, suffered less, but what liberties the townsmen possessed were confiscated, not to be redeemed until after Hugh's death, 8 years later, by a payment of 20 marks. The men of Norwich had also cause to regret the part they took in the celebrated rising, but it was Bigod who dealt them their punishment, burning the city out of revenge because his men had declared for the king's party. The men of Coventry had, it is true, one reason to dwell with gratitude on the memory of Earl Hugh. Dugdale tells us that among this lord's following was a leper, and it may have been for the sake of this man that Hugh built the Lazar House and Chapel of St. Mary Magdalene at Spoon in the fields on the western side of the city. All traces of this chapel have now disappeared, but the name Chapel Fields still serves to commemorate the place, with which the Chapel of St. James and St. Christopher, whereof there are remains in Spoon Street, is sometimes, but quite erroneously, identified. Leprosy, brought from the East by the Crusades, took terrible hold on the people of Western Europe, and few towns of any note in those days were without their lazar houses or hospitals for these sorely afflicted folk. The chief of these leper hospitals was at Burton Lazars in Leicestershire, but the one that is best remembered nowadays is that of St. Giles, once, quote, in the fields, end quote, now in the heart of London. The most famous among the Earls of Chester was Ranulph, surnamed Blondeville, who succeeded to the earldom on Hugh's death. This befell in 1181. Ranulph was the last of the old order, the race of the feudal barons of the Conquest who, by reason of their vast estates and almost princely power, were a constant source of anxiety to the kings of England. Men sang songs of Earl Ranulph, either of his loyalty to his master John, or of his feats in warring with the Welsh at home, or the heathen abroad, for he joined the Crusades and was present in 1219 at the siege of Damietta. He was as much of a popular hero as Robin Hood during the 14th century. The Church knew him as the benefactor of the monastic house of Poulton, whence he removed the monks, its inhabitants, to Dewlacre in Staffordshire. And his pious deeds availed to save him after death, people said, in spite of many offences. For at the time of his dying, a solitary man at Wallingford saw a company of demons hurrying past, and learnt from one of them that they were hastening to the Earl's deathbed to accuse him of his sins. Adjured to return within 30 days, the demon came back and told the hermit what had befallen. Quote, "We brought it about," he said, "that Ranulph, for his ill deeds, was adjudged to the pains of the infernal fire. But the mastiffs of Dewlacre, and many others with them, without stinting, barked so that they filled our habitation with a loud clamour whilst he was with us. Wherefore our prince, disgusted, ordered to be expelled from our territories him who now proved so grievous an enemy to us." End quote. In this manner was the Earl's soul delivered from the evil place. In 1232 he died childless, and his vast lands were divided among his sisters and their issue. The Earl's half of Coventry fell to the lot of Hugh of Albany, and then passed to his daughter Cicely, wife of Roger de Montal. This family continued to hold it until the days of Edward III, when, by some arrangement with Queen Isabel, the king's mother, it was vested in the royal line, ultimately becoming a part of the Duchy of Cornwall, heritage of successive princes of Wales. The only relic of the associations of the Earls of Chester's family with Coventry lie in the Chilesmore Manor House, to the south-east of the city. The house itself is mostly modern, but there are fragments of ancient buildings, a chimney shaft, incorporated with it. It is most likely that the Black Prince, who gave, say the annals, the ostrich feathers to Coventry, and Prince Henry, afterwards Henry V, sojourned in the ancient dwelling at Chilesmore. End of chapter 3, end of section 4. Section 5 of the Story of Coventry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. Chapter 4. Beginnings of Municipal Government. But how did the men live who inhabited Coventry, who were neither warriors nor monks, but the rank and file of the townsfolk, the mere tillers of the ground and retailers of food and clothing, farmers, bakers, butchers, shoemakers, weavers, and the like? These men owed fealty, according to the position of the land they held, either to the Prior or the Earl of Chester. It is with the Earl's burghers that the main part of our story lies. It was they who won, after many checks and struggles, such liberties of trading and self-rule as helped to make their city rich and famous in after days. For whenever townspeople found that their lord, whether he were a noble or the king himself, had need of their money or support, they bargained with him for a charter, a duly written and attested document giving them the power to exercise certain rights, such as the collecting of their own taxes or the managing of their own courts, without the interference of his officials. Just as the barons of England gained Magna Carta from John in his need and weakness, or forced Edward I to conform to the same ere they would give him money to prosecute his wars, so the townsfolk played out the same play in their own much humbler theatre, and drove their bargain with this or that great owner of estates. For towns on the royal domain, the question resolved itself into one of mere traffic. Was the town rich enough to induce the king to grant a charter to the inhabitants, conferring on them the liberties of which they stood in need? If so, the money was paid, and the town started on its career of independence. Nobles, too, were often willing to forego their manorial privileges for the sake of a substantial sum of money. But with churchmen and religious corporations, the case was different. They were unwilling, under any circumstances, to part with the rights of the church, for fear, as the Coventry monks said, quote, of blemishing their consciences. End quote. In growing and prosperous communities, where men suffered by the restrictions laid upon their trade or persons, the attitude of the religious community, which stood to them in place of feudal lord, gave rise to great bitterness of feeling among the tenants. Discontent was in many cases the precursor of riot and bloodshed, showing how fierce was the spirit of resistance among these men, and with what tenacity they clung to the idea of freedom. The condition of the men of St. Albans, or those of any town where the inhabitants were serfs, was often miserable, or at best precarious. A serf must perform for his lord frequent and often unlimited service. His offences were punished in his lord's courts of justice. He could not sell or depart from his holding, or marry his children without license. He must grind his corn at the lord's mill, and bake his loaves at his lord's oven. But from these most oppressive burdens the Coventry men were free. They had, in ancient custom, a guarantee that their lord could not urge such claims upon them, for they held of him, quote, in free burgage, end quote. That is to say, they were quit of all personal service, and merely paid a money rent for house and land. They were not compelled to leave their business to carry in the crops of the lord's domain, or follow him for a great distance to war, or bake at his oven, a custom the men of Melton observed until the days of James I. Still, although they were not entirely at the mercy of their feudal superior, the men of Coventry had, as yet, no voice in the town government. They owed obedience to three powers: the Earl of Chester, the King, and the Prior of Coventry. For any fault or misdemeanour they were summoned to appear at the Earl's castle, where the constable fixed their punishment, and the fine they paid passed into the Earl's hand. The author of any grave or serious crime was answerable to the sheriff, the King's officer, while the Prior, the lord of the soil and the cross-cheaping, regulated all matters connected with the traffic of the market. The townsfolk were neither rich nor strong enough to free themselves from the sheriff's jurisdiction, or their trade from the prior's surveillance. But in the reign of Henry II, they struck a bargain with Ranulph Blondeville, Earl of Chester, a great founder of towns, whereby they obtained certain rights and privileges, and some measure of self-government. In this charter the Earl granted to his burgesses of Coventry the same customs as those enjoyed by the men of Lincoln, for it was usual for townsfolk to ask that their constitution might be modelled on that of some freer or more important place. Lincoln, in common with most of the larger towns in England, borrowed certain customs from London, and Coventry, in its turn, was to serve as model to other towns later in acquiring freedom. The Earl's Charter, a model of the exquisite penmanship of the 12th century, runs thus. Quote, Ranulph, Earl of Chester, to all his barons, constables, bailiffs, servants, men and friends, French and English, present and future, greeting. Know thee that I have given to my burghers of Coventry, and confirmed in this my charter, all things which are written in the same. Namely, that the said burghers and their heirs may hold well, honourably, and undisturbed, and in free burgage of me and my heirs, as they held in my father's time, or my other predecessors, better, more firmly, and freely. I grant them the free and good laws that the burgesses of Lincoln have better and more freely. I forbid my constable to bring them into my castle to plead in any cause, but they may freely have their portmote, in which all pleas pertaining unto me and unto them may be justly treated of. Moreover, they may choose for me one whom they will among themselves, who may be judge under me and over them, who, knowing the laws and customs, may keep these in my counsel reasonably in all things, every excuse put away, and may faithfully perform unto me that which is due. And if by chance any one fall into my amercement, then he shall be reasonably amerced by my bailiff and the faithful burghers of the court. And whatever merchants they draw thither for the bettering of the town, I command that they have peace, and that no one do them an injury or unjustly sue them at law. If indeed any stranger merchant do anything unfitting in the town, that shall be amended before the aforesaid justice in the portmote without a suit at law. These being witnesses, Robert Stewart de Mohor, and many others. End quote. We see from the terms of this charter that the Coventry folk had already acquired a certain status as free burghers. Now their liberties were enlarged by a grant of self-jurisdiction. A further grant from Henry II, appended to the confirmation of this charter, limited the fine due from the burghers to the Earl for any fault to 12d. Quote, "But if by testimony of his neighbours he cannot pay so much, by their advice it shall be settled as he is able to pay." End quote. We can call up a possible picture of the court of Portman Mote, to which the charter refers. In some large open space, possibly St. Michael's churchyard, the townsfolk might be seen gathered together for the meetings of the court. Conspicuous among the little group of townsmen would be the bailiff, the Earl's representative, a man whose yea and nay was very powerful among the Lord's tenants. For was he not there to watch over the interests of his master, and arrange for the payment of fines and forfeitures which were his master's due? By his side some fuller, weaver, baker, or prosperous agriculturalist would probably take his seat as the justice, the elected representative of the townsfolk. A clerk would also be present, for from the time of Henry III, court records were strictly kept and controlled. Probably not all the townsmen attended each meeting, but only such of them as were concerned in any suit, and even these, within reasonable limits, might plead essoine, or a valid excuse for absence. What individual part was played by the justice and bailiff in the hearing of suits it is impossible to tell, but we may infer that the misdemeanours of the townsfolk were made known to the court by a jury, drawn perhaps from every street or ward. These men affirmed on their own knowledge, or on common report, that certain offences had been committed within the township. These offences were of a simple, trifling kind, those of a more serious nature being tried at higher tribunals, before the sheriff or the justices in Eyre, or possibly in some other court of the Earl of Chester. A presentment, for example, would be made to the effect that Nicholas, the son of William, had let his cows stray over the mowing grass in a certain field which is in the Earl's domain, thereby causing damage to the extent of 4d. Nicholas is at mercy, i.e., has to be amerced or fined, for it is well known that he is guilty, and he is thrown on the mercy of the court. Let him pay the damage, and 2d in addition for the fault. Or the jury say that Margaret, the wife of Anquetil, took from the bakery of William of Stoneleigh 2 loaves, value 1 halfpenny, and afterwards defamed and struck Joan, William's wife, in the open street known as the Broadgate. And Margaret denies, the deed. Therefore it is adjudged that she come and make her law 6-handed at the court, i.e., appear with 5 of her neighbours who swear that she is not guilty. Footnote. This method of clearing the character by oath of the neighbours was called compurgation. End footnote. Or the jury declare that William, son of Guy, contrary to the assize of bread, whereby, if a quarter of wheat sell for 3 shillings and 6d, the farthing loaf of wastel bread should weigh 42 shillings, gives only 39 shillings weight of bread in the loaf, to the damage of his customers, the king's liege people. Footnote. Shillings and pence were used as weights. We still speak of pennyweights. End of footnote. Moreover, William was bidden at the last court to come and wage his law 12-handed. This he has failed to do. Therefore, he is at mercy. Because no neighbours could be found to swear, therefore he is guilty. The fine is 12d. William cannot pay at once, but his pledges are John the Dyer and Thomas at Gate. Such cases as these would be the everyday business of the local court, but civil matters also required a great deal of attention. Transfers of land were executed there, being witnessed by the principal suitors of the court. John the Smith, for example, would make over his house in Earl Street with all its appurtenances to Richard the Weaver and his heirs in return for an annual rent of 4d, and would warrant it to him against all comers. Certain documents called indentures, so called because the parchment on which the two deeds were written was so cut, indented, that they would exactly fit or dovetail into one another when put together at any future time, would then be drawn up in duplicate by the clerk, the names of the chief of the folk present appearing therein as witnesses to the deed. To one of the indentures the grantor fixed his seal, to the other the grantee, each retaining the copy to which the seal of the other party in the transaction was attached by way of title deed. At least twice a year the townsman appeared before the sheriff, at whose court criminal or crown pleas received a hearing, and who, in his military capacity, overlooked the muster-at-arms of the townsmen, and fixed what number of archers were to be levied for the king's service. The proceeds of this court, goods of felons and the like, went to swell the royal treasury. The system of presenting criminals by means of a jury, the direct ancestor of our modern grand jury, obtained here as in the town court, but in doubtful or serious cases the accused would be condemned or acquitted not in accordance with evidence, but through an appeal to the interposition of Providence by means of a trial by ordeal or battle. Thus a man who was thrown into the water was, if he sank, pronounced innocent, if he swam, guilty, or the one of two champions, who overcame the other in a fight, was held to have proved his case. But these irrational methods of trial were falling rapidly into disfavour. The ordeal was forbidden at the Lateran Council of 1216, and the Saxons, who much disliked the Norman method of trial by battle, always sought in their local charters to win exemption from the necessity of having recourse to it. Step by step, the modern jury system was introduced, which, whatever may be its faults, is the most workable method hitherto discovered of obtaining a more or less unbiased verdict in any suit. Another provision of the Charter, as confirmed by Henry II, was possibly an expedient to remedy the disasters which had lately befallen the townsmen under Gernon and Hugh. It was necessary, if the town was to grow and prosper, to attract settlers from different parts, and to those seeking a home in Coventry the clause that, quote, newcomers should be free from all payments for 2 years after they began to build, end quote, would be most welcome. Footnote. The conditions under which strangers were admitted into a town differed with the particular locality. A free craftsman would be admitted to citizenship by purchase. If a serf escaped from his master's estate, and lived unclaimed for a year and a day, he was, as a general rule, permitted to continue in the town. In Lincoln, it was necessary that he should pay the town taxes during that period. End of footnote. From this time, no doubt, the advent of passing or abiding strangers was not infrequent, and the place began to put on the appearance of a thriving little thoroughfare town. The grant of a fair to the Earl's men in 1217, and one to the prior some 10 years later, brought stranger merchants within the town gates. The place was important enough to attract the Grey Friars thither before 1234, and the spire of their church still recalls their presence. More than 100 years later came the White Friars or Carmelites, whose magnificent cloister is now incorporated in the workhouse. A colony of Jews also found shelter in Coventry before the days of Edward I. We know no more than the names, and now and then the occupations of the men of the place in the 13th century. For our inquiries among the land transfers of the time can elicit nothing save the records of the sale of a tenement and curtilage by William de Artingworth, Le Drapier, or their purchase by Richard Le Tailleur, hosier, or Richard de Mora, merchant. But even this bare enumeration of trades and callings show the advance made by the men of Coventry since the time when a handful of villeins and bondsmen tilled the lands that had been Godivers at the taking of the Doomsday Survey. End of Chapter 4. End of Section 5. Section 6 of the Story of Coventry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. Chapter 5. Prior's Half and Earl's Half. In Coventry, we now enter upon a period where the townsmen not only sought to make good the privileges they had already won, but strove to gain, either by fair means or foul, such fresh concessions as they deemed necessary for their comfort and prosperity. The story of the struggle for liberty in English towns, though little known, is one of great interest. Though the whole thing is on a small scale, yet the narrative of events is no less stirring than the account of the revolt of a great nation. There was as fierce a conflict at St. Albans among a score or two of men in 1327, as among tens of thousands in Paris at the Revolution. Few leaders of forlorn hopes have shown more desperate courage than the good folk of Dunstable, who were ready to brave not only the terrors of punishment in this world, but in the world to come. For being cursed with bell, book, and candle by the bishop and their prior, they said that they recked nothing of this excommunication, but were resolved rather, quote, to descend into hell together, end quote, than submit to the prior's extortions. And conceiving that they were likely to be worsted in the quarrel, they covenanted with a neighbouring lord for 40 acres of land, preparing to leave their houses and live in tents ere they would pay the arbitrary tolls and taxes the prior had laid upon them. It is true there were no philosophic fervour about the medieval burgher, no enthusiasm about liberty in the abstract. What he wanted was some small practical advantage his masters denied him. All the townsmen of St. Albans asked at the beginning of the quarrel was that he should be allowed to grind his corn at home instead of at the abbot's mill. But wanting this strongly and sorely, and seeing a chance of victory, he was willing to fight for it, perhaps to the death. The struggle for freedom is, in Coventry, at first interwoven with an old quarrel existing between the tenants of the two lords who held the town between them. For we have seen that Coventry was divided into two lordships. On the one hand lay the property of the Earls of Chester, the Earl's half. On the other, the Prior's half, or the convent estate. The government of these two manors was absolutely distinct. The Prior's men had no lot or part in the privileges conferred in Ranulph's charter, and the Earl's men none in those the convent won from Henry III. The customs practised by the Earl's men on one side of the street, and those followed by the Prior's tenants on the other, might differ to a considerable extent. They attended different courts. Some were compelled to pay dues from which their neighbours were exempt. The Prior's tenants might be forced to carry their lord's harvest, or work on his estate, while the Earl's men, as free burghers, had long since discontinued feudal labour. A priory tenant would stand in his lord's pillory, or hang on his gallows. An earl's man met his punishment at the castle or the sheriff's court, while the convent tenants could very likely bring their butter, horse provender, or coarse cloth to sell in the market free of toll. Another owing the earl fealty might have to pay a penny or more before his stall could be set up in the marketplace. These differences of tenure, custom, and privilege naturally bred disputes among the townsfolk, a frequent occurrence in those places wherein different lords held sway, dividing the allegiance of the inhabitants. There appears to have been some ill feeling arising from a trading jealousy between earls' folk and priors' folk. The former were disposed, as early as the days of Henry II, to entertain some grudge with regard to the ordering of the market in the prior's half, but we know no particulars of the grievance. So hotly, however, did the quarrel rage between them that there were, quote, debates, contentions, namely killing of diverse men, end quote, in the streets. Doubtless, in the interests of peace, it was better that one or other of the contending parties should become predominant within the town, and force the other to consent to a compromise. The last Earl of Chester being dead, and his successors, the de Montalts, men of little mark, the chance lay with St. Mary's Convent, and an enterprising prior, William of Brightwalton, was not slow to avail himself of the opportunity, hoping, so the convent folk afterwards declared, to allay the strife by uniting the two manors whereof the town was composed under one lord. He proposed to purchase the earl's estate, a scheme to which Roger de Montalt, being in need of money for a crusade, was fain to agree. So, in 1249, the latter resigned the manor into the prior's hand in return for a yearly rent of £100, with 10 marks to the nuns of Polesworth, and by this means the head of the convent became lord of the earl's half, prior's men and earl's men alike holding of him house and land, and owing him rent and accustomed services. Thus the lay lords of this great family slip out of the city's history. The ruling power in the town is the great religious corporation which owed its existence to Saxon piety. Whatever changes this transfer may have brought about, one thing is certain: it did not establish peace in Coventry. 20 years later, the old jealousy flamed up anew. About 1267, both townsmen and convent took advantage of Henry III's necessities to negotiate for a charter, but with a different result. The former obtained a bare confirmation of their ancient liberties. The prior, on the other hand, owing, belike, to his superior command of the purse, or in return for help he may have rendered the king in the late wars, was able to purchase fresh concessions for himself and his men. He was allowed to appoint coroners for the town, and further, license was given to form a merchant guild among his tenants. The grant of these graces brought about an outbreak in the earl's half. Hitherto, it may be supposed, earls' folk and priors' folk had carried on their trade on fairly equal terms, but the new charter would bring about a revolution. The object of the formation of a merchant guild was to confine the trade of the district to its members. They would become local commercial monopolists. No wonder the earl's men resisted the foundation of this society. If it were once established, and they were excluded from its ranks, what a blow would be dealt to their prosperity. The guildsmen would make it impossible for them to trade under anything like favourable conditions. They might be mulcted by tolls, subjected to the annoying supervision of the guild officials in respect to the weight or quality of their goods. Restrictions affecting the time, place, or manner of their selling might be imposed on them, or they might have to relinquish bargains they had closed in favour of the members of the guild merchant. So when the terms of this new charter were known, the earl's folk rose in tumult, withstood the priory coroner when he attempted to see the body of a man slain, no doubt, in these brawls, and prevented their neighbours in the convent half from forming the guild according to the permission vouchsafed to them. Nor could the sheriff's officer, sent by the royal order at the prior's request to proclaim these charters and liberties in Coventry, bring the unruly townspeople to obedience. Quote, "Certain men, we learn," ran the king's writ, "from those parts with others, armed with force, took Gilbert, clerk to the said sheriff, sent thither to this end, and imprisoned him, and broke the royal rolls and charters, and beat and ill-treated the men of the prior and convent." End quote. What was the end of the tumult, or the fate of the luckless clerk, we cannot tell. But as we hear no more of the prior's guild, it seems that this outbreak of the Coventry men, with others, prevented its establishment. We now enter upon a fresh phase of the quarrel. It is no longer the prior's men, but the prior himself who is the earl's men's enemy. Their whole energy is absorbed in the effort to free their trade from the restrictions the present lord of the earl's half has laid down for them to observe. For the earl's men appeared ill-content with the change of masters. Did the prior encroach upon the rights of the townsfolk? Probably not. Previously established customs founded on the Charter of Ranulph would bar his claims. But though the law may not alter, the interpretation of it may vary from time to time. So may the circumstances under which it is administered. It was so with the customs which had hitherto regulated the Earl's men's lives. They and their present masters were disposed to differ as to the meaning these could bear, and hence a way was opened for numerous quarrels and lawsuits. Moreover, restraints which had been borne without complaint in early days under the Chester lordship were found unendurable when the townsfolk's commerce, and with it their desire for freedom, had increased. The matter of the Merchant Guild was only the forerunner of more serious trouble. The townspeople were rapidly growing rich, whether by soap-making, or the manufacture of woolen cloth, or the entertainment of travellers, or a happy combination of all three sources of wealth. Under Edward I, they were able to pave their city, which had now risen to a sufficiently important position to be accounted a borough, and to return 2 members to the Parliament of 1295. Its prosperity attracted the notice of Edward I, who, in 1303, summoned 2 Coventry merchants to attend a council, and of Edward II, who asked the inhabitants for a loan of 500 marks for the prosecution of the Scotch War. It is small wonder if the townsfolk were jealous lest this growing prosperity should be checked by the petty regulations the prior chose to lay on them. Was their wealth to be curtailed because, forsooth, the convent officials charged them not to sell here or make there, to relinquish a favourable bargain, or never to open stall or shop for sale of goods during certain hours of the day? The prior in the days of Edward II was Henry Ires, and his hand lay heavy on the townsmen. They were not able to live, they complained, quote, by reason of his oppression, end quote. Moreover, like the jolly, illiterate abbot of St. Albans named Hugh, who, quote, feared nothing so much as the Latin tongue, end quote, and so oppressed his tenants, Prior Ires was an ally of Edward II, for it was by, quote, maintenance of the king and of Spencer, Earl of Winchester, end quote, i.e. dispenser, that he was enabled to keep the malcontents in check. In his days arose a second dispute concerning traffic, but at what date we cannot tell. The Friday market had always been held in the prior's half, and there only were the Earl's men permitted to sell their wares on that day. Now certain of them broke through the prior's order and sold openly in their own houses during market hours. Footnote: it is probable that there were no shops in our sense in the 14th century. The traders' goods were kept in a cellar below the ground floor. End of footnote. Appeal was made to the law. In vain the townsmen pleaded that by virtue of the clause in Ranulph's charter, giving them the same liberties as the Lincoln folk, they were free to sell their goods when or where they would. Vainly, too, they tried to strengthen their case by declaring that before the prior had purchased the Chester estate, they had been wont to hold a fair in the Earl Street, where now their shop stood. These pleas availed nothing, and a verdict was returned for the prior with £60 damages, the Earl's men being forbidden to sell anywhere but in the prior's half during market hours. The prescribed payment must have well-nigh ruined William Gauntpie and other traders concerned in the struggle, for £60 was then accounted a great sum. Footnote: the value of £60 would represent more than £700 at the present time. In the late 13th and early 14th centuries, the average price of an ox was 13 shillings 1 1/4 pence, of a sheep 1 shilling 5 pence, of a cow 9 shillings 5 pence, and a fowl 1 pence. End of footnote. It was in 1323 that the townsfolk sought, after a very novel fashion, to rid themselves of their oppressors. Their enemies accused them, whether truly or untruly we cannot tell, of having recourse to the black art, and strange rumours were afloat concerning the unlawful dealings of the citizens with one Master John de Nottingham, limb of Satan and necromancer, who inhabited a ruinous house in the neighborhood of the town. Witchcraft was not then considered an ecclesiastical offense, but one against the common law, and it was, it seems, before the Court of King's Bench that the approver, Robert Le Maréchal, told his story. He had been living, he said, with one Master John de Nottingham, necromancer, of Coventry, to whom, on the Wednesday next before the feast of St. Nicholas, in the 17th year of the king's reign, came certain men of the town, citizens of good standing, and promised them great profit. To the necromancer, £20, and, quote, his subsistence in any religious house in England, end quote, and to Robert Le Maréchal, £15, if they would compass the lives of the king and others by necromancy. Having received part of the promised payment as earnest at the hands of John le Red Clerk, hosier, and John, son of Hugh de Merrington, apprentice of the law, with £7 of wax and 2 yards of canvas, the magicians began their work. On the Sunday after the feast of St. Nicholas, they fashioned 7 magical images in the respective likenesses of Edward II with his crown, the elder and younger dispenser, Prior Henry, Nicholas Crump, his steward, the cellarer of the convent, and Richard So, probably one of the priory underlings who had made himself unpopular. As far as the last-named enemy upon the list was concerned, for upon him they chose to experiment, quote, to see what might be done with the rest, end quote, they were entirely successful. On the Friday before the Feast of the Holy Rood about midnight, John de Nottingham gave his helper, Robert Le Maréchal, a leaden bodkin, with command to thrust it into the forehead of the figure of Richard So. The effect was well nigh instantaneous. When the necromancer sent Robert on the morrow to inquire how Richard did, the messenger found him crying, "Harrow," and as mad could be. And on the Wednesday before the Ascension, John, having on the previous Sunday removed the bodkin from the forehead of the figure and thrust it into his heart, Richard So died. Meanwhile, the necromancer and the accused gave themselves up in court, consenting to plead before a jury. All save the necromancer were admitted to bail. He no doubt looked to receive no mercy, and when, after sundry delays, the trial came on, the marshal certified that Master John de Nottingham was dead. Another of the accused, Piers Baroun, who had been a burgess at the Parliament of 1305, died also during the interval. Others had fled from justice, though of these one Richard Grauntpie, without doubt a near relative of the man who had lost his suit with the prior in the matter of the market, afterwards came and surrendered himself in court. Either the sympathy of the neighbourhood was with the accused, or it was thought that Robert's tale was unworthy of belief, for a jury taken from the neighbourhood returned a verdict of acquittal. But the trial greatly embittered the feelings of the citizens, and when the tide turned, and they were able to do the prior hurt, they availed themselves of the opportunity gladly. Footnote: it is the earliest trial for witchcraft extant in England. End of footnote. End of chapter 5. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Story of Coventry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. Chapter 6. The Signory of the Prior and Queen Isabella. Hitherto it had fared ill with the Earl's men in their struggle with the convent. Were they to be worsted like the men of St. Albans or Bury St. Edmunds? The former were now utterly broken in spirit. After a hard fight lasting from the days of Henry III, they obtained in 1327 a charter, conferring on them the control over the local courts and the privileges of a free and independent borough. And yet they were powerless. 5 years later, they voluntarily surrendered their charter into the abbot's hands. They gave up the perambulation of their borough. They took their handmills, the initial course of the contention, and left them in the churchyard in token of renunciation. They presented to the abbot the town chest with the keys belonging thereto, thus relinquishing all their rights as a free and independent community. Nor did better success attend the Bury St. Edmunds men, who had the same high hopes as the St. Albans folk, and who, in the same year, compelled their abbot to concede to them a guild merchant, a community, a common seal, and the custody of their gates. 5 years later, they too were forced to abandon these claims, and after a fruitless effort at the time of the peasant revolt in 1381, both towns sank into apathy, each under the rule of the great local religious houses. But alone among the convent towns, a piece of supreme good fortune awaited Coventry. The townsmen, just at a critical time, gained a powerful champion. In 1327, by some bargain between Isabella, widow of Edward II, and the representatives of the Chester family, the rents coming from the Earl's half passed into the Queen's hands, to become, after her death, parcel of the Duchy of Cornwall, heritage of the Princes of Wales. We have nothing to do with the rights and wrongs of the quarrel which raged for 20 years between the Queen and the Prior of St. Mary's Convent. The undoubted gainers in this conflict were the men of Coventry, for, helpless under Isabella's repeated attacks, the monks conceded to their tenants those rights of self-government whereof they had stood in need so long. Soon after the Queen's entry into possession of the de Montault estate, the prior had many bitter complaints to make of the treatment he received at her hands and at the hands of his mortal enemies, the men of Coventry. His courts were deserted by the men of the Earl's half, the profits of his franchise finding their way, no doubt, into the Queen's coffers, as her steward held a court at Chilesmore. His dues, waifs, heriots, the mournful enumeration proceeds were withheld, and certain tenements belonging to him seized into my lady's hands, in spite of charters shown to prove his ample right to the same. Great destruction had been wrought in his woods at Whitmore under colour of the Queen's claim to gather her estovers, or fuel, therein, and the boundaries about these woods had been violently thrown down, and if, quote, they be not now enclosed to prevent cattle from pasturing therein, they will be ruined for ever past recovery. End quote. The men of the Earl's half lived in the prior's tenements in the Earl's orchard, detaining the rent, 20 marks a year, quote, by tort and force, end quote. But this was not the worst. By cover, quote, of the seigneury of my said lady, end quote, the prior continued, a great part of the rents in Coventry were treacherously withheld, and the monks dared not take distress and force the defaulters to pay, quote, for peril of death, end quote. For when their bailiff, Simon Pakeman, went to demand the aforesaid rents without making any distraint for the same, quote, up came Peter de Stoke and other mad folk, and assaulted the said Simon with force of arms, and beat and maltreated him, saying, that if the said prior and convent ever made any demand of the kind in the Earl's half, they would make their heads fly. End quote. Ferrion vole l'atteste. Again and again the prior and convent poured forth their monotonous complaint. Now they prayed restitution for the rent of the 2 messuages, quote, which for 2 years last past my lady had given to a demoiselle of her chamber. End quote. Now they averred that she had put the bailiff of the Earl's half out of his office, whereby they had lost all profits arising from their franchises. Still, the spoliation continued. They fixed the damage the convent had sustained at £20,000, and, turning from the deaf ears of Queen Isabel, besought the king to see justice done for God's sake, quote, and for love of Our Lady, his dear mother, in whose honour the priory, end quote, had been founded, lest the convent should be compelled to disperse. Meanwhile, the men of Coventry were gaining, every year, important graces from Edward III. Now that the power of the prior was thus diminished, there was no one to prevent the acquisition of fresh liberties, and their money circulated freely at Westminster, the messengers bringing back in return the precious slips of parchment sealed with the king's seal, the testimony of new rights to be enjoyed by the townsfolk. In 1334, their merchandise was freed from toll in all places throughout the king's dominions. 6 years later, license was given them to form a merchant guild, while other kindred societies sprang up and received license to hold land in Mortmain. Footnote: these were St. John the Baptist, St. Catherine, the Corpus Christi, and the Trinity Guilds, founded respectively in 1342, 1343, and 1364. End of footnote. In 1341, the king granted a charter to the effect that any inquisition of land or tenements within the city should be taken by the townsmen, and not by strangers, an important provision at a time when there were frequent lawsuits between the Queen and the prior. The convent gave a graphic description of the effect of such an inquisition upon their holding, and of the plot between the Queen and the Earl's men which caused the inquiry to be made. Quote, "There came the men of the Earl's half of Coventry, amongst others, conspiring and compassing the undoing of the said prior and of his monks, and the disinheritance and destruction of their church, and making show of their intent unto my said lady, that her seigneury was more largely than she had occupied. Whereupon the stewards and some of the officers of my said lady, without having any power or commission from the court of our lord the king, took an inquisition of the said men, adversaries to the said prior and convent, what were the bounds in ancient times of the seigneury of the Earl Rondolph, which men quickly and maliciously gave up the said false verdict to the damnation of their souls, saying that all the prior's half, which is of foundation of the church, is 2 little lays, meadows, whereupon the profits by year are not above 50 shillings, and did fasten stakes of division to separate the seigneury of my said lady from the seigneury of the said prior." End quote. What made this action so particularly galling was that it was the seigneury of the foundation of their church Isabel called into question, though they had held it, they declared, long time before the coming of the Conqueror, and before the Earls of Chester, whose representative the Queen was, had been heard of in England. The prior's complaints availed nothing. The men of Coventry were in a sure way of victory, and in 1345 the city was incorporated by charter. 3 years later, one John Ward took his seat as the first mayor of the city. The mayor, bailiffs, and community were henceforth to be responsible for the fee firm, and power to hear and adjudge certain pleas, hitherto treated of in the county court, was given to the city officers. Footnote: the fee firm rent, representing the king's rights over the fines, forfeitures, etc., taken from criminals, was fixed at £50 a year. The liberties granted to be summed up thus: 1. The townsmen may duly elect their own mayor and bailiffs. 2. They have cognizance of pleas, of trespasses, contracts, covenants, and all other business amongst themselves. 3. There is to be a seal for the recognition of debts. 4. Mayor and bailiffs to have profits of view of frank pledge with the court, to have control over the jail, fair, market, etc., and in return a firm of £50 to be paid to the Queen and her heirs. End of footnote. The prior and his brethren looked upon this as a lasting dignity. Quote, "They are become lords of the said prior, all whom beforetime were his tenants." End quote. And in consequence of the inquisition above mentioned, he and his brethren were now, quote, "entirely involved within the danger of the mayor and his bailiffs, for they had not a foot of land of their seigneury," end quote, beyond the priory gates. Wearied of a struggle which had lasted for 20 years, the litigants, the Queen, the prior, and the newly made corporation allowed the dispute to be set at rest once and for all in 1355, and the indenture tripartite made between them took the form of a compromise. Each of the 3 parties agreed to restore or forego the exercise of certain rights, or at least to accept an equivalent. The prior gave up all claim to jurisdiction over the Earl's men, and the Queen forgave him £10 of the yearly firm owing to her, while the franchise he thus relinquished, the right of holding view of frank pledge or leet, and other courts with the exercise of the coronership, Isabel bestowed on the mayor, bailiffs, and community. These, in their turn, agreed to indemnify the convent by a payment of £10 a year. Other matter of contention was laid at rest. The prior's tenants were to be taxable with the Earl's men, and to serve as mayors and bailiffs with their fellow citizens. The restrictions on buying and selling, which had given rise to the lawsuit in the former reign, were wholly laid aside. Quote, "Any persons of whatsoever condition they be, may sell any manner of wares," end quote, in the Earl's part. Quote, "or buy at what day or time it shall please them, and they shall not be disturbed by the said prior and convent." End quote. And although the market was to continue to be held as of old in the prior's hearth, no toll was to be taken according to the ancient custom, except for horses, while all the regulations concerning sale and merchandise should henceforth, quote, "be at the ordinance of the mayor and community." End quote. The assize of bread, ale, and victuals was to be kept by the mayor, and though the prior was to have all the profits arising from the fines of offenders against the assize, the officers of the corporation could enter the convent hearth and, in case the prior's officers neglected to punish fraudulent brewers and bakers, could levy fines upon these evildoers and see justice done. Various restitutions were made on the Queen's part, showing that she and her advisers were really intent on a peaceful solution of the difficulty. The advowson of chapels, chantries, and the like, which she had appropriated, were restored to the prior who, in his turn, forgave all the delinquencies of the Earl's men against himself. The tripartite was drawn up so clearly, and in so fair a spirit, that in essentials it was never afterwards called in question. Disputes arose between the convent and the townsmen in later days, it is true, but not concerning the all-important matters of trade and jurisdiction. Nevertheless, this compact put an end, once and for all, to the prior's dominion in Coventry. Henceforth, in recounting the history of the place, we have little concern with the convent. Our subject touches only upon the rule and fortunes of the mayor, bailiffs, and community of the city. End of Chapter 6. End of Section 7. Section 8 of the Story of Coventry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. Chapter 7. The Corporation and the Guilds. After the settlement of 1355, the figure of the head of the great religious house at Coventry fades into comparative insignificance, and all further quarrels between the city and convent hardly rise above the level of petty squabbles of no historical moment. The prior is no longer lord of the place. He merely appears as host of the royal folk, kings and kings' sons, representatives of the ancient line of the Earls of Chester, when they sojourn within the city. The rent of the Earl's half now swells the revenue of the Prince of Wales, hence the appellation Camera Principis, or the Prince's Treasure Chamber, the familiar motto on the city arms. With the disappearance of the Earl and Prior from the foreground of the picture, there emerges another figure, the city merchant, type of a newly enriched class, the future guide of the destinies of the place. Curiously enough, it is this man's work in stone that has best survived the test of time. What has become of the castle of Hugh and Ranulph? It has utterly disappeared. Indeed, its very existence has been sometimes doubted. The name Broadgate alone recalls the entrance, Latam Portum, whereto reference is made in one of Earl Hugh's charters. Where is the priory of the Irays and the Brightwalton? Mean streets cover the site, and of the cathedral naught remains but a few bases of clustered shafts in Priory Row, and a portion of the northwest tower converted into a dwelling place. But the outline of St. Michael's spire, built by the people, is still the wonder of Coventry, and the Guildhall of St. Mary with its glorious roof and window has behind it 500 years of continuous civic life. Coventry was now a free and independent corporate borough. The townsmen had power to elect their own officers and hold their own courts, taking for the common use the profits of jurisdiction, so long as they paid into the Royal Exchequer the annual fee firm of £50 and the priors firm of £10. The leading men of the place, most likely the wealthy merchants and others who had won the Charter of Liberties from Queen Isabel, now set to work to reorganize courts, elect officials, in short, to shape the whole administration to fall in with a new order of things. We know nothing of the manner in which this was done, and as so many of the early records have been lost, we can give no account in many cases of the form of municipal rule chosen by the citizens. Here and there, curious documents give us a glimpse of the working of certain courts, or the municipal action of this or that body of men. But the information concerning very important points is unfortunately lacking. We are referred, for instance, to the old custom of electing officials, but we do not know what the old custom was, and are hence left in ignorance of the manner in which the election was made. What part the poorer folk, menace gents, smaller craftsfolk and working people played in the struggle for liberty is dark to us, but we may infer from the analogy of other towns, and from the subsequent history of Coventry, that they had but little effective power under the new constitution. The growth of oligarchy in towns is a matter of much debate. How early the few in Coventry engrossed the governing power of which the whole community was, in theory at least, the source, it is impossible in our present state of knowledge to determine. We have testimony as early as 1450 of the great influence of the leading crafts, mercers, and drapers. The evidence, though not always so clear as we could wish, points to a gradual absorption of the conduct of affairs during the 15th and 16th centuries by a small official class. In the end, this clique succeeded so effectually in freeing itself from every device framed to ensure some regard for the popular will, that the Charter of 1621 vested all power, and incidentally considerable official emolument, in a close select body, quote, entirely independent of the rest of the community, end quote. How early the citizens became aware of the trend of affairs we know not, but it is, maybe, significant that the popular discontent began to manifest itself within a generation after the incorporation of the city. In the late 14th and early 15th centuries, the commonalty set order at defiance, reviled the mayor in the Guildhall, and sought occasion to break out in riot and tumult, while under the veil of religious societies, industrial combinations, akin to the modern strike, formed again and again, and were with difficulty suppressed. After 1420, when the graphic chronicle contained in the Leet book begins to be available for our researches, a glimpse is given of a fully evolved constitution in working order. On January the 25th, the feast of the conversion of St. Paul, the mayor, chamberlains, and wardens were annually elected. The permanent officials, the recorder, legal adviser of the corporation, and the coroner reappointed. The justices of the peace selected, while the bailiffs, according to ancient custom, received nomination at the Michaelmas Assembly of the Court Leet. The justices of the peace, with the exception of the recorder, served also as key-keepers of the chest containing the common treasure. The Court of Portonmote, mentioned in Ranulph's Charter, still survived under various names, and in it pleas for debt were tried by the presiding officers, the mayor, and bailiffs. At quarter sessions, the mayor, recorder, and 3 other late mayors, justices of the peace, dealt with criminal offences, and it was, probably, the activity of these comparatively recently created officials that brought about the degeneration of the leet or view of frank pledge, normally a court of justice for the trial of minor criminal offences, particularly evasions of the assize of bread and beer. By the 15th century, the Coventry leet had retained little or nothing of its judicial functions, and merely survived as a court wherein bylaws, binding on the whole community, and grounded on petitions of grievances, received the sanction of the jurats of the leet. Another body, which also possessed legislative functions, was the Mayor's Council of 48, later known as the Common Council. While it is from a small select body called the Council House, of which the Mayor and Aldermen appear to have been ex officio members, that there sprang the close, corrupt corporation of later times. There are certain officials whose elections or appointments are not entered in the regular municipal records, but who, nevertheless, had great weight in the councils of the city. Such were the aldermen, who first appear in 1477. These officials discharged certain police duties in their respective wards and were of the inner council of the mayor. Under the charter of James I, they became permanent justices of the peace and members of the corporation, while as justice of the peace, keykeeper, head of the electoral jury, and jury of the leet, the master of the Trinity Guild was one of the foremost figures among the municipal rulers. His connection, and that of his fellow, the master of the Corpus Christi Guild, with the mayoralty was very close. 2 years before entering office, each mayor was master of the Corpus Christi, and 2 years after quitting it, master of the Trinity Guild. The control they exercised over the revenues of the guild, which were often put to municipal uses, gave these masters much power and authority with the magnates of the city. The guilds joined their funds with those of the wardens to pension deserving townsfolk and pay the salary of the recorder. Before 1384, the Trinity Guild discharged the firm of £10 due to the prior, receiving a share of common land to be held in severalty, that is, separate from the lands of the community, as compensation. Indeed, the guild officers were so clearly considered as officers of the corporation that when they, together with the city wardens and chamberlains, neglected to present their accounts at the annual audit, they were one and all brought to book by the leet, and ordered to remedy their neglect under pain of punishment. The origin of societies known as guilds is involved in controversy, but they were common throughout all Europe in the Middle Ages, bearing eloquent testimony to the fortifying power of combination. They afforded mutual protection to their members, frequently making good any loss sustained from an insurance fund to which all were contributory, and devoting other portions of their revenues to feasts, almsgiving, and public works. Guilds are the best remembered, however, in the 12th and 13th centuries, as monopolist organizations, and a third of all towns in England, with the possible exception of London, had their merchant guild, or body of traders and handcraftsmen, engrossing the local commerce to the exclusion of all men without their ranks. The craft guild was a century behind the merchant guild in its rise and development. Its members met together to make rules, by which all who practiced a particular calling in the locality were to be directed in all affairs connected with their trade or handicraft. They devoted some of their revenue to religious uses, the members frequently supporting some church or chapel, or providing candles for altar or processional lights. Other local guilds, not definitely commercial, but rather social in character, often called after some saint, were active in the performance of all good works. They clad the poor in their livery, supported churches, colleges of priests, and grammar schools, and pensioned decayed and deserving members. At Coventry, in the latter 14th and earlier 15th centuries, guilds rose rapidly, and as rapidly coalesced, or, in the case of those yeoman or journeyman fraternities, which served to focus the prevailing industrial discontent, failed to maintain themselves in face of the hostility of other powerful previously existing associations. 2 fraternities survived to play a great part in the city's medieval history: the Corpus Christi Guild, founded in 1348, and the better-known Society of the Holy Trinity, St. Mary, St. John the Baptist, and St. Catherine, properly a fusion of 4 different fraternities, founded between 1340 and 1364, and known for brevity's sake as the Trinity Guild. It is possible that it was to the foundation of the Merchant Guild of St. Mary in 1340, the kindred associations which sprang up around it, and to the gifts of their members in lands and money, that the townsfolk owed the purchase of the incorporation charter. It is frequently found that the same man serves in different years as mayor and master of the merchant fraternity. The town hall of St. Mary, in which not only the guild feasts were held, but municipal business was transacted, and the town chest, as well as the guild plate, stored, tells by its name of its connection with St. Mary's Brotherhood. The vaulting of the entrance porch of this building still bears on its central boss a carving which represents the coronation of the Virgin. Another of the porch carvings, now weather-worn, recalled the Annunciation, and a scene on the famous tapestry within the hall, the Assumption, so that the guild brethren could be everywhere reminded of the scenes in the life of their chief patroness. No church, however, recalls the Virgin's name. The materials from an unfinished building, which should have borne that dedication, were transported from Chilesmore to Bablake, where the stately, early perpendicular church of St. John the Baptist was rising on ground granted by Queen Isabel in 1342 to the fraternity called after that saint. Both St. John the Baptist's Guild and St. Catherine's, the latter connected with St. Catherine's Chapel and St. John's Hospital, coalesced between 1364-5 with the Guild Merchant, to be absorbed later by the all-embracing Trinity fraternity. This fusion of the guilds, which had certainly taken place informally before 1384, was ratified by patent in 1392, when the united revenues were increased to the amount of £86, 13 shillings and 4pence a year. The completion of St. John's Church became the especial care of the Trinity Guild, and the dues taken at the drapery, where cloth was sold, were devoted to that purpose, while a college of priests, whose number was in 1393 increased to 9, officiated at this church and lived on the bounty of the brotherhood. The priests of the Merchant Guild, as we meet, occupied from the beginning the most honourable place of all. They sang their solemn antiphonies in the Lady Chapel of St. Michael's, the great parish church of the Earl's Half, a practice which was still continued after the title of the Guild became merged in the Society of the Trinity, while the Guild of the Corpus Christi, composed, it would seem, of the Prior's tenants, occupied the corresponding chapel in the parish church of the Trinity. One guild, that of the Fullers and Tailors, called after the Nativity, carried on an obscure existence in connection with the since-demolished Chapel of St. George outside the Gosford Gate. The formation of this society was violently opposed by the powers that were in 1384, on the ground that the purpose of its members, quote, labourers and artificers of the middling sort, end quote, and strangers, was to withstand the mayor and officers of the city, and not to promote the welfare of souls. After 1400, further guild-making had come to have little favour with the ruling men of the city. 3 several times did the mayor and bailiffs obtain patents forbidding the formation of guilds other than those already existing within Coventry, while the close alliance of the older fraternities and the corporation is shown in the fact that the meetings of the guilds of St. Anne and St. George, formed by journeyman tailors in the first quarter of the century, were suppressed by royal command under the pretext that their meetings were to the manifest destruction of the ancient foundations, the guilds of Holy Trinity and Corpus Christi. End of Chapter 7. End of Section 8. Section 9 of the Story of Coventry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. Chapter 8. The Mayor, Bailiffs, and Community. We have seen that it was the stable and well-to-do classes which bore rule over their fellow citizens. Men of substance, and they only, were eligible for office, and the terms degree of a mayor, degree of a bailiff, used in assessing fines, shows that there was some strictness maintained with regard to this property qualification. And indeed, it was needful that mayors, bailiffs, and the like should be moneyed men, for their responsibilities were great and the turns of fortune curious, for should any source of revenue fail, they were compelled to make up the deficit, and hence were poorer men at the year's end than at the beginning. Thus, when the prior refused to pay the murage tax for 20 years, the chamberlains or treasurers contributed the sum that was lacking from their own purses. Still, on the whole, the magnates preferred to acquiesce in their election rather than pay £100, 100 marks, or £40 as a fine for refusing to fill the respective offices of mayor, sheriff, or master of either guild. Once, indeed, a certain Roger Lee declined to occupy the office of chamberlain, though he was a man well-to-do, having received £30 in money and plate with his wife, and must, so the prevailing opinion was, have, quote, had right largely of his own, end quote, or else, quote, John Patchett would not have married his daughter to him, end quote. When solemnly adjured to, quote, come in and exercise the said office, end quote, Roger persisted in his refusal, nor did the imposition of a fine of £20 avail to shake his resolution. But having once accepted office, with all its emoluments, risk, and toil, a citizen was forthwith raised to a platform high above the mere commoner, who had neither lot nor part in the rule of his city. He became one of the men of worship, whom to insult was a dire offence, and his doings must not be cavilled at or explained to the vulgar herd. Gravity, decorum, and, above all things, secrecy marked the councils wherein he took part. Seemliness of behaviour was demanded from him. A late mayor must live cleanly, the leet decreed, and not give way after warning to, quote, avowter, fornication, or usure, end quote, if he wished to rise higher as master of the Trinity Guild, or continue to meet his brethren at the council board. Distinguished on great occasions by his official dress, he was surrounded by an atmosphere of form and ceremony, which no doubt had its effect on the outside world. When the mayor went to mass every morning at 7 of the clock, the sword-bearer and officers attended him. A like procession was formed on the way back, for though the underlings might go about their business during service, they were commanded to hearken the time of the mayor's coming out of church, so as to be ready to accompany him homewards. So sensible were these worthy men of the dignity of their position, that questions of precedence were ever considered of great moment. When Harry Boteler, the recorder, fell into disgrace in 1484 by magnifying his office at the mayor's expense, the council thought it a due punishment that he should yield his place to the master of the Trinity Guild, who thenceforth went by the mayor's side in all municipal processions, an order afterwards rescinded probably to gratify one of Boteler's successors. The mayor from that time walked alone, the master and recorder together. The labours of the town officials were greatly increased by the all-embracing character of the local legislation. The people of the Middle Ages believed devoutly in the efficacy of the law, and many matters concerning prices, wages, and the like, now known to regulate themselves according to supply and demand, were at times the subject of an infinite amount of often fruitless law-making. Nothing could check the zeal and energy of the local lawgivers. No subject was too difficult for them to grapple with, none beneath their consideration. The worshipful men might reverse the whole organization of the crafts connected with the iron industry at one leet sitting, or, on the other hand, turn their attention to the local supply of halfpenny pies, or the amount of wheat put by the families of the two parishes into the holy cake, or blessed bread, distributed to the congregation. No doubt it was impossible to enforce all these regulations. All the energy of the leet, or council, and the vigilance of the town officers often failed to do away with a long-standing abuse. It was forbidden, under penalty of £10, to throw refuse into the Sherborne, yet though great diligence was made to learn who the offenders were, it did not hinder the commission of the offence. And although, according to the decrees of leet and council, people were compelled to be cleanly, honest, and peaceable, I make no doubt that ducks and swine still appeared in the streets, bakers' loaves fell short of the proper weight, and men of craft bore arms in the city and wounded each other in quarrel. In short, many regulations were mere paper regulations to the end of the chapter. The mayor and his colleagues had no light work before them on taking office. Numberless details of municipal business went far to fill their days with employment. In addition to his judicial duties, a mayor examined, either in person or by deputy, a great part of the household stuff which came into the city to be sold. He must needs have some acquaintance with matters military, when a threat of invasion or civil war turned him into a captain, and the citizens under him into soldiers, such as they appeared at the half-yearly muster, each armed with such weapons as suited his degree, while, in order to acquit himself with credit in the difficult and delicate relations wherein the citizens were frequently involved with the outside world of politics, a medieval mayor must gather all the information he could upon affairs of state. The bailiffs, with their work of court-holding, firm-paying, and fine-collecting. The chamberlains, who overlooked the common pastures and put the muirage money to its proper use. The wardens, who supervised town property and made payment of sundry expenses, delivering up their accounts for the annual audit, were all deeply immersed in business. And the keeping of these accounts was no easy matter. So great a variety of items was included therein, and so frequent were the demands upon the public purse. Now the wardens would be called upon to entertain and reward the bearwood of a neighbouring nobleman, or the groups of strolling players who set up their booth in the inn-yard or market-place, or, again, to contribute to the maintenance of the knights of the shire, or lay down the £10, which the mayor took as the fee of the cloak, now to defray the cost of a civic banquet, or that of the mayor's new fur cap, keeping, in the latter case, the old stuff for the use of the town. Surely, much of the activity of the House of Commons under Edward III and the House of Lancaster is in the main due to the training many of its members received at home in the local guildhall or council house. A great part of the municipal business in the Middle Ages was carried on by bodies consisting of 24 men, a double jury, a number occurring in London as early as 1205-6, in Leicester in 1225, and rather later in Norwich. In Coventry in the 15th century, 24 late officials, frequently including the justices of the peace, brought together by some indirect process of which we have lost the secret, elected the officers for the ensuing year. The same number, and to all intents and purposes the same men, were the jurats of the leet. A council of 24, chosen by the mayor and perhaps identical with the jury of the leet, examined petitions 4 days before the two great assemblies of this court, in order, it seems, to discuss and decide on their rejection or acceptance by the jury of the leet. Moreover, 24 nominees of the mayor reinforced the electoral jury of 24 to form the mayor's council of 48. In practice, however, there was no rigid adherence to these numbers. Small executive or deliberative bodies frequently met, and on occasion when it was deemed necessary, large halls or assemblies of indeterminate numbers were summoned by the mayor to testify to the popular will. This calling together of the community, a relic maybe of immemorial custom, affording in its traces of ward organization evidence of a form of government older and more popular than the system employed by the town rulers in the 15th century, reveals a lack of any well-thought-out scheme to ensure the election of representatives. Hence, it seems to have been of little avail for purposes of popular control. The members were summoned at the requisition of the mayor, and were frequently to a great extent members of the official class. Hence, in the cases of which we have record, they did nothing but set the seal of approval to the official policy. Thus, in 1384, the mayor summoned 4 or 6 out of every ward to learn what the common wish was concerning the Poddycroft and other common lands, which the Trinity Guild kept in severalty in return for the annual firm of £10 paid to the prior on behalf of the corporation. The assembly was in favour of the continuance of the old arrangement, though it was avowedly a most unpopular one, and no orders of leet availed to check the open discontent of the common folk, who certainly did not feel themselves in any way bound by this assembly. The guild constantly found that their fences were broken down, and their fields overrun by the people at Lammas, and in 1414 it was thought necessary to decree that people trespassing, délinquants, in the enclosures should be arrested and imprisoned until they made sufficient amends, quote, by view of the guildmaster and 6 of the guild brethren. End quote. But the discontent of the commonalty did not abate, and once more, in 1421, the officers in high place went through the form of consulting their fellow townsmen. 134 citizens, summoned at the mayor's requisition to St. Mary's Hall, gave the lie to popular discontent a second time, and approved of the giving over of the Mirefield, the Poddycroft, and Stivichall Hiron to the use of the guildsmen. But the anger of the townsmen became so hot that in the following year they destroyed certain gardens at Chilesmore, which, it appears, had been enclosed by well-known townsmen, members of the Mayor's Council, and justices of the peace. The Mayor's Council of 48, one of the most important of the constitutional expedients ever devised by the ruling class at Coventry, met apparently for the first time in 1423. In the previous year, no doubt with the notion of allaying the prevailing discontent, the idea of selecting a definite number of commoners from every ward to form a council to watch over the interests of the commonweal first took shape. There had been dissentious stirrings concerning enclosures, and there is little doubt that at the Michaelmas Leet there was some speech of giving those outside the corporation some means of checking the alleged malpractices of the municipal rulers. The mayor had been charged to call 48 commoners, diverse out of every ward, to hear the chamberlain's accounts for 3 years past, and to witness any grants made under the common seal. But there is little or nothing to tell of the activity of this body of commoners. On the other hand, at the first opportunity the corporation turned this idea of a council into a weapon for their own defence, by providing at the election of the mayor in the following January that there should be one consisting of the staunchest supporters of the town rulers. Quote, it was provided, the Leet Book says, that the said mayor should call and take to him the same 24 worthy men that were of his election, with other 24 wise and discreet men, chosen to them and named by the said mayor, end quote, and that this company should, quote, put in rule all manner of good ordinances, end quote, for the benefit of the city, and the worthy men were determined that this good ordaining should be followed by prompt obedience. Quote, it is and hath been accustomed, end quote, says an insertion in 1484 in the records of Leet, quote, that whatever the foresaid 48 persons ordaineth and establisheth for worship of mayoralty, bailiffs, and commonalty of the city, according to the law, all the whole body of this city shall be bound thereby. End quote. A certain latitude was allowed to the mayor as to whom summons should be sent, quote, when he had need of 48 persons, end quote, save that he was always warned to require the attendance of sufficient men, i.e., of suitable rank. After 1446, we find that the presence of a quorum of 12 persons was sufficient for the transaction of business, the whole body afterwards giving their assent to the measures ordained by this smaller company. And it is most probably this small working body that was the ancestor of the inner council of the mayor and aldermen, which ultimately, by the charter of James I, gained complete and unchecked control over the municipal affairs of Coventry. The rule of this council gradually became a veritable tyranny. Even the official class rebelled against its dictates. We hear of a majority, quote, the most part, end quote, of the council, and this includes the idea of a dissentient minority. Those who transgressed the commands of this majority, if they had never filled the sheriff's post, lost the freedom of the city, while late mayors or sheriffs lost their official rank. He shall be exempt, the order ran in the sheriff's case, quote, from wearing scarlet among his company in all common assemblies, feasts, and processions, end quote. And further, to be punished with fine and imprisonment at the mayor and council's discretion. On a late mayor the same penalty was laid, with the addition that he should be, quote, exempt from his cloak and council, end quote, while any citizens, quote, comforting the disobedient, end quote, were to suffer the same penalties. When we learn that this order was framed in 1516 for the correction of John Strong, late mayor and ex officio member of the council, we may form some conception of the tyranny of this body, whose doings even divided the corporation against itself. End of Chapter 8. End of Section 9. Section 10 of the Story of Coventry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. Chapter 9. Coventry and the Kingdom of England. So far was Coventry from the great centres of the national life, that there is little to connect the place in the earlier parts of its history with the history of the kingdom. William I may have passed through on his way from Warwick to Nottingham on one of his journeys to crush the rebellious Saxons, and Stephen, as we have seen, swept down on the castle, that famous castellet or pile, in Earl Street, and razed it to the ground. Other noble travellers came during this period to Coventry, but secretly, for they wished to escape pursuit. Many evildoers claimed the protection of the church in those days, and when any fugitive entered the sanctuary, he was safe from pursuit. There he made confession of his crime, and, if he left of his own free will, he must abjure the kingdom and make straight for some port appointed him by the coroner, there to take ship for foreign lands. Many criminals on quitting the sanctuary found their enemies lying in wait and perished, although they held the cross, symbol of the church's protection, in their hand. Men feared to incur the penalty of excommunication, which the violation of sanctuary always brought, by dragging Fawkes de Brote from Coventry Church. And this Norman adventurer, whom the favour of John and Henry III had raised to riches and greatness, until he was plasquam rex in Anglia, of more account than the king, put himself under the bishop's protection, and travelled in his company to Bedford to throw himself on the king's mercy. He was banished the kingdom. With him fell, in 1222, the foreign party under Peter de Roche, who for so many years had thwarted the designs of Henry's great minister, Hubert de Burgh. In other ways, the reign of Henry III was locally a memorable one. During the siege of Kenilworth, which lasted from midsummer to December 1266, the neighbourhood was the centre of military operations, but when the castle containing the remnant of de Montfort's following surrendered, the smouldering fires of civil war died away. Part of the famous ruin that witnessed the siege, the Norman Keep, or Caesar's Tower, is standing yet. But of all these events, the local documents tell us nothing. In spite of the stirring scenes enacted at Kenilworth, scarce 5 miles away, we do not know whether the folk of the town took part with de Montfort or with the king. The city has no associations with Edward I, but his son, who had strong partisans among the convent folk, appointed a levy to meet him at Coventry on February the 28th, 1322, before he went to fight with and defeat Lancaster at Boroughbridge. Edward III tarried in Coventry in 1327, the year Charlesmore passed into Isabella's hands. This queen is one of the many women who bulk large in Coventry history. Her ears were always open to the complaints of the hard usage her tenants received from the prior, and messengers doubtless often travelled between Coventry and Castle Rising in Norfolk to bear news to the queen of her enemy's undoing. She also took the Greyfriars, who had become famous for their sanctity, under her protection, and a letter from her, written at their request, begging that there might be no interference with their privileges of burial, is still extant. At that time, many bodies of great folk who, quote, as Franciscans thought to pass disguised, end quote, were buried clothed in the habit of the order in the Grey Friars Chapel, bringing no small profit to that famous house. No doubt the Queen's protection of their rivals was another drop in the monk's cup of bitterness. After Charlesmore and the Earl's Half became a royal manor, Kings and princes very frequently visited the city, for as Coventry had by this time become an important place, already accounted the fifth city in the kingdom, its wealth was an attraction to needy kings, who desired to be on good terms with burghers who were becoming a power in the land. It was this wealth which enabled the citizens to establish their position in the reign of Edward III and his grandson by the purchase of fuller and yet fuller charters of liberty. But this wealth did not relieve the city from the agrarian and industrial unrest which makes memorable the reign of Richard II. At the time of the peasant revolt in 1381, John Ball was taken in hiding in an old house, says Froissart, in Coventry, where he had possibly a home or relatives. The commonalty of the city had, maybe, given ear to his doctrines of equality and communism in former days, for there was, at that time, great suffering and discontent among the poorer folk. The artisans were oppressed not by their lord, as the men of St. Albans or Bury St. Edmunds, but by their own fellow townsfolk, the rich merchants, who held high office in the corporation. Year after year there comes the same complaint. This or that mayor enclosed the common pasture lands, so that the people had not sufficient grass for their cattle, or refused to punish his brethren and allies, the victuallers, who broke the assize of bread, so that the people were cheated of the barest necessaries of life. The enraged artisans who, in 1387, quote, cast loaves at the mayor's head because the bakers kept not the assize, neither did the mayor punish them according to his office, end quote, would no doubt listen gladly to the discourses of this old-time socialist. Quote, good people, he would say to the assembled multitude, the matters goeth not well to pass in England, nor shall not do till everything be common. We be all come fro one father and one mother, Adam and Eve, whereby can they, the gentlemen, say or show that they be greater lords than we be? They dwell in fair houses, and we have the pain and travail, rain and wind in the fields. And by that cometh of our labours, they keep and maintain their estates. Thus Jehan Ball said, and the people would murmur one with another in the fields and in the ways as they went together, affirming how Jehan Ball said truth. End quote. Change a word here and there, substitute merchant for gentleman and in the workshops for in the fields, and you have a discourse which would have greatly enraged the men of Coventry at the time of the peasant revolt. The murmur about another name greater than that of John Ball had also reached the citizens. Lutterworth is scarcely 15 miles distant from Coventry, and if we may judge by the tale of subsequent troubles and persecutions, there were many followers of Wycliffe within the city. William Swinderby, who had preached to crowds in the Lollards' chapel at Leicester, being forsaken of his friends because he had recanted rather than face martyrdom, left that place and so came to Coventry in 1382. There he tarried nearly a year, making many converts, but being forced by the clergy to depart, he vanished into the fastness of the forest beyond the Malvern Hills, and there hid from his persecutors many years. Nevertheless, the Wycliffite tradition must have persisted after his departure, for in Oldcastle's day the city had become a centre for the issue of Lollard books. Nicholas Hereford, collaborator in Wycliffe's version of the Bible, is also associated with Coventry where, after 1417, he died. His was a life of strange vicissitudes, for having endured imprisonment in a papal dungeon at Rome and grievous torment in the Archbishop's castle of Saltwood, Kent, he abandoned Lollardry, recanted at Paul's Cross, and rising to important position in the church, learned to persecute those of his ancient faith. In later years, he entered into the solitude and silence of the Carthusian monastery at Coventry, and so vanished from our sight. The foundation stone of the church of this very monastery had been laid in 1385 by that champion of orthodoxy, Richard, King of England, who, in the hearing of the mayor and other notables, promised to be the founder thereof and bring the work to completion. After the dissolution, this house passed into the hands of the Lincoln family, the arms of Edward Clinton, Earl of Lincoln, are painted in one of the rooms of the still existing house. Part of the prior's lodging remains, and in one room a portion of a large fresco of the crucifixion reveals the figure of Christ from the knees downwards, sprinkled with the fleur-de-lis. 2 years later, Richard again visited the city what time Chief Justice Tressilian, the hanging judge of the peasants' revolt, and the Court of King's Bench, sat therein, and bestowed on the mayor the right to have the civic sword borne before him by an officer. The manuscript annals say that in 1384 the mayor, John Daister, had forfeited this right, and that the sword was borne behind him, quote, because he did not justice. End quote. The Leet Book, however, makes John Martin mayor in this year, and indeed the annals have come down to us in a state of sad corruption. Maybe these frequent royal visits were not always welcome. A court of justice accompanied the king wherever he went, for the steward and marshal of the household had jurisdiction, superseding other authority of shire or borough, over an area of 12 miles to be counted from the king's lodging. Before setting forth, the steward gave notice to the sheriff of the place wherein the king proposed to sojourn, so that prisoners might be brought thither for trial at the household officer's court, a practice so little popular that rich and powerful towns purchased the chartered privilege, whereby the mayor became steward and marshal of the household. This right Coventry obtained in 1451. Kings, when they came to the city, were usually lodged at the priory, though there was a quasi-royal residence first occupied by the Mohos at Chilesmore. But the vast retinue found shelter within the town. At the command of the marshal, the doors of the principal folk of the place were marked with chalk, and the dwellers there found they had to accommodate some member of the royal party. There was a certain price to be paid for the advantages of situation as a great thoroughfare town between London and the northwest, and a manorial relationship to the princes of Wales. The most memorable sojourn of this vain, beautiful, decadent king, Richard II, within the city took place in 1397 when Coventry witnessed the preparations for the duel between Henry Bolingbroke and Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk. The splendour of royal and knightly accoutrements at this meeting must have dazzled the sober townsfolk, and perhaps they shared in the bewilderment of the court at the strange vacillation of the king, who, when all preparations were made, forbade the duel to take place. Holinshed tells of the sumptuous theatre on Gosford Green, wherein the lists were made ready for the combat, and wherein, too, after the combat had been stayed, the two adversaries sat 2 long hours waiting until the king's pleasure should be known. When sentence of banishment was pronounced and leave-takings over, quote, the Duke of Norfolk departed sorrowfully into Almany, and at the last came to Venice, where he for thought and melancholy deceased. End quote. For Harry Bolingbroke, however, whose sentence was not like his adversaries, for life, but for 10 years, many active days remained. Gosford Green, where this scene was enacted, is still a green, and as yet unbuilt on. The ruins of Culloden Castle, where Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, passed the night before the meditated encounter with Bolingbroke, are still visible from the highway leading from Stoke to Leicester, but of Baggington Castle, where his adversary slept, scarcely more than the foundations remain. Richard was lodged in a tower belonging to Sir William Bagot, about 1/4 mile without the town. Sir William, who, with Bushy and Green, acquired such unenviable notoriety as creatures of Richard II, lies buried in Baggington Church, where a monumental brass of rare workmanship, now placed immediately under the rafters of the chancel roof, once marked the place where he was laid. It is likely that Richard saw Coventry once again when, badly horsed and in unkingly array, in 1399 they brought him, a prisoner, on the way from Flint on the last journey to London. It is fitting that in a city so unorthodox as Coventry, the first attack should be made on the vast possessions of the Church. At the summoning of the Unlearned Parliament in 1404, a special precept was given to the sheriffs to prevent the return of those skilled in the law as members of Parliament, and Coventry, remote as it was from the law courts at Westminster, was a happy spot to choose for such an assembly. The respect the clergy had once commanded was now withheld for them by reason of the dissolute lives so many led, and their greed of wealth, whereto we find such abundant allusion in Piers Plowman and Chaucer's poems. And the proposal to appropriate the wealth of the church to secular ends was well liked by the knights of the shire. Archbishop Arundel pleaded in response to this attack that the clergy gave tenths and the laity only 15ths towards the king's necessities. Moreover, the church was not wanting day or night in rendering the king's service by masses and prayers to implore God's blessing upon him. Whereat Sir John Chain, the Speaker of the Commons, with a stern countenance said, quote, that he valued not the prayers of the church, end quote. But it was early days for such words as these. Quote, it might easily be seen that would become of the kingdom, end quote, was the severe reply. Quote, when devout addresses to God, wherewith his divine majesty was pleased, were set so light by, end quote. The work of Henry VIII was not to be anticipated, and the knights desisted from the attempt at the threat of excommunication. The town was witness at this time of an example of the lack of reverence for the mysteries of religion displayed by the people who were about the person of the king. Dysentery was very prevalent at Coventry during the session of Parliament, and one day the Archbishop of Canterbury encountered a procession bearing the host through the streets to some sick man's bedside. The Archbishop bent his knee, but the king's knights and esquires, not interrupting their conversation, turned their backs upon the sacrament. The ecclesiastic was filled with holy indignation at such irreverence. Quote, never before was the like abomination beheld among Christian men, end quote, he cried, and went to complain of the offenders to the king. Henry was at first loath to punish his followers, but he was finally moved to do so by the prelate's eloquence, for the House of Lancaster, in its weakness, had allied itself with the church, and looking to that body for support, the king was careful not to alienate so powerful a friend as the Archbishop of Canterbury. The Lancastrian kings were, however, better known in the city as borrowers than as champions of the orthodox faith. Royal folk at that time, in spite of their great array and state, were often at a loss for ready money, and the treasury of Henry IV was notoriously an empty one. Henry V, too, wanting money to prosecute his wars in the 3rd year of his reign, borrowed 200 marks from the mayor and community, leaving in pledge, quote, his great collar, called Icklinton collar, end quote, garnished with 4 rubies, 4 great sapphires, 32 great pearls, and 52 other pearls of a lesser sort, weighing 36 3/4 ounces, and then valued at £500. When the king or any great noble desired to borrow, and the citizens were willing to lend, collectors were appointed by the corporation to go through each ward and take from every man his contribution towards the loan. Each citizen paid, according to his ability, a sum varying from 13 shillings and 4pence, taken from the most substantial people, to a penny from those of the poorest class. The extent of everyone's property, more or less accurately gauged on these occasions, was a matter of common knowledge. Where there was so little privacy in life and such frequent assessments, neither wealth nor poverty could be well hid. Did Shakespeare glean any legends of Prince Hal from Coventry sources? He must often have visited the city as a travelling player, and, since both the names of Shakespeare and Ardern, or Arden, occur in the Coventry records, the poet may have had kinsfolk in the place. He brings the prince quite gratuitously thither, causing him to meet Falstaff, followed by the famous Ragged Regiment, on the high road leading to the city. Falstaff was in his youth, quote, page to Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, end quote, who held Culloden Castle, a few miles from Coventry, and Peto, whom his master bade meet him at the town's end, bears a Coventry name. It may be there is little or no contemporary evidence for the tale of Henry's wild doings, which Shakespeare localized at Gadshill and the Boar's Head tavern in Eastcheap, and it is more or less a matter of temperament or preconceived notions with historians whether, on weighing the testimony, They dismiss or accept familiar traditions of the prince's robbery of his own receivers, or assault on Judge Gascoigne. To the ordinary reader, it seems as if there cannot have been such a vast deal of smoke without some little fire. The suspicion grows that Henry may well have passed a short time of idle apprenticeship before coming a veritably industrious master. There is a familiar Coventry variant of the Gascoigne story wherein the mayor, John Hornby, plays, as it were, the part of the Chief Justice, since he, in 1412, say the city annals or mayor lists, quote, arrested the prince in the priory, one manuscript reads city, of Coventry, end quote. Unfortunately, the source whence this information is obtained, the manuscript annals or mayor lists, is not above suspicion. The annals are a collection of 17th and 18th century documents, varying slightly among themselves, but evidently, as far as the bulk of the earlier entries are concerned, copies of a common original, now probably lost. A chronological tangle, they contain most valuable and authentic information, particularly about the mystery plays, coupled with entries that are manifestly corrupt. It is conceivable that the earliest annalist placed on record that the prince rested, i.e., remained at the priory during that particular mayoralty, or that he was concerned in some arrest made at the time, and that the entry has been transformed by the errors of successive copyists. In the latter case, the process could be paralleled by the entry of 1425, when the manuscripts gave as the principal event in the mayoralty of John Braytoft, quote, he arrested the Earl of Warwick and brought him to the jail of this city, end quote. This is, beyond all possibility of doubt, an error. No Earl of Warwick was ever arrested at Coventry. Thomas Sharp, who worked 80 or 90 years ago from documents that have been since destroyed, gives the early, correct version, borne out by independent testimony when he reads, quote, the Earl of Warwick came to Coventry to seize on the franchises, and inquisition was made of John Grace, and the mayor arrested him and brought him to the jail of the city, end quote. It is therefore possible that similar errors may have crept into the Hornby entry, though this cannot be dismissed as a pure invention until a searching investigation has been made of contemporary records. Henry V seems to have been much beloved in Coventry, if we may judge by the hearty welcome given to him on his coming thither on March the 21st, 1421. The mayor and council ordered that £100 and a gold cup worth £10 should be presented to the king, and the same to the queen, quote, in suo adventu a Francia in Coventry, end quote, for those times a truly magnificent gift. The citizens never thereafter beheld the king, for in the following year, being overtaken at the Bois de Vincennes by a so grievous sickness that his physicians told him he had but 2 hours to live, he bade his confessors chant the penitential psalms, and in the midst of their chanting, as if in answer to an unseen adversary, he cried, quote, thou liest, my part is with the Lord Jesus, end quote. Thus died Henry V. Troubles connected with religion soon came upon Coventry. In 1424, the preaching of a hermit attracted a great audience in the little park during 5 days' space. The preacher, one Grace, who had been first a monk, then a friar, and lastly a recluse, disarmed suspicion by announcing that he had been licensed to preach by the bishop's ministers of the diocese. At last, however, a report spread that he was not, quote, licentiate, and great saying was among the people that the prior and the Frere Breedon would have cursed all those that hearden the said John Grace preach, end quote. This rumour of the intention of the two most influential churchmen in the city, the head of St. Mary's Convent and the best-known member of the community of Greyfriars, greatly moved the townsfolk, and the two ecclesiastics above named, fearful lest harm should befall them, refused to leave Trinity Church, whither they had repaired for evensong, until the mayor should come to appease the multitude. Quote, notwithstanding they might have gone well enough whether they would, end quote, the Leet Book says, with a touch of contempt. And thus it was that a report went about in the country, quote, that the commons of Coventry were risen, and would have destroyed the prior and the said frere," which report unhappily spread to the ears of those that were about the king. The next year the Earl of Warwick and a special commission of justices were sent down from Westminster to inquire into this movement within the city. For some time the franchises were in danger of confiscation, but after the citizens had borne great charges, upwards of £80 for counsel and other costs, their peace with the ruling powers was made. It is natural to infer that this disturbance, which the city authorities treated as so trifling, but which appeared to the powers at Westminster a highly serious matter, was connected with Lollard preaching. It seems that this obscure sect was never wholly crushed, but lingered on in certain districts throughout the 15th century. Leicestershire, in Wycliffe's time, had been a perfect hotbed of heresy. Quote, "There was not a man or woman in that county," end quote, it has been said, quote, "save priests and nuns who did not at that time openly profess their disbelief in the doctrines of the Church and their approval of the new views of the Lollards." End quote. The contagion soon spread to Warwickshire. No doubt persecution did its work in many parts. The open profession of Lollardism was highly dangerous in the 15th century, and the cause counted many martyrs. The Coventry men were, most likely, implicated in the obscure rising under Jack Sharp in 1431. At least, arrests were made in their neighbourhood. These offenders, whose scheme for the disendowment of the church was both behind and in advance of those times, were shown no mercy, but suffered the penalty of treason. The bishops of Coventry at a later date made the city the theatre of their persecutions, whereat many recanted, but others endured to the end. Echoes, first of the great doings of Englishmen in the French wars, and then of the reverse which befell them, reach us from time to time, chiefly in the form of requests to relieve the royal poverty. And the chief folk of the town frequently travelled to London in order to procure sureties for payment of money lent to the king or other members of the royal house. Thus, when the Earl of Warwick, in 1423, wrote to beg the citizens to relieve the necessities of the child King Henry, quote, "now in his tender age and his greatest need," end quote, informing them, as an incentive to their liberality, that the townsmen of Bristol had, quote, "notably and kindly acquit them," end quote, in these matters, the city lent £100 willingly enough. But with the prudence which distinguished their everyday doings, they sent John Leader, late mayor, to London to negotiate for pledges of future repayment, which sureties, we are told, quote, "might not be gotten without great labour," end quote. Richard Joy and Lawrence Cook undertook a like errand the same year, for the Protector of Gloucester, the husband of Jacobite of Hainault, who proposed, so he informed the citizens, quote, "to pass over the sea with God's might, to receive his lands and lordships," end quote, begged the good folk of Coventry to ease him in his undertakings with £200, quote, "upon sufficient surety," end quote. Whether the good folk believed that the expedition to Flanders would turn to, quote, "right great ease of the people, and especially of these merchants of this realm," end quote, as the Duke boasted, we cannot tell. But they sent him 100 marks, insisting nevertheless upon obtaining the security he had been so ready to offer. They gave, however, quote, "with all their good hearts," end quote, to those more worthy of respect than Gloucester, and when Talbot was a prisoner in the hands of the French, they sent 23 marks towards his ransom. To the king's later applications for a loan, they usually gave a favourable answer. In 1431, Lawrence Cook bore to London £100, lent for the prosecution of the war, quote, "and many lords, spiritual and temporal," end quote, the Leak Book says, quote, "that is to say, the worthy Cardinal, then Bishop of Winchester, the Bishop of Bath, the Bishop of Ely, and the Bishop of Rochester, Lord Spiritual, the Duke of York, the Duke of Norfolk, the Earl of Warwick, the Earl of Stafford, with other reverend barons and bachelors, took the water at Dover, and arrived, through God's grace at Calais, and so common to the city of Rouen, by the land of Picardy," end quote. 4 years later, the government was forced yet again to have recourse to borrowing, and on the occasion of the Congress at Arras, the same sum was collected to relieve the king's necessities, quote, by way of loan, end quote, throughout the wards of the city. There were other charges besides direct loans that the citizens were forced to support that they might pleasure the members of the royal house. The Dukes of Gloucester and Bedford came frequently to the royal castle of Fulbrook, which lay some 4 miles beyond Warwick, and the good folk of the town felt called upon to furnish them with appropriate gifts. Thus, in 1434, a sum of 50 marks, with a silver cup, was presented to the Duchess of Bedford, and an offering to the Duke of 24 pike, 12 bream, 12 tench, and a tun of red wine. These presents were often not without some political significance. Thus, in 1431, the year wherein the Protector Gloucester made a progress through England on the track of the Lollards, the Coventry men, who were, it seems, not free from the suspicion of holding unorthodox tenets, sent to the Duke and Duchess at Fulbrook a silver cup, 40 marks, and a plentiful supply of fish and wine. End of Chapter 9. End of Section 10.
Chapter 10 of The Story of Coventry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. The Red and White Rose. We are now come to the time when the history of Coventry is closely interwoven with that of the nation at large. The city and its neighborhood became the chosen home of the court circle during the earlier part of the Wars of the Roses. The Lancastrian cause found some of its staunchest supporters among the folk of the Queen's Secret Harbour, as the city was called, because Margaret of Anjou so often took refuge therein to plot and scheme for the undoing of the Yorkists. But the devotion of Coventry to Lancaster did not last throughout the struggle. The citizens' minds were alienated by the Queen's partisan fury at the quote-unquote diabolical Parliament in 1460, and by the unruliness of her troops, and they afterwards professed themselves devoted followers of Edward IV. These professions did not, however, hinder them from backing the winning side when Edward's supremacy was imperiled through Warwick's revolt, and the Yorkist king punished their treachery by the confiscation of the city liberties. It was only by means of Clarence's costly mediation and the payment of an enormous fine that the citizens were enabled to make their peace with Edward. Thus Coventry partook to a greater extent than other towns of the miseries of this dynastic conflict. The citizen class were, as a rule, only too glad to let the barons fight out the question among themselves, submitting, as far as we can judge, to whichever army was victorious and at their gates. After all, the battles of the Roses meant little more than the concentration of the fighting power of the kingdom, usually at that period employed in desultory local warfare, into one place, and frequent provincial frays and skirmishes were really more harmful to the district wherein the feud raged than civil war itself. Happily for the Coventry men, there was in the earlier part of the 15th century no great lord living within the walls to drag them into his frays and quarrels, and to anticipate that great period of party strife which was so soon to break in upon the kingdom. It is true that the townfolk had not always been able to keep clear of baronial influence. We hear of fighting between the young Earl Stafford, the Lord of Maxstoke, and the citizens, though we are not told what was the cause of the quarrel. Such animosity was felt by the two parties at variance that in 1427 the Duke of Gloucester summoned the mayor with others of the citizens to Leicester, and bound them over to keep the peace. Men held this earl, better known by his later title of the Duke of Buckingham, in great awe, for in wartime he could arm 2,000 fighting men bearing the Stafford knot. The indignation of the lordship of the said Duke, said Sir Baldwin Montfort, whom Buckingham imprisoned in Coventry because he made some difficulty about surrendering his manor of Coleshill into the Duke's keeping, had in those days been too heavy and unportable for me to have borne. We find the citizens, however, on good terms with this omnipotent nobleman during the Civil War, and in 1458 the mayor and his brethren received an invitation to come and share in the festivities which took place at Maxstoke Castle on the occasion of the marriage of one of his younger sons. It is doubtful whether even Buckingham's great influence would have been sufficient to turn the scale in favour of Lancaster in the coming season of strife, if the frequent visits of the king and the princes of the reigning family, as well as the old connection between the city and the first prince of the blood as Duke of Cornwall and Earl of Chester, had not bred among the citizens a feeling of loyalty which kept them on the side of Henry and Margaret for many years. The year 1449 marks a crisis in the reign of King Henry. The reopening of the French War was the herald of a series of swift disasters which put an end to the rule of the English in France. Town after town opened its gates to the invading host of Frenchmen and Rouen, and with Rouen the last English foothold in Normandy, capitulated after a siege of 19 days. To this pass had England been brought under the influence of Suffolk and Somerset, and the king not only breathed no word of dismissing these unpopular ministers, but gave them every mark of his favour and support. An unmistakable sign of the times was to be found in the fact that the nobles were quietly arming, and acting probably on a hint from the court, the Coventry men made ready to equip a goodly number of men for the city's defence. Every man that had been mayor was commanded by order of Leet to provide 4 jacks, with as many sallets, habergeons, and sheaves of arrows for this purpose, while late bailiffs, chamberlains, and all commoners able to bear the cost were respectively required to furnish 3, 2, and 1 of these several parts of an archer's accoutrement. By this means there was a provision made for over 600 men. In the following year, wherein Jack Cade held London in fear for many days, a strong guard of 40 armed men kept nightly watch within Coventry. As the year drew to a close, there were expectations of war on every side. Wherefore, in the beginning of Richard Boy's Mayoralty, 1451, it was resolved that all the fortifications should be made ready in case of attack. At a great meeting of the worthies of the council on the Saturday after the Feast of the Purification, a plan of operations was laid down, quote, for strengthening this city, if need be, which God forbid. End quote. The town ditch was cleansed by common labor so as to furnish a surer means of protection. Portcullises were made for the gates, and iron chains to close up the ends of divers lanes in the city. There was some debate as to whether aldermen should be made over every ward, to whom the men of their several districts might have recourse, quote, if only adventure fall, end quote. But it seems no steps were taken in this direction. Of ammunition the worthy men laid in a plentiful store. 4 guns of brass, 2 greater called serpentines, and 2 smaller were cast and brought from Bristol at great cost, for they weighed, we are told, 328 pounds, and the price of transport amounted to 6s. 8d. These guns, a barrel of gunpowder, 13 pellets of iron for the larger, and 4 dozen of lead for the smaller guns, were kept in the tower of Bablake Gate in readiness for the troubled times which were at hand. Though England was rid of Suffolk, who, after his impeachment and banishment, was killed on board the Nicholas of the Tower by some political enemies, affairs in 1451 prospered no better under the guidance of Somerset and the Queen, and the whole kingdom was uneasy with foreboding of the coming strife. Doubtless the news of the good order which prevailed in Coventry, and of the great military efforts the citizens had made, reached the ears of the king as he made a progress through the Midlands in the late summer of that year. And on September 21st he came from Leicester, another famous Lancastrian fortress, to bestow his praises on the rulers of the city. The men of Coventry made great preparations for his welcoming, and in order to avoid study and labor hereafter, the mayor let to compile the account of the king's reception and residence within the city, a sort of manual of etiquette to be referred to in future. When the king, our sovereign lord, the Leet Book says, came from Leicester toward Coventry, the mayor, Richard Boys, and his worthy brethren, arrayed in scarlet, and all the commonalty clad in green gowns and red hoods, in Hazelwood beyond the broad oak on horseback, attended the coming of our sovereign lord. And also, soon as they had in sight of our sovereign lord's presence, the mayor and his peers light on foot, and meekly threes kneeling on their knees, did unto our sovereign lord their due obeisance, the mayor saying to him these words: Most highest and gracious king, ye are welcome to your true lake men with all our hearts. And therewith, after taking the mace from a sergeant, he kissed it, and presented it to Henry. The king, the Leet Book continues, tarrying and hearkening the mayor's speech in favourable ways, said these words: Well said, Sir Mayor, take your horse. The mayor then rode forth afore the king, bearing his mace in his hand, with the knight constable next afore the king's sword, the bales of this sight, riding afore the mayor, with their maces in their hands, making way and room for the king's coming. And so they ride on afore the king, till the king come to the outer gate of the priory. The king then forthwith send for the mayor and his brethren, be a knight to come to his presence, and to speak with him in his chamber. And the mayor and his peers, according to the king's commandment, come into his chamber, and threes there kneeling did their obeisance. Thomas Littleton, then recorder, said unto the king such words as was to his thinking most pleasant, our sovereign lord saying again these words: Sirs, I thank you of your good rule and domain, and in special for your good rule the last year past, for the best ruled people then within my realm. And also I thank you for the present that ye now give to us, the which present was a tun wine and great fat oxen. The king then, moreover, gave him in commandment to govern well in his sight, and to see his peace be well kept, as it had been aforetime, saying then to him, he would be their good lord. And so the mayor and his peers departed. With what a glow of pride the town clerk must have recorded all these gracious sayings, little knowing that the king's goodwill could avail them nothing in the troublous times that were at hand. Henry, it appears, remained several days at Coventry, the Earl of Salisbury and the Duke of Buckingham attending upon him there with a numerous following. He was engaged, the historian tells us, upon an ineffectual attempt to bring the Dukes of York and Somerset to friendly terms, but the former, far from desiring peace, was at that moment weaving plans for his rival's overthrow. The good-hearted king did not neglect religion in all this pressure of political business. The king then abiding still in the said priory upon Michaelmas, even sent the clerk of his closet to the church of St. Michael to make ready there his closet, saying that the king on Michaelmas day would go on procession and also hear their high mass. The mayor and his peers suggested that the Bishop of Winchester, Waynflete, should be asked to officiate. And again the king's coming to St. Michael's church, the mayor and his peers clad in scarlet gowns, with their cloaks, and all other in their scarlet gowns, went on unto the king's chamber, drew there abiding the king's coming. Possibly as an especial honour to the Trinity Guild, the clerks of Bablake went in procession through St. Michael's churchyard before the celebration, the king devoutly walking in the train, bareheaded, and clad in a gown of gold tussue, furred with a fur of marten sable, the mayor bearing the mace afore the king, till he come again to his closet. At the which mass, when the king had offered, and his lords also, he sent the Lord Beaumont, his chamberlain, to the mayor, saying to him, It is the king's will ye and your brethren come and offer. And so they did. After the evensong, the king sent by 2 for his body and 2 yeomen of the crown, the said gown and the fur, and gave it freely to God and to St. Michael, insomuch that none of them that brought the gown would take no reward in no ways. Henry did not remain long in Coventry after the celebration of the Michaelmas festival. On the following Tuesday he went to Kenilworth, the corporation and the commonalty riding with the company, and preserving the same order as they had used at his welcoming a few days previously. When they came to a place beyond Asthill Grove, again a broad lane that leadeth to Canley, the king, willing to speak with the mayor and his brethren, said to him these words: Sirs, I thank you of your good rule and demesne at this time, and for good rule among you had, and in special for your good rule of the year last past. And whereas ye been now bailies, we will that ye be hereafter sheriffs. And this we grant to you of our own free will, and of no special desire. Moreover, he went on, mindful no doubt of his own danger, and of the preparations for war among the factious nobles of the country, we charge you with our peace among you to be kept, and that ye suffer no riots, conventicles, ne congregations of lewd people among you, and also that ye suffer no lords' liveries, knights, ne squires, to be received of no man within you, for it is again our statutes, and if ye be thus ruled, we will be your good lord. And thus done, the mayor and his brethren, taking leave of the king, departed and ride on to Coventry again, no doubt astounded at the idea of this new responsibility and greatness now thrust upon them. The mayor and council held great consultations concerning the bailiff's acquisition of the sheriff's dignity, summoning Thomas Littleton, their recorder, and Henry Boteler, who was soon to be this famous lawyer's successor in the office, to their deliberations, to learn what privileges were most needful for them to include within the charter, which was to convert their city into, quote, the city and county of Coventry, unquote. In the year 1453, which saw the close of the 100 Years' War and the birth of a Prince of Wales, Henry was attacked by insanity. In 1454, the king's recovery marked the close of the Duke of York's protectorate, and the restoration to power of the Queen's friends, particularly Somerset. The Yorkist party fell into disgrace, and measures were taken to compass their destruction the following spring in a parliament to be held at Leicester. The Duke, on hearing this, drew sword in the north, and marched on London with a goodly following at his back. The royal troops barred his way at St. Albans, but when the first battle of that long and weary struggle was fought out at that town on the great London highway, the Coventry men were not found in Henry's ranks. In fact, the battle was hardly looked for at that time. It is true the townsfolk received a summons for such fellowship as in their best and most defensible array as they could furnish, and that, having tenderness of the welfare and also of the safeguard of our sovereign lord, they duly equipped 100 men. Much ado was made to provide the men with a new pensel or standard in Tattern at a cost of 16 pence. 14 pence went in ribands to the same, while the making, with a tassel of silk attached to it, cost a similar sum. Bends, or badges of red and green, were also provided, with a garment of red, green, and violet for the captain. But in spite of all this preparation, the men never saw St. Albans fight or the terrible execution done by Richard, Earl of Warwick, among the Lancastrian ranks. For on May 22nd, the day whereon the mayor received the commission, the battle was fought and over, and the king in the hands of his victorious enemies. They wenten not, says the Leet book, with some reticence in referring to the soldiers, for certain tidings that were brought, the king having returned to London. Henry was shortly after this again attacked by insanity, and for a few months York was appointed regent. Duke Richard's power did not, however, wholly cease with the king's recovery, and after March 1456 he continued for some months to direct the government, which was nominally in the hands of the Bourchiers, half-brothers of the Duke of Buckingham. Meanwhile, the two arch-enemies, the Queen and the Duke of York, watched and waited on each other ceaselessly until August, when Margaret's plans were laid, and she drew off the king to sport in the Midlands, having fortified Kenilworth with cannon in case of another appeal to arms. A great council of notables was summoned to meet at Coventry for October 7th. The news of the Queen's intended visit reached the city about August 24th, and a council was called to provide for Her Highness's welcome. 100 marks was collected throughout the wards to be given as an offering to the Prince of Wales and his mother, together with 2 cups whereof the joint value amounted to £10 7 shillings and 1 pence. The prince did not, however, accompany the Queen on this occasion, so 50 marks were laid aside against his coming, though the magnificence of his mother's reception was not lessened on this account. The making of the premises of the Queen's welcoming fell to the lot of one John Wedbury of Leicester, and by his arrangement pageants as gaily dressed as the Corpus Christi festival, with appropriate personages standing thereon to utter words of welcome, were placed at all the principal points in the streets between Bablake and the utter gate of the Priory. John Wedbury thought, as other men of his time, that Margaret's son would one day have rule in England, and hoped that each party would forget their differences and live in peace under his government. The blessed babe that ye have borne Prince Edward is he, through whom peace and tranquillity shall take this realm on hand, said Prudence to the Queen in the pageant of the 4 cardinal virtues, while the prophet Isaiah declared to the Queen that, like as mankind was gladded by the birth of Jesus, so shall this empire joy the birth of your body. And the companion prophet Jeremiah was equally positive. The fragrant flower sprung in a view shall so increase and spread, that all the world in each party shall cherish him and love and dread. In his conception of the Queen's character, Wedbury was a thorough courtier. The mellifluous meekness of your person shall put woe away, the same prophet said, and Sir Edward greeted her as Mother of Meekness. To what strange freaks will not the rules of his art, and especially alliteration, betray a poet? The quote-unquote she-wolf of France had nothing of the quality thus assigned to her. Her name had merely the same initial letter. The king and queen entered Coventry on Holy Cross Day by the Bablake Gate. Close by the entrance was a pageant whereon stood the 2 above-named prophets, and a Jesse, or figure representing the genealogy of Christ, was placed upon the gate itself. At the east end of Bablake Church were the figures of the Confessor, in allusion to Prince Edward, and St. John the Evangelist. A few paces distant, at the Conduit in Smithford Street, the 4 cardinal virtues were displayed. A second set of pageants, grouped in the open spaces at the Cheaping, next met the Queen's eyes. There were the 9 conquerors, Hector, Alexander, and the rest, and finally by the Conduit a stage was placed whereon Saint Margaret appeared, slaying a great dragon by miracle. While upon the cross itself were grouped a company of angels, and the pipes of the conduit ran wine. Between the cross and the conduit, the Queen received the homage of the 9 conquerors, while her name-saint gave to her a final salutation. Most notable princes of women earth, Dame Margaret, the chief mirth of this empire, ye be heartily welcome to this city. To the pleasure of your highness I will set my desire. Both nature and gentleness doth me require. Seth we be both of one name, to show you kindness, wherefore by my power ye shall have no distress. I shall pray to the Prince that is endless, to succour you with solace of his high grace. He will hear my petition, this is doubtless, for I wrought all my life that his will ways. Therefore, lady, when ye be in any dreadful case, call on me boldly, thereof I pray you, and trust to me faithfully, I well do that may pay you. John Wedbury was, no doubt, an indifferent poet, but viewed in the light of subsequent events, his verses have all sorts of ironical and tragic meanings, whereof he was, of course, wholly unconscious. The pageants and welcome entertainments cost the citizens not a little, we may suppose, in time and treasure. They made the king a present of a tun of wine costing £8 4 while by the advice of his council the mayor distributed 20 shillings among divers persons of the king's house. Lord Rivers, too, had a glass of rose-water at the mayor's expense, whereof the cost was 2 shillings. 13 years later his lordship had a very bitter drink at Coventry. Still the coming of the court no doubt brought trade to the city. Had it brought also peace, all would have been well. The council met on October 7th, and a blow was aimed at the Duke of York in the dismissal of the Bourchiers. It was even said that the Duke's life was in danger, but that his kinsman, the Duke of Buckingham, assisted him to escape. Margaret required the presence of Somerset to lend strength to her party, and with him there came, it seems, a company of turbulent retainers. These men fell out with the city watch and slew 3 or 4 of the townsmen, whereat, says a writer in the Paston series, the larum bell was rung, and the town arose, and would have jupered it, to have distressed the men of the Duke of Somerset, ne had the Duke of Bucks taken direction therein. Coventry was already ceasing to be the well-ordered and peaceful place whereon the mind of King Henry loved to dwell. Next year we hear that the civic finances were disorganized, that the officers of the city were negligent in the performance of their duty, and that the citizens, being of froward dispositions, were inclined to appeal to mighty men in strange shires for their support in carrying on lawsuits against their neighbors in courts without the city. In February 1457, the court was again at Coventry. The king came thither on the 11th to his bed, and the queen coming suddenly next day unto her meat. Margaret was doubtless burdened with some weighty tidings, for she came riding behind a man, and so rode the most part of all her gentlewomen then, at which time she sent in to the mayor and his brethren that she would not that the spirituality ne the temporality should be laboured to meet her then, and so she was not met at that time. A great council was held at Coventry from February 15th to March 14th, all the great men of both parties being present, and the Duke of York was reappointed to the deputyship of Ireland. Henry left the city for Kenilworth on March 14th, the mayor and his brethren, and a goodly fellowship of the city, having right great thank for accompanying his highness to the utter side of their franchise. A characteristic touch is given concerning Margaret's departure for Coleshill 2 days later. The mayor, his brethren, and a fair fellowship of the commons, we seem to gather from these words that there was but a scanty attendance, went with Queen Margaret to the boundary of the city liberties. The mayor, having his mace in his hand, rode immediately before her, the sheriffs with their white yards or rods directly preceding the mayor. Hitherto this ceremony in its completeness had only been observed when the king was in question. And so, the Leet Book says, they did never before the queen till then, for they bare before that time alway their sergeants' maces, at her comings, at which doing her officers grudged, saying the queen owed to be met in like form as the king should, which indeed, the writer continues with some trepidation, as is said to be so, except her displeasure would be eschewed. An unexplained rising took place at Hereford in April, and the king and queen went thither to quell it, Margaret alienating even her friends in that district by her severity. At Whitsuntide, however, the whole court again sojourned at Coventry, and a grand procession at the Pentecostal feast dazzled the eyes of the citizens. The Duke of Buckingham followed next after Henry, but Lord Beaumont bare the king's train, the Earl of Stafford his cap of estate, and Sir John Tunstall his sword. The great nobles followed every one in his proper rank, while after her the queen and her chief lady, the Duchess of Buckingham. There came many moo ladies in her mantles, surcoats, and other apparel, to their estates accustomed. Mass was celebrated in the cathedral by the Bishop of Hereford, assisted by the Dean of the King's Chapel, the prior and his monks. Queen Margaret could occasionally be gracious, and her eagerness to see the mystery plays performed at the feast of Corpus Christi must have flattered the citizens. She came privily from Kenilworth on the eve of the festival, and lodged at Richard Wood's, the grocer, where Richard Sharp sometime dwelled, and there all the plays were first played, save Doomsday, the draper's pageant, which could not be seen, for evening came on and put a close to the performance. The mayor and bailiffs sent a present to Richard Wood's house, namely 300 paymains, a pipe of red wine, a dozen capons of hot grease, a dozen of great fat pikes, a great pannier full of pescodes, and another pannier of pippins and oranges, and each coffins of confettis, and a pot of green ginger. Quite a little court was assembled at the grocer's house to witness those strange spectacles in which the dramatic instinct of the Middle Ages found vent. The Duke of Buckingham and my lady his wife, who might be regarded as natives of the city, would do the honours of the place, and let us hope those ardent Lancastrians, Lord Rivers and his lady, father and mother of the future Queen, Elizabeth Woodville, and the elder and younger Countess of Shrewsbury, applauded the ravings of Pilate and Herod, the pompous characters of the religious drama, or heard with complacence the devil's jokes. It is hard to imagine Queen Margaret, that tireless fighter and plotter, or Lady Shrewsbury, the great Talbot's widow, whose feud with the Berkeleys filled Gloucestershire with strife for over a generation, engaged in such harmless amusement as laughing over the quaint performances of their citizen supporters, nibbling the while some of the good mayor's supply of apples and sweetmeats. How delighted the citizens were at her Highness's condescension! When she went next day to her meat to Coleshill, right a good fellowship, which pleased her Highness right well, attended her to the utmost side of their franchise, where it pleased her to give them great thank both for their present and their gentle attendance. In the August of that same year Henry and his queen again visited Coventry, sleeping there from August 31st until September 2nd, and about 10 of the bell on the latter day the queen rode to Sharnford and on to sleep at Leicester, toward the forest of Rockingham for to hunt, while at 2 o'clock Henry rode forth on his journey towards Northampton, and the men of Coventry did not see them again for 2 years, when a more troubled scene had opened. The records of Coventry are nothing but a blank during the succeeding years, for the council merely met at the appointed season to elect a mayor, but transacted, as far as we know, no other business. Tradition has it that the city was divided against itself, a highly probable case when we consider how high the tide of Yorkist and Lancastrian party spirit was running in the rest of the country. In the political world, this season was filled by ineffectual peacemakings and renewed preparations for war. Warwick, after provoking the wrath of the Lancastrian party, fled to Calais, and his father, Salisbury, met and worsted Lord Audley, the royalist leader who had been sent to capture him, at the field of Blore Heath, September 23, 1459. The Yorkist lords flew to arms, but when the king proposed to give battle at Ludford, weakened by the defection of a certain Andrew Trollope, they all dispersed and fled. The Yorkists being thus humbled, the time was come for Margaret's vengeance. No writs were sent to the principal Yorkist chiefs for the Parliament summoned to meet at Coventry on November 20th, and the knights and burgesses were nominated by the Lancastrian leaders. The assembly met, and by one sweeping act of attainder deprived 23 leading Yorkists of their inheritance. People called this the diabolical Parliament. Henceforward there was no hope of a reconciliation between York and Lancaster. A petition presented by John Roos, the antiquary of Guy's Cliff, to this Parliament, calling attention to the enclosure of common lands and increase of pasture, is now lost. It fell on deaf ears at that time of party strife. It seems that the Queen's late violent proceedings, or the plundering propensities of her followers, had caused the townspeople to grow somewhat cold in her cause. When a commission of array, dated from Northampton, arrived a few days before the Candlemas feast, 1460, the sheriffs kept it back, and it was 14 days before the newly elected mayor, John Wildgrees, received the missive addressed to his predecessor conveying the king's command. This was surely not the result of accident but design, the sheriffs having their own reasons for thwarting the mayor or being ardent Yorkists. Then the Duke of Buckingham arrived, perhaps to learn the reason of the delay, and the mayor bethought him of this indiscretion. To my Lord of Buckingham, lodging at the Angel, he went to ask whether any hurt might grow to the city because of the neglect of the commission, and to ensure the Duke's goodwill, sent 30 loaves, 2 pike, 2 tench, some capons, a peacock, and a peahen to his lodging. A letter which he received from the king about this time hardly tended, it may be thought, to reassure John Wildgrees. "Forasmuch," the king wrote, "as credible report is made in to us how diverse of the inhabitants of our city of Coventry have, sith the time of our departing from thence, used and had right unfitting language against our estate and person, and in favouring of our superstitious traitors and rebels, now late in our Parliament, there attainted, whereby great commotions and murmur been like to follow, to the great disturbance of our faithful true subjects, unless that punishment and remedy for the redress thereof the rather be had, we therefore charge you diligently to inquire and make search among the said inhabitants of such unfitting language as is above said, and do them to be imprisoned and punished according to their demerits, and in example of other semblable condition, as ye desire to do that shall please us." John Wildgrees probably executed this commission with all the alacrity of fear, and we hear that in the following October the Duke of York had a strange commission to sit in judgment on various offenders in Coventry, to punish them by the faults to the king's laws. But the Duke, who was on his way home from Ireland, could not afford to tarry, having weightier business on hand, namely, the laying claim to the throne of England, and the drawing up of a genealogy to lay before Parliament, showing that his claim to the throne was based on rightful inheritance. Since the Battle of Northampton, July 10, 1460, the king had been in the hands of the Yorkist lords, Salisbury and Warwick. At this battle, too, Henry lost Buckingham, the most powerful man at the time in Warwickshire, and a pillar of the Lancastrian cause. After his death, maybe the men of Coventry felt more free to choose what side they would, and the plunder wherein Margaret's host indulged after Wakefield, December 14th, and St. Albans, February 17th, 1461, completed their alienation from the Lancastrian party. The Yorkists now had the upper hand in the city. After the Battle of St. Albans, £100 was collected throughout the wards for men to go to London with the Earl of March, who, since his father's death at Wakefield, had become the hope of the Yorkist cause. On the day after his coronation, March 5th, Edward IV dispatched a letter to the mayor and his brethren full of thanks for the citizens' loyalty to his cause, praying for their good continuance in the same, and praising their good and substantial rule. He thus assured the support of the people of the place, and on the terrible field of Towton, where the dead hindered the living from coming to close quarters, the men of Coventry fought under the standard of the Black Ram in the Yorkist ranks. The Leet Book tells us that £80 was collected throughout the wards for the 100 men, which went with our sovereign liege, Lord King Edward IV, to the field in the north. Many of the towns took part with Edward in this famous battle, for order and good government seemed more likely to follow from the Yorkist than the Lancastrian rule. Each town went to the field under their ancient ensign. As a contemporary ballad has it, "The wolf came from Worcester, full sure he thought to bite. The dragon came from Gloucester, he bent his tail to smite. The griffin came from Leicester, flying in as tight. The George came from Nottingham, with spear for to fight." The citizens certainly continued to deserve the king's favour. They presented him with £100 and a cup to his "Welcome to his city of Coventry from the field in the north," and decorated the city with pageants and goodly shows in his honour, the smith's craft providing the character of Samson, who no doubt gave, in appropriate verses, the promise to use his great strength in defending the king's just claim to his newly acquired sovereignty. In that year also, all men dwelling in the city were sworn to King Edward to be his true League men. In later times the king learnt to distrust this ancient Lancastrian refuge, but for the present there was nothing but amity between himself and the citizens. So vivid was the remembrance of the plundering of Margaret's army, that the old loyalty towards the Lancastrians turned to rancour, and the same spring, on the Kingmaker's coming, the first important mention of him in the city annals, £40 was collected to be given to him for the payment of 40 men that went to the north to resist King Harry and Queen Margaret that were, and all other with them accompanied, as Scots and Frenchmen, of their entry into this land. The mere whisper of a foreign alliance and invasion was sufficient to damn the Lancastrian cause, for Lord Roos, with other refugees, aided by the Scots, were making trouble on the border. The men returned on July 29th, for the north was pacified, men believed, the Scots having rebellions stirred up by King Edward to look to nearer home. End of chapter 10. Read by Jenny, 2023. Chapter 11, Part 1 of The Story of Coventry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. The Last Struggle of York and Lancaster, the Tudors and Stuarts, Part 1. The men of Coventry settled down under the rule of Edward IV, and if the clash of arms was heard in the north, for Margaret would not tamely submit to lose her son's inheritance. It did not disturb the Midlands. Henry VI, the weak, mad, saintly king, lay in the Tower of London, and men thought the Yorkist firmly seated on his throne. The wars and party troubles had, however, much disorganized the city finances, and it is probably from this time that we must date the backwardness of the city in paying their firm to the exchequer. And though the vigorous measures of the Leet may have kept temporary order for those within and without the ruling body, yet the embarrassments of the corporation were not past. An attack on the franchises, made, so it would appear from some words the steward of Charlesmore let fall, at the instigation of some of the malcontents within the city in 1464, was the cause of much trouble and fear to the townsfolk. The arrest of one Hickman, a dyer, a craft always at daggers drawn with the corporation, in Charlesmore Park, was the occasion of the trouble. At the instance of the officials of the royal manor, Edward IV called in question the right of the city officers to make arrests within the manorial territory. The matter was decided in the city's favor after many journeys and much suffering of the law's delays. Edward treated the Coventry folk graciously enough, paying them several visits at this time, but another figure had begun to loom large in English politics, and Warwick, the kingmaker, now exercised even more power in the Midlands than had been enjoyed by the Lancastrian Buckingham. In 1464, the Earl first appears as meddling in the internal affairs of Coventry. A quarrel arose between a certain William Beadon and William Hewitt about a debt. It may have been a party affair between the weavers and tailors, and appeal was made to Edward IV. The matter, the king declared, was scrupulous and doubtful, and directed that the litigants should abide by the arbitration of certain citizens, or that the mayor, in the event of their inability to decide upon the case before Michaelmas, should step in and dispose of the matter. Accordingly, at the appointed time, when the arbitrators failed to agree, the mayor took the matter into his own hands, and decreed that Hewitt should ask Beadon's forgiveness for his behavior towards him, giving also 40 shillings for amends. Which loud and decree, the Leet Book says, the said William Hewitt in neither branch would not obey, but utterly refused, using right unfitting, inordinate, and seditious language, sounding to the derogation of the king's laws and of his peace, in right evil example, for which the said mayor, umpire, be the advice of his said brethren, committed him to ward, the king giving him right good and special thank for his action in this behalf. Tiptoff, it appears, who was then in the city, kept Edward informed of the progress of the business. But the affair soon assumed serious proportions, and the king wrote to inform the mayor that if any others vexed their neighbours by any imaginations, splendors, or feigned accusations hereafter, or made any conventicles, they were to be repressed, the officer requiring all the king's liege men in the city to aid him in the work, at their peril. But peace was not to be restored by these means, for the city authorities still had to reckon with Hewitt, who lay in prison. By the mean of his friends, the account goes on, he laboured unto my lord of Warwick for favour and ease to be had in the said decree at my lord's instance, so that to our great rebuke ne charge were not done to the said William in making thereof. And thereupon the said mayor, although after his demerities, well and indifferently be him understanden, he were worthy to have made as lowly submission as could be thought therefore, and to have borne to the utmost of his goods besides that, and righteousness without mercy should have been done therein, but at the said instance, laying righteousness apart and following mercy, the mayor made his laud and decree thus, that the said William Hewitt should be of good saying and behaving from that time forth, and that he should give the said William Bedon 10 marks in amends towards his costs. And so he did, which amounted not to the 3rd penny that he had made him to spend, and yet further, at my said lord's instance. Here the mayor, sadly confused and harassed by the divergence of the paths of mercy and righteousness, takes up the account in his own person. My worshipful brethren and I so effectually entreated the said William Bedon that he gave the said Hewitt again 5 nobles of the said 10 marks. Then Hewitt, being further bound over to keep the peace, was set at his large, or released. Owing to these repeated attacks, as well as to the unsettled state of the kingdom, things had not prospered with the Coventry Corporation. They were in 1468 £800 in arrear of their annual firm of £50. The sheriff was ordered to seize the goods of the mayor and men of the place as distress. He could find no more than 106 shillings worth of goods, and these remained on his hands for lack of buyers, and since the said mayor and men had no other goods or lands within the bailiwick that could be taken into the king's hands, no further payment was then made. A rather amusing betrayal of the helplessness of the central government. But the Trinity and Corpus Christi guilds were bodies possessed of great wealth, though upon their funds the exchequer had no claim, thanks to the astuteness of the corporation in thus disposing of its possessions. But no doubt the resources both of guilds and townsmen were failing, even as those of the monastery, for in 1466 the prior was £550 in arrears to the crown for the rent of the earl's half. His tenants in the city must therefore have been backward in paying the rent due to the priory treasury. And to add to the general confusion, in 1469 the commonalty rose, crying that they were defrauded of their lawful share of the Lammas lands. More serious than all, when civil war again broke loose, and Edward and Warwick measured swords together, the men of Coventry chose the losing side, nor did a too late repenitance avail to save them from the terrible humiliation of a temporary forfeiture of their franchises. Meanwhile, matters were going from bad to worse in the government of England. The great Earl was becoming rapidly estranged from his young kinsman Edward, whom he had helped to place on the throne. Jealousy of the Queen's relations, and the decay of his own influence in the royal councils were rapidly converting Warwick into a secret enemy of the ruling house. Edward was in favor of a Burgundian alliance. The kingmaker, on the contrary, pressed forward the claims of France to the friendship of England, and when the king treated the French ambassadors with scant courtesy, his too powerful subject entered into intrigues with Louis XI on his own behalf. He had some thoughts of placing on the throne his future son-in-law, the Duke of Clarence, and Calais, where the Earl and the king's brother were staying, became in 1469 a perfect hotbed of conspiracy. How far Warwick carried with him the general sentiment of English folk is rather doubtful, but so great was his territorial influence that he was a highly dangerous enemy. Besides, there were various elements of disaffection abroad in the land. The Lancastrians had still some hold on the hearts of those living in the north and west, while others who had expected an era of peace and perfection under Yorkist rule were naturally disappointed at the small results of Edward's government. Though there seems to have been no very distinct notion of what the people wanted, one thing was clear: they wanted a change, and the country was filled with the old tokens of unrest and discontent. Bad times seem rather unaccountably to have befallen the people of Coventry. The city was deeply in debt, and on that account the citizens were probably more willing to lend an ear to Warwick's emissaries. It is possible that foreign trade relations may have more to do than we are at present aware with town politics. The great merchants of the staple, who were heads of the powerful civic families, and who possessed the monopoly of trade in wool, would welcome the alliance with Burgundy, and a ready export of the raw material to Flanders, while the bulk of the townsfolk, cloth workers and artisans, were glad that the wool should be kept in England and be converted into cloth by home manufacture. For that reason, Warwick and his anti-Burgundian policy may have been popular in cloth-working towns, such as Coventry then was. We follow with difficulty the record of obscure risings which marked the beginning of a fresh struggle. Two movements agitated the North in the early part of the year 1469. One seems to have been a Lancastrian outbreak. The other, under Robin of Redesdale, was undoubtedly fomented by Warwick. The men of Coventry found themselves as usual drawn into the strife. They were compelled to pay and send 50 men to York against the rebels, who joined their forces together and finally turned southwards under Sir John Conyers towards the Midlands. For some time Edward appeared unconscious of the danger that threatened him, and during June he went quietly on a progress through the eastern counties. At last there came a rude awakening. On July 1st he wrote from Fotheringay, bidding the mayor take and commit to ward any person using seditious language among the king's liege people, to the intent to store and incense them to rumour and commotion. And later letters were urgent in their appeals for dispatch of men. Meanwhile, the extent of Warwick's plotting stood revealed. On July 12th came tidings from this arch-conspirator, who, far from being the haughty noble of the conventional type, was, as his latest biographer tells us, very affable in his bearing, and an ardent seeker after the commonalty's goodwill. Warwick had very probably gained a strong party among the populace at Coventry, and in addition to the letter destined for the mayor, the messenger bore a duplicate addressed to his masters, servants, and well-willers within the city. "Right trusty and well-beloved friend," the Earl wrote to the mayor, William Saunders, "I greet you well, forsomuch as it hath pleased the king's good grace to send at this time for his lords and other his subjects to attend on his highness northwards, and that both the right high and mighty prince, my lord the Duke of Clarence, and I, be fully purposed, after the solemnization of the marriage, by God's grace, in short time, to be had between my said lord and my daughter, to await on the same, and to draw unto our said sovereign lord's highness. Therefore desire and pray you, that ye will in the meantime give knowledge to all such fellowship as ye now make toward them, to arready them in the best ways they can, and that both ye and they, defensibly arrayed, be ready upon a day's warning to accompany my said lord and me toward the said highness, as my special trust is in you, giving credence to this bearer, in that he shall open unto you on my behalf, and our Lord have you in his keeping. Written at London on the 28th day of June. The marriage thus referred to was solemnized some 10 days or more after the date of the missive, July 11th, Clarence and Archbishop Neil having secretly stolen over to Calais, where Warwick was then posted, to take part in the ceremony, and the next day the Kingmaker and his following landed on the coast of Kent. The letter as it stands conveys but scanty indications of the real state of affairs, but no doubt the citizens read between the lines, and in giving credence to the bearer heard as much as the Earl wished of his plans for the overthrow of the Queen's relations and the recovery of the Neville influence. Whether they understood that Clarence, Warwick's son-in-law, was to occupy his brother Edward's place and be raised to the throne is another matter. Nevertheless, they must have been somewhat bewildered by Warwick's change of front. Lancaster they knew, and York they knew, but they might with all justice ask, "Who are ye?" of the Kingmaker. Once more, as in Margaret's time, Coventry, with its command of the northwestern road, became a centre of operations. News now came thick and fast. Conyers' army of Yorkshiremen, supplied with a later manifesto and a petition of grievances promulgated by Warwick, and the royal troops under Herbert and Stafford of Southwick, were converging towards Banbury. On Magdalen Day, July 22nd, Coventry was hastily fortified, certain of the principal citizens overlooking the equipment of soldiers and the strengthening of the gates with cannon. On the 26th July, the Battle of Edgecote was fought near Banbury, ending in the discomfiture of Herbert and the royalist troops. For just when victory seemed assured, a rabble of Northampton men, led by one John Clapham, bearing the banner of the White Bear and shouting, "A Warwick! A Warwick!" appeared over the hillside in the rear of Lord Herbert's men, and they, thinking the Earl himself was come, broke and fled. Lord Herbert, the Leet Book says, was taken in fight by Banbury with Robin of Redesdale on the vigil of St. James, and was brought to Northampton, and there beheaded, and Lord Richard Herbert with others. Some days afterwards Edward was captured at Honolly or Olney, near Kenilworth, and brought by Archbishop Neville to Coventry, there to meet the Archbishop's brother of Warwick. He was detained in the city as a prisoner until August 9th. But even then his humiliation was not complete. 3 days later, when the king was certainly no further removed from the city than Warwick, the father and brother of Edward's queen, Lord Rivers and his son John Woodville, who had been captured by rioters at Chepstow, fell into Warwick's hands and were beheaded on Gosford Green by his order. The Leet Book also records the executions of Lord Stafford of Southwick at Bridgewater, and again that of Sir Humphrey Neville, a Lancastrian, and Charles, his brother, who had risen in rebellion in September in the north coasts, and that of the bailiff of Durham at the same time. Et balibus de Durham eodem tempore. It was on the occasion of this northern or Lancastrian rising that the Nevilles found themselves forced to release Edward. For the unpopular ministers having been brought to justice, there was a feeling abroad that the king should be set free. So far Warwick's revolt had been successful, but it did not wholly gratify his ambition. No doubt he felt that the king was hopelessly alienated, and, whenever powerful enough, would free himself from the influence of the house of Neville. Fresh troubles broke out, this time in Lincolnshire, in February 1470. Warwick's agents so worked on the fears of the people that they rose in great numbers and converted a local dispute into a rising of some magnitude. A royal missive, bearing date February 9th, arrived at Coventry late in the evening, and in accordance with the commission, money was collected throughout the wards for men to go to Grantham by March 12th. The king's letter was imperative. There were rebels abroad, it said, and many assemble for the retaining of the said enemies, so that if their malice be not withstanden, it might grow to the great jeopardy of us, and to the destruction of all true subjects. Edward defeated the rebels at Empingham, near Stamford, on 12th March, and so sudden was their flight that the battle received the name of Losecoat Field. Meanwhile the ringleaders, mainly belonging to the Wells family, were brought in, but before execution they showed that Clarence and Warwick were seriously implicated in their designs. Edward, whose suspicions were thoroughly aroused, sent to the Duke and Earl at Coventry, bidding them disband their levies, for they were followed by a great number of men, and join him without delay. but they would not, merely sending excuses and promises. And perhaps it was then that Clarence, being in need of money, left in pledge a coronal garnished with rubies, diamonds, and sapphires, in return for a loan of 300 marks from the citizens. Finally, Warwick and the king's brother, after trying the disposition of men's minds toward their cause in the northern parts, turned southwards, whither Edward followed them, but they had already taken ship at Dartmouth when the king reached Exeter. Edward passed through Coventry on his way southwards, and 40 men went with the king on April 5th to the south coasts, taking the great sum of 12 pence a day for payment. For the citizens of Coventry, provident men, afforded help to either party, hoping surely to have their reward whichever side might prevail in the end. They admitted Clarence and Edward, and furnished the former with money and the latter with men. This shows either that they took a dispassionate view of these dynastic and political struggles in which they had no concern, or that they were more deeply involved in them than we imagine. But parties being so evenly balanced in the city, the presence or near neighborhood of a leader of either party was sufficient for the time being to turn the scale in his favor. The two conspirators sailed for Calais, but there the merchants of the staple were heart and soul for Edward and the Burgundian alliance, and the garrison, being in their pay, closed the harbor against them. So they put into the sign, and Warwick, abandoning his old project of dethroning Edward to make room for Clarence, prepared to take up a more definite policy, and made overtures to the Lancastrians. It is difficult to imagine how Queen Margaret could bring herself to forgive the man who had wrought so much evil to her and hers. But Louis XI, King of France, who knew that if the Yorkists continued to reign they would strengthen Burgundy, his great foe, acted as peacemaker, and the compact between Lancaster and Neville was sealed by the betrothal of Warwick's daughter to the Prince of Wales. When the Kingmaker and the Lancastrian lords landed at Plymouth in September, they caught Edward unawares in the north, and they replied to his summons, ordering them to appear at court, humbly and measurably accompanied by proclaiming Henry VI, King of England. The army in the north declared for King Henry. For the moment the game was up. Edward IV fled to Lynn and took ship for the Low Countries. The Coventry Leet Book thus summarizes the year's events. In the Lenten, when William Stafford was mayor, the Lord Wells were beheaded. The Duke of Clarence and the Earl of Warwick went out of the land and went to the King of France, and there were greatly cherished. And there was a marriage made by twixt Prince Edward and a daughter of the said Earl of Warwick. And in the month of September, the said Duke and Earl, with the Earl of Oxenford, the Earl of Pembroke, brother to King Harry, the bastard Falconberg, coming a land at Footnote. Query, they landed at Dartmouth and Plymouth. End footnote. They there drew to him much people, or they come to Coventry. They were 30,000. King Edward lay at Nottingham, and sent for lords and all other men. But there come so little people to him, that he was not able to make a field against him. And then he, with the Earl Revers, the Lord Hasting, the Lord Hayward, and the Lord Say, went to Lynn, and there gotten him ships, and sailed on to the Duke of Burgundy, the which Duke had wedded King Edward's sister, the Lady Margaret. And then the Duke of Clarence, the Earl of Warwick, the Earl of Oxenford, the Earl of Shrewsbury, the Lord Stanley, and the Bishop of York went to the Tower at London, and set out of prison King Harry VI, the which had been 9 years and a half and more as a prisoner, and brought him to the Bishop's palace at St. Paul's in London, and made him there to take on him to be king as he was aforetime. And then was the Earl of Worcester beheaded at London, The queen that was wife to King Edward, with her mother, the Duchess of Bedford, took sanctuary at Westminster, and there the queen was light of a son that was christened Edward. So the year that had seen such astonishing events now drew to a close. England saw one king displaced by a powerful subject after a bloodless struggle, and another, weak, possibly imbecile, and long a neglected prisoner, restored to his former state. A queen driven to take sanctuary for fear of her husband's enemies, and the birth of a Prince of Wales, the history of whose short, unhappy life accords well with the inauspicious season of his coming into the world. Though Englishmen passively accepted these changes, Warwick's position was still one of great difficulty. The king's weakness, Margaret's delay in France, and last the unstable temper of false, fleeting, perjured Clarence, all combined to make the firm establishment of the restored dynasty a matter involving risk on every hand. John Bett counted the beginning of his mayoralty in January 1471, according to the regnal year of Henry VI, and the townspeople doubtless considered that the rule of the Yorkists was a thing of the past. Perhaps the craftsman party were pleased with the reversal of policy which followed on the reaccession of the Lancastrian king. The French king held Warwick to an agreement to make war with Burgundy, and war with Burgundy meant interruption in the Flemish wool trade, and a plentiful supply of wool for the home market. In the following March, 40 men, now waged at 6 pence a day, were commissioned to go for 2 months to Flanders. But the Flemings, by their support of the fugitive king, Edward IV, carried the war into the enemy's country. On March 14, 1471, Edward landed at Ravenspur to claim, so he averred, the Duchy of York, his ancestral inheritance. Slipping past Montague, who had been set to guard the North Road, he pressed on towards the Midlands. Followers presently flocked to his standard, and on March 29th, coming from Leicester, he offered battle beneath the walls of Coventry. Warwick, who lay within the city, waiting for fresh levies, had not troops sufficient to accept the challenge, and suffered Edward to pass on and cut off his communications with London. The citizens of Coventry must have long remembered this terrible season, the Lenten next afore Barnet failed, and the hurried and almost unintelligible writing of the Leet Book, with the frequent and probably intentional mutilation of its pages, bespeak the agitation and confusion which filled men's thoughts. There could be no temporizing now the great Earl was within their gates, no making overtures to the returning Yorkists, who, now that there was no army barring the way to the capital, found their position greatly increased in strength. The townsfolk lent Warwick 100 marks, and during that period of terrible anxiety, wherein the Earl was waiting for the levies under Montague from the north, Oxford from the east, and Clarence from the southwest, they sent riders into the country to bring back tidings, and having fortified their city, kept a strict watch. The levies under Clarence never came to the Earl's aid, for meeting Edward on the road between Warwick and Banbury, the Duke deserted the cause of his father-in-law, and was right lovingly reconciled to Edward. Afterwards Clarence, stung perhaps with remorse at his desertion, sent unto the Earl to require him to take some good way with King Edward. The Earl, after he had patiently heard the Duke's message, he seemed greatly to abhor his unfaithful dealing. To the messengers, as some write, he gave none other answer but this, that he had rather be like himself than like a false and perjured duke, and that he was fully determined never to leave war till he had either lost his own life or utterly subdued his enemies. Strengthened by Clarence's levies, The king again returned to offer battle on April 5th before the gates of Coventry. But as Warwick still refused, he drew off down the Watling Street towards London. The citizens of Coventry continued faithful to Warwick, and when he left for the capital to stake his all on a battle with Edward, 20 horsemen and 20 foot from the city set forth with him on the eventful march, and fought at Barnet Field. But when the battle was over, the terror-stricken townsmen would fain, in Clarence's words, have made so good away with King Edward, and did all that in them lay to appease the conqueror. Margaret of Anjou and her son had landed 2 days after the battle. Prince Edward no doubt expected aid from the Lancastrian stronghold, and sent a proclamation from Chard, where he then was, to Coventry. But the townsfolk knew that the day was with the Yorkist king. The Leet Book records the receipt of a letter from Edward, the son of Harry VI, the 25th day of April, that was written at Chard, the 18th day of April, the which was sent to King Edward and the messenger therewith to Abingdon. But they were not allowed to make their peace after this easy fashion. In May, Edward came to Coventry, deprived the mayor, John Bett, of the civic sword, and confiscated the liberties of the city, which were only redeemed by a payment of 500 marks. The citizens owed even this grace to Clarence's mediation. They received a charter of pardon for the heavy grief that our Lord Sovereign bare to the city for the time that Richard, the Earl of Warwick, with other to him then accompanied, kept the city in defence against his Royal Highness in the Lenten next afore Barnet Field. Clarence's mediation and the king's pardon cost the citizens a further sacrifice. Edward brought his influence to bear upon them for the release of the jewel, which the Duke's necessities had induced him to leave in pledge in return for the loan of 300 marks. This coronal, the deed declares, had been utterly forfeit for 2 years past, as the Duke had not discharged the debt. But as Clarence had laboured to be good lord unto the citizens, the mayor agreed to remit a portion of the money owing, and to deliver up the jewel for the singular pleasure and good grace of our sovereign lord, King Edward. End of chapter 11, part 1. Read by Jenny, 2023. Chapter 11, Part 2 of The Story of Coventry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. The Last Struggle of York and Lancaster, the Tudors and Stuarts, Part 2. The reconciliation being accomplished, the citizens were eager to show their entire loyalty to King Edward, and accordingly granted a most splendid reception, equal to that given to Margaret 18 years before, to the 4-year-old Prince of Wales on his visit to Coventry, April 1474, for St. George's feast. The mayor and divers of the commonalty, arrayed in green and blue, met the prince with the gift of 100 marks in a gilt cup, upon which was a kerchief of pleasance. At the Bablake gate stood a pageant, with figures of Richard II and many nobles thereupon. The character of King Richard II, in allusion to the York genealogy, saluted the child, of the right line of royal blood, with a verse of greeting. There were further pageants, with minstrelsy of harp and dulcimers, and at the broad gate stood Sir Edward, who had done duty on a previous occasion, with minstrelsy of harp and lute, and more verses with allusions to the prince's father's imperial right, wherefrom he had been excluded by full furious intent, by way of welcome. What wonderful memories these local poets possessed! Their verses show how the old friendship of the city to Lancaster had wholly escaped their remembrance. When the little prince rode in his chair down to the Cheaping, he beheld 3 prophets at the cross, and above were childer of Israel, the innocents, casting down flowers and cakes, and 4 pipes running wine. The 3 kings of Cologne were also pressed into the service, but the great feature of the show was the pageant of St. George upon the conduit of the Cheaping, the saint being represented armed, and a king's daughter kneeling afore him with a lamb, and the father and the mother being in a tour aboven, beholding St. George saving their daughter from the dragon. O mighty God, our all succour celestial, which this rhyme hast given to dower, to thee, mother, and to me, George, protection perpetual, hit to defend from enemies far and near, and as this maiden defended was here, by thy grace from this dragon devour. So, Lord, preserve this noble prince, and ever be his succour. A truly splendid reception for such a young child, who, we will hope, appreciated the kerchief of pleasance, if the drift of the political allusions was above his understanding. True to his policy of ingratiating himself with the burghers and moneyed classes, the king allowed his little son to stand godfather to the mayor's child on this occasion. Nevertheless, Edward was not content with mere compliments or protestations of loyalty from the lips of actors, but made this visit of his son an opportunity for strengthening his political position. The mayor and his brethren were called upon to cause the commons of the city to swear an oath of allegiance to the Prince of Wales. After this, the king and Elizabeth Woodville were all graciousness to the citizens. The queen in September of that year sent 12 bucks from Fakenham Forest as a present to the mayor, his brethren, and their wives. She also praised their sad polity, guiding and diligence in appeasing an affray, and thanked them warmly for their duties. By you largely showed unto us and to our dearest son the prince, and in likewise to all our children, there in sundry wises heretofore, and namely unto our right dear son, the Duke of York, in this time of our absence. 4 years later, Edward sent the Prince of Wales with his court to Charlesmore, where the child sojourned for some time, and was admitted a member of the Trinity and Corpus Christi guilds. But the fair words of royalty often bore a most unwelcome meaning, and the yoke of the Yorkists was not light. Edward, in 1474, applied to his faithful subjects in the city of their benevolence to aid him with a substantial sum of money for various undertakings incident to a war with France. The king found benevolences or forced loans more convenient than subsidies granted by Parliament, and in the wars a treaty better served his purpose than a battle, when the French king was willing to pay for peace. The frequent interference of the Prince of Wales's council in city disputes at first ruffled the tempers of the great folk at Coventry not a little. "We, your humble and true servants here," the corporation wrote to the Prince of Wales in 1480, "know of no variance here, but that we among ourselves, be the grace of God, shall amicably and righteously settle." But all thoughts of resistance had been abandoned when the next year a commotion, raised by the common folk at the enclosure of the Lammas pastures, put the franchises in danger of confiscation a second time, and the corporation earnestly entreated the Prince of Wales by intercession to avert his father's wrath. Richard III, in his brief reign, did all that in him lay to conciliate the Coventry folk. In 1485 he kept Whitsuntide at Kenilworth, and paid a visit to the city to witness the Corpus Christi pageants, but we hear of no joyous welcome given him by the citizens. Perhaps Though there was little sentiment in contemporary politics, they could not lightly forget the faces of the two little boys who had visited the city during their father's lifetime, and had since mysteriously disappeared, men knew not by what means, in the Tower of London. In an interesting letter written probably in the previous year, the king charges the authorities of this thoroughfare city to provide horses for the royal messengers. "Forasmuch," he says, "as we have appointed and ordained certain of our servants to lie in divers places and towns betwixt us and the west parties of this our royaume for the hasty conveyance of tidings and of all other things for us necessary to have knowledge of, we therefore will and desire and also charge you that if any of our said servants coming by you shall need any horses for their hasty speed to or from us, ye will see them shortly for to be provided thereof for their ready money. And also if it fortune any of them to travel from you by night, that then ye will see that they may have guides, and that they shall be sufficiently rewarded for their labours. And that ye fail not to do your effectual diligence herein as we trust you, and as we may understand the readiness and good will that ye have to please us." There is an undertone of threat underlying these last few words, showing maybe something of the anxiety the king felt concerning the loyalty of the citizens. But the inhabitants were decidedly worth conciliating, and Richard wrote very cordially in the last year of his reign, praising the sadness and circumspect wisdoms of the mayor and his brethren in allaying debate, and acknowledging their authority to provide, make, and establish ordinances and rules for the universal well and politique guiding of the said city. It seems that this cordiality was wasted on the men of Coventry, so gladly did they welcome King Richard's rival, the victor of Bosworth, when he took up his lodging at the Bull in Smithford Street after the battle. The warden's accounts record payments made for bread, ale, and wine, and other victuals that was had to Master Onley's, he then being mayor, at the coming of King Henry, the most expensive items of the account being 1 pipe claret wine, 3 litres, 1 pipe red wine, 3 litres, with 10 motons, 2 oxen, and 7 stockfishes, the price of which made a total of £4, 13 shillings, and 6 pence. It is true that the citizens, with their old supreme indifference to political party, also supplied bread and ale to the field of King Richard, and one of their number fought, we know not on which side, at Bosworth, for the accounts record that 2 shillings and 6 pence was paid by the Corpus Christi Guild towards the hurt that Thomas Maidford had in the field. 2 years after Henry kept St. George's feast at Coventry, and also, like his predecessor, saw on St. Peter's Day, later on in the year, June 29th, a performance of the famous mystery plays. A great council was held at this time in the city, and the Archbishop of Canterbury and other bishops read in the minster the papal bulls affirming Henry's right of succession and threatening with excommunication all such as should rebel against him. The king was still at Coventry when he heard that the Earl of Lincoln, a Yorkist, with help from Burgundy, had landed in Lancashire to support the claim of Lambert Simnel, whom historians call the organ-maker's son, but who gave himself out to be the son of the Duke of Clarence. After the defeat of the rebels at Stoke, near Newark, Simnel, as all the world knows, became a scullion in the royal kitchen. The annals record that another pretender, Thomas Harrington, who also called himself the son of Clarence, was beheaded in this year, on the conduit by the Bull, and was buried at the Grey Friars. At the king's second visit at St. Peter's Tide, he lodged with Robert Onley, who had been mayor when the battle of Bosworth was fought, and conferred on him the honour of knighthood. After Simnel's rising had been crushed, the good folk no doubt expected to enjoy an era of peace, and in the following year the churchwardens of St. Michael's and other well-disposed people for joy brought to St. Michael's a great bell and called it Jesus' Bell. Lollardry had never died out, and it flamed up anew when the land was at peace. In 1485, Foxe records that various people of Coventry were troubled for religion and compelled to recant, though not without injunction to penance. The annals tell us they bore faggots about the city on market day, the dread of fire being no doubt more convincing to the suspected heretics than the bishop's logic. But in the next generation both men and women had strength to endure to the end. In 1511 Bishop Blythe held a court of heresy at Maxstoke, but the accused saved themselves by abjuration and went through the form of bearing faggots throughout the city. All were not thus to be delivered, however, and a persistent heretic, Joan Ward, who had performed this penance, was handed over to the secular arm to be burned. 7 suffered in the little park at Coventry this year, 1512, say the city annals, differing in date from that given by Foxe in his account of the 7 godly martyrs burnt at Coventry. But one, who was not staunch enough for martyrdom, recanted and did penance on a pipe head, holding a faggot on his shoulder while his comrades were burning. Henry's frequent appeals for money must have somewhat lessened the goodwill the Coventry men bore him for his frequent visits and complimentary membership of the city guilds. It was in 1500 that he and his queen became a brother and sister of the Trinity fraternity. Echoes reach us of the wars he undertook, which after vast preparations and much ingathering of money, usually ended in a truce or peace. We hear of the depredations of the King of Scots, who in 1496 broke the truce, crossed the border, and after doing all the harm and cruelty to men, women, and children that he could, to the uttermost of his power, returned in great haste over Tweed, a crossing which occupied him but 6 or 7 hours, whereas in coming over the river 2 whole days had been taken up. The insult was to be avenged, and 2 of the most expert men of the city were summoned to meet at a great council to confer upon this matter. The conference naturally ended in a demand for a loan. Henry had, in Richard Empson, who succeeded Boteler in the recorder's office, a servant well able to aid him in extorting money from his loyal Coventry subjects. No doubt the citizens were most unwilling to part with their substance. One Richard Smith, by an appeal to the king's Father of Derby, the husband of Lady Margaret, and by his importune and dissimuled suit, managed to gain an abatement of the sum he had originally agreed on, so that others of the city who knew of Smith's wealth were greatly discouraged at the inequality of the assessment. Empson was to proceed, said King Henry, as he thought fit, an injunction which may be construed to mean that he was to get all the money he could out of Richard Smith for the king's use. Yet the citizens prospered, no doubt, under Henry's firm and sagacious rule, and when they recorded his death, chronicler fashion, in the Leet Book, it is with some appearance of regret. In this year, the account begins, died King Henry VII, the 22nd day of April, at Richmount, and was brought to London into Polly's, with many nobles of the realm, and great number of torches, and a great number of people both on horseback and afoot. And after 3 days being in Polly's, he was brought to Westminster, and there he lieth, and his Queen Elizabeth with him, in a new chapel, which he caused to be made in his life, on whose soul Jesu have mercy. And his son King Henry VIII was crowned the same year at Westminster, the Sunday next after Midsummer Day. If the father had chastised the men of Coventry with whips, The sun was to chastise them with scorpions. Loans and subsidies were the order of the day, for the great treasure gathered together by Henry VII was quickly dissipated by his successor. In 1524, 194 persons advanced to Henry £150 11 by way of loan, and this is only a single example of what was then a very common arrangement. But the citizens could ill bear the pressure of increased taxation. For some time their prosperity had been waning, for foreign competition had begun to tell upon the English cloth manufacture. Discontent and divisions were rife among them, as in the preceding century. During years of dearth, the common lands had been ploughed up, and when the dearth was over, when, thanks be now to Almighty God, as the Leet Book says, corn is comen to good plenty and to easy and reasonable price, the ploughing was still continued, and the cattle of the common folk deprived of pasture. In 1525, the citizens rose, after their old practice, to resist the enclosure of the common lands. On Il Lammas Day, say the annals, the commons of Coventry rose and pulled down the gates and hedges of the grounds enclosed, and they that were in the city shut the new gate against the chamberlain and their company. The mayor was almost smothered in the throng. He held with the commons, for which he was carried as prisoner to London. He was put out of his office, and Mr. John Humphrey served out his year. A special commission under the Marquis of Dorset was appointed to try the rioters. 37 prisoners were sent to Warwick and Kenilworth castles, and 7 to the Marshalsea. Some suffered at the pillory, others after long imprisonment were pardoned by the king on the occasion of the Pope's Jubilee. But the rulers of the city were highly unpopular, and frequent slanders were proclaimed against them. The annals record the discovery of the wildest schemes, which sprang no doubt from the misery of the people. In 1523, 2 men, Pratt and Sloth, were arrested in Coventry on the charge of treason. They confessed that their purpose was to kill the mayor and his brethren, rob St. Mary's Hall, where the common chest was kept, and take Kenilworth Castle. They were taken to London for judgment, but executed at Coventry, and their remains figured on the city gates. The next year a further scheme came to light. This time the king's subsidy was the object at which the plunderers aimed. It was to be stolen from the collectors on the highway to London. The conspirators proposed to seize Kenilworth Castle and to fight there for their lives. These men, Phillips, a schoolmaster, Pickering, clerk of the king's larder, and Anthony Manville, gentleman, were hanged, drawn, and quartered at Tyburn. The king's proceedings of 1536 undoubtedly intensified the misery of the citizens. The monastery was dissolved by the royal commissioners, the cathedral church defaced and its roof pulled off, and the lead, worth £647, stacked within the desecrated building. The house of the Franciscans razed because the poor people lay so sore upon it, and all monastic property seized into the king's hand. Dugdale, quoting Hales's letter to the Protector Somerset, attributes to the dissolution the state of decay and misery into which the city had fallen in the 3rd year of Edward VI. There were not at that time, the letter runs, more than 3,000 inhabitants, whereas within memory there had been 15,000. It is very doubtful whether the high figure is correct, and certainly the population never sank to so low as 3,000. In a petition coming from the people of Coventry in 1548, it is stated that there were to the number of 11 to 12,000 houseling people within the city. But it was the sweeping and iniquitous act of confiscation, known as the suppression of the guilds and chantries, rather than the dissolution of the monasteries, which brought the citizens to the verge of ruin. So extensive was the house property belonging to the guilds, and so intimately were these bodies connected with the corporation, that this calamity involved the city finances in the most terrible confusion. Having no property from which to draw the money for the annual fee farm of £50, one or two persons, the citizens declared to the Earl of Warwick, were yearly ruined by the tax levied for its payment. The poorer class, of late years greatly increased in numbers, were deprived of the guild charities, the children of a schoolmaster, and the less wealthy craftsmen of all hope of provision for old age and an honourable burial after death. The burgesses of Lynn and Coventry protested against the confiscation. There were but 2 churches in the city, the latter declared, wherein God's service is done, whereof the one, that is to say, the Church of Corpus Christi, was specially maintained of the revenues of such guild lands as had been given heretofore by divers persons to that use. If therefore now by the act the same land should pass from them, it should be a manifest cause of the utter desolation of the city. For the people, the petitioners declared, when the churches were no longer supported, nor God's service done therein, and the other uses and employments of those lands omitted, should be of force constrained to abandon the city and seek new dwelling places. This energetic protest was not without its effect. The citizens were permitted to purchase back the guild lands for the sum of £1,315, 1 shilling and 8 pence, a very large amount in those days, which, in spite of their poverty, they were enabled to gather together. Once more in Mary's reign, January 31st, 1554, when Coventry closed its gates against Lady Jane Grey's father, the Duke of Suffolk, the city became of strategic importance. The city failed to rise, and the Protestant cause in the Midlands was for the moment lost. Maybe the citizens regretted their inertia in the years that followed, when in 1556 Lawrence Saunders and Robert Glover, martyrs, were led out to die in the little park. Of Glover it is said that he remained lumpish, being dull of spirit, and fearing that the Lord had withdrawn his favour from him. But a change overtook him on his way to the stake, so that he clapped his hands with joy, seeming rather to be risen from some deadly danger to liberty and life, than as one passing out of the world by any pains of death. By this time a royal visit had ceased to be a political event. It became merely an occasion for splendour or an act of courtesy. Elizabeth visited the city in 1565, being lodged at Mr. Hales's at the Whitefriars, and was greeted with much courtier-like compliment by the recorder. But the reception given to her has none of the significance which attaches to the welcome, say, of Margaret of Anjou. Little remains of Whitefriars, save the east wing of the cloister with its fine-groined roof of the 15th century, but an oriel window on the western side is still called after Queen Elizabeth. Coventry saw the great Queen's rival a few years later, when in 1569, in order to be out of reach of her confederates in the north, Mary Queen of Scots was hurriedly conveyed from Tutbury to the city and placed under a strong guard. She was confined first in the Bull Inn, and then in St. Mary's Hall. Some years later, this queen's granddaughter, another of the fascinating luckless Stuarts, was hurried in November 1605 from Combe Abbey to Coventry, out of reach of the plotters of the Gunpowder Treason. This was Elizabeth, later the Winter Queen of Bohemia. She was lodged for the nonce with Mr. Hopkins of Palace Yard. The old town-house of the Hopkins family still stands in Earl Street, having undergone perhaps more vicissitudes than any other well-known house in Coventry. Once a coaching inn, known as the Golden Horse, and a ladies' school kept by one Miss Sheldrake. It was originally the home of the Hopkins family, who first appear in Coventry history in the late 15th century. Its best-known member, when Sheriff of Coventry, suffered much by reason of his openly expressed Protestantism, and fled to Basel in Queen Mary's reign. In this house James II held his court in 1687, and here were also lodged Princess Anne and George of Denmark. It is a beautiful old 17th century quadrangle with fine exterior leadwork, containing in its upper story a stone chimney-piece of classic type, disfigured by a coat of paint, while its banqueting chamber, with its finely panelled plaster ceiling, presents a veritable image of decay. The tombs of the family with their busts and togas, mid all the panoply of classic memorial and woe, appear in the Capper's Chapel of St. Michael's Church. The chief feature of the Stuart period is the strengthening of the Puritan feeling among the citizens, either owing to the influence of the Presbyterian Cartwright, who, during his tenure of the mastership of Leicester's Hospital in Warwick, established his system of church discipline among the clergy of the county, or from some hereditary instinct which had led them to embrace Lollardism under the Lancastrians, and furnish martyrs for the faggot under the Tudors. The men of Coventry grew more Puritan year by year. They greatly vexed the soul of King James in 1611 by refusing to kneel in receiving the sacrament, a circumstance the English Solomon never forgot, and 10 years later he refused to grant a new charter to the city until he was certified by the bishop that the orders of the church were complied with. Nor did a lawsuit, which the Prince of Wales carried on for many years with the corporation about the rent due to him from the monastery lands as Lord of Charlesmore, improved the understanding between the people and the Stuart kings. When, however, the famous writ of ship money was first issued in 1635, it was not against the principle, but rather against the unfair assessment of the local tax, that the men of Coventry murmured. The city, they complained, was no longer prosperous, nor was it able to pay a sum so disproportionate to that levied on the remainder of the county. Many were the journeys the diligent town clerk, Humphrey Burton, undertook ere he could get the tax lightened for the citizens. But no readjustment of the assessment of this unpopular tax could win over the hearts of the Coventry men to King Charles. And when, in August 1642, a few days before the royal standard was unfurled at Nottingham, Charles appeared before the walls and summoned the people of Coventry to admit him, they refused to allow him to enter the city. This circumstance rankled sore in the king's mind, and it seems that the feeling was shared by his son, for when King Charles II came into his own again, he ordered that the walls of the city where his father had suffered this check should be demolished. The work of destruction, which was begun by the Earl of Northampton on July 22nd, 1662, occupied nearly 500 men for 3 weeks and 3 days, and when it was over, the history of Coventry as a fortification comes to a close. Moreover, the title of the bishopric was now transposed, running henceforth not Coventry and Lichfield, but Lichfield and Coventry. King James II, who tampered here as everywhere with the civic constitution in favor of the Tories, his supporters, paid the city a peaceful visit in 1687, was lodged in Palace Yard, and touched for the evil in St. Michael's Church, on which occasion the very galleries cracked again, the throng was so great. This closes the list of notable royal visits to Coventry, and the interest shifts to the varying fortunes of the citizens. Although, as compared with London, provincial towns ceased to be great centres of trade, Coventry never gave itself wholly up to stagnation and decay, but always kept alive some sort of manufacturing activity. At first, the settlement of Huguenot exiles gave an impulse to the silk industry, and for nearly 2 centuries the weaving of silk and ribbons was the main employment of the citizens. In the 18th century, the manufacture of watches was introduced, but it had been reserved for our own day to see the city again put on that busy, eager, thriving look which must have distinguished it under the later Plantagenets. The cycle manufacture has won back for the city some of the prosperity it once enjoyed, but nothing can bring back the pomp and grandeur and the semi-independence of medieval times. Neither can the modern builder lend it any of the consistent beauty of the architecture of the Middle Ages. Still, unlike Abingdon, Winchester, or St. Albans, it is a town with a present to work in, as well as a past on which to look back. As for the future, who can tell? End of chapter 11, part 2. Read by Jenny, 2023. Chapter 12, part 1 of The Story of Coventry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. The Lamislands, Part 1. We have passed the period wherein the men of Coventry rebelled against their overlord, the prior. In the late 14th century, we enter upon one marked by internal strife. The law passed under Edward II, forbidding victuallers to hold any municipal office, was frequently evaded, and in many towns the great power of this class was a source of endless trouble. Footnote: the act was repealed in 1511-12. In 1522, an order of leet was passed in Coventry to the effect that the mayor should warn any baker who had offended twice against the assize not to bake any more in the city unless he could find surety that his fault should not be repeated, and further, no victualler or butcher was allowed henceforth to be on the jury of leet. End footnote. Excitements in the Guildhall when the men, whose wages were fixed at statute rate, found they would not avail to buy them proper food. The shouting of angry crowds when the chamberlains at their Lammas ride refused to pull down fences to admit the freemen's sheep and cattle, as they had done in times past, must have warned the mayor and his brethren to give heed to their ways. Murmurings were heard at an early date. In 1370, the customs laid on food for the purpose of raising money for murage provoked a rising. In 1387, the townsfolk cast their loaves at the mayor's head because the bakers kept not the assize. Footnote: the loaf varied in weight, but not in price, with the price of corn. End footnote. Neither did the mayor punish them according to his office, and again we hear of risings owing to that fruitful cause of trouble, the enclosure of the common lands. Footnote: it is difficult to determine the date of these risings, so great is the variation between the different lists of mayors, and so often do Coventry historians antedate events, owing to the confusion between the old and new styles. It is noticeable that the mayor in 1381 was Thomas Kelly, one of the founders of the Trinity Guild. End footnote. Perhaps the townsmen were more sensitive with regard to the Lamislands than on any other point. From time immemorial they had possessed certain rights over the common and Lammas pastures, which heretofore surrounded the city. There was still a great belt of these, about 2,300 acres in extent in 1835, the commons no doubt representing the ancient manorial waste, Godiva's Wood, 2 miles long and the same broad, and the Lammas and Michaelmas pastures, the manorial fields of meadow and arable, which were only free after the hay and corn harvest had been carried in. Thus, while there was on the common lands pasture for the cattle the whole year through, the citizens merely shared with various tenants or freeholders the use of Lammas and Michaelmas grounds, driving their cattle on them at certain seasons of the year, namely from Lammas, August 1st, or Michaelmas, September 29th, to Candlemas, February 2nd. During the remainder of the year, the fields were in private hands. The extent of the common pastures was well known, but the peculiar tenure of the Lammas lands made it a more difficult matter to determine the exact area of pasture, held 6 months in commonalty and 6 in severalty. From time to time angry disputes arose concerning the boundaries and extent of these lands, and a series of enclosures, whereof there was much bitter complaint in Warwickshire in the 16th century, did much to diminish the broad belt of pasture which once engirt the city. Various questions were, however, set at rest by a settlement in 1860, whereby half of the Lammas pasture was made over to the various freeholders who had half-yearly rights over them, and the remaining portion, held in trust for the freemen, was converted into common land for the whole year through. To this day there remain tracts of breezy and often gorse-grown common at Hearsel, Stychel, Whitley, Stoke, and Gosford Green. These and the small triangular patch once known as Greyfriars Green form considerable relics of the freemen's pastures. Held, as the common report went, by the commonalty, afore that any mayor or bailiff was, in other words, before the incorporation of the city, these lands could not be alienated from the burghers' use without their consent. Footnote. It is here said that the mayor, bailiffs, and commonalty was seized in their demesne as of fee for the common lands in right of the community. There was much uncertainty among the lawyers of that time as to the entity possessing rights over the common lands. Cicely de Montal, in her grant to the prior of the manorial waste attached to the earl's half, reserves for all cottiers their reasonable pasture. Walter de Coventry bequeathed to his fellow townsmen and their heirs for ever his rights of pasture for all the cattle in all his lands. End footnote. The pastures were, however, frequently enclosed, openly for municipal purposes, secretly for private gain. In the latter case there was naturally no word of consulting the burghers, and although in the former the community gave their consent to the measure, formally summoned by the mayor, the whole system of enclosures was so unpopular that it bred riots and endless discontent. The whole question can be better surveyed by examining the careers of William Bristow and Lawrence Saunders insofar as they touch the little commonwealth of the city. Close by Whitley Bridge is a piece of meadow called Alderford Peace, which is still held by the owners of Whitley Abbey, although they have no other land on the Coventry side of the river Sherborne. Concerning this and sundry other meadows, a bitter feud was waged in Coventry during the 15th century between the family of Bristow on the one hand, and the mayor, bailiffs, and community of the city on the other. Footnote. The land in question stretched from Whitley Brook to Barron's Field, which was enclosed in 1845 as a cemetery. End footnote. The account of the struggle, which reveals some of the most interesting personalities in Coventry history, shows how tenacious were the memories of the commonalty where the extent of the Lammas lands was concerned, and how fierce their resentment when these suffered diminution by encroachment. There are doubts whether William Bristow of Whitley came of gentle blood, though he spoke of his manor in those parts, and wrote himself gentleman with the best. His father, John Bristow, had gained his livelihood in the city as a draper, and growing in wealth and influence, became mayor in 1428, and later justice of the peace and master of the Trinity Guild. But he left an ill name behind him, and his acts of encroachment were fruitful of many troubles both to him and his descendants. Thinking maybe to improve his position and step into the ranks of the country gentry, John purchased an estate at Whitley, a mile or two south of the city gates. Then began those enclosures of the common pastures which were hereafter to be remembered against him. 40 years later, the tale of his doings were related by the oldest of his fellow townsmen. After the said John Bristow had borne office within the city of Coventry, thinking that the common people of the said city neither durst nor would, contrary his doing, he let sow with corn divers lands and buttes lying in the said common ground of Coventry fast by Whitley Cross. But the encroachment did not go unnoticed, nor was the transgressor allowed to have his will. Whereupon the aged citizens continued glad to remember the stalwart resistance made by a bygone generation. The said people of Coventry put the heirdlim of beasts of Coventry into the said corn, and eaten it up as corn sown on their own common ground. Nevertheless, John did not amend his ways, being assured his good friends, the mayor and corporation, would wink at his misdeeds. But inordinately be the favour of divers then officers of the city of Coventry, divers times, he let enclose part of the foresaid common ground by divers parcels with hedges and dykes, and then after divers times let plough, and so divers of the same closes be him so wrongfully enclosed, intending ever assigns all good conscience for his singular avail, individual profit, to approve him get possession of part of the said common ground, so that by such countenance it might be called his own land, where in truth he had never right, title, nor possession therein. But this was not the least of John Bristow's encroachments. He laid claim to share with the freemen of Coventry the rights of pasture on the side of Whitley Brook nearest to the city, a claim no lord of Whitley had heretofore advanced. But he met with a second check, which wrong, when the people of Coventry understood it, they put in the pound, the beasts of the said John Bristow at Coventry, whereupon the same John made amends for the said wrong, and never after would suffer his cattle occupying at Whitley to pass over the said brook toward Coventry by his will. But after his death, when his son William entered into the inheritance, either the relaxation of the citizens' vigilance or the warm friendliness of men in high places enabled the new lord of Whitley to drive his tenants' cattle across the brook, the natural boundary between the pasturage of the folk of the hamlet of Whitley and the city of Coventry. Moreover, the meadows between Baron's Field and Whitley Brook were kept several. The citizens did not, however, forget these encroachments, though for many years custom sanctioned the double wrong. The fruit of these evil dealings was seen in the year 1469, a troubled one for Coventry. The mayor William Saunders, a dyer, one of a craft which had often been, and was again often to be, at variance with the corporation, seems to have had leanings towards the popular side. Wars and rumours of wars brought some distress upon the city, and the mayor gave £5 in releasing of poor men that should have bore her part towards defraying the cost, for 50 men to go to York to the king against Robin of Redesdale, for Warwick's party were rising in rebellion, and the soldiers, weary of war, demanded the unheard of sum of 10 pence a day as payment. Financial difficulties also beset the corporation. The firm, as we have seen, had in the previous year fallen greatly into arrears, but the trouble concerning the Lammas lands was to dwarf by comparison all the rest. It was at this time that William Bristow by his own deed brought down upon himself the anger of the corporation. From a house in the West Orchard he built a wall which was found to encroach by a foot or more upon the common river, wherefore it was taken up again. Indignant at this usage, Bristow brought an action for trespass in the county court against the mayor and community. This was an unwise step on his part, for the corporation at once remembered, the Leet Book says with unconscious irony, that he was suffered to overlay the common betwixt Whitley and Coventry, and had no common there. In other words, Bristow had continued to tread in his father's footsteps. They resolved forthwith that this should not be suffered to continue. On the eve of St. Andrew, before Sir John Needham, Knight and Justice, they demanded what evidence Bristow could put forth in support of his claim, and heard the testimony of aged men concerning the impounding of his father's cattle in former days when they had been found in the Coventry pastures. While matters were in debate, the other encroachment of this family was brought forward. Men told one another how John Bristow had, by diking and hedging, enclosed divers parcels of the common pasture by the water at Whitley, and how the father and son had kept these meadows several ever since. For once corporation and commonalty were of one mind as regards the question of the Lammas lands. It was resolved that John Bristow's work should be undone. So on the Monday after St. Andrew's Day, the mayor and divers citizens, such is the account of the affair Bristow gave in his petition to Edward IV in the following year, stirred, provoked, and commanded money and divers riotous persons, to the number of 500 persons and more, who in manner of war arrayed, that is for to say, with bills, lansquets, jacks, sallets, bows, arrows, and with mattocks and spades, shovels and axes, with evil intent came to Bristow's fields. Here they went to work, and cast down his gates and his dykes, cut down his hedges and his trees, and many great oaks, being growing in the hedges and dykes of the age of 100 years and more, carrying away wood, clay, and gravel, and riotously destroying 2 swans' nests. The trespassers would even have pulled down the petitioner's mills had not one of his servants induced them to desist by meeting them with a certain money by way of a fine. And afterwards, Bristow continued, with a touch of bitterness at this last indignity, William Peer, one of the aldermen of the same city, by the commandment of the said late mayor, and Richard Braytoft, brought with him the weights of the same city to the said rioters in rehearsing of their said riots, and like as they had done a great conquest or victory, made them pipe and sing before the said rioters all the way to the said city, which is by space of a mile large or more. And that day, the petition goes on yet more bitterly, these men were in the tavern sitting, vaunting and rehearsing of their great riots, saying that if your said beseecher sued any person for that cause by the course of your laws, that they would slay him. In this manner, with tossing of tankards and playing of pipes, the meadows and arable lands at Whitley were thrown open to the community at St. Andrew's tide in the year of grace 1469. William Saunders, the mayor, found the commonalty apt pupils in learning to resent old encroachments, but the pupils soon grew too strong for the master's hand. A fresh trouble arose after Bristow's claims had been disposed of. The prior's waste was held by the convent, but the community was possessed of a somewhat doubtful title to the pasturage of the same. On St. Nicholas' Day the people broke out into open riot, threw down hedges round about the waste and those of other gardens belonging to the convent. The prior professed to be greatly aggrieved, and proposed to trouble the city, no doubt, with a lawsuit. But the mayor, perceiving perhaps that the matter was one of great difficulty, entreated him to come to terms, and finally granted him as compensation the waste and a piece of land without the new gate, to be kept several for evermore. These enclosures were the beginning of troubles. A body of 216 men had approved of this measure, but they were, very likely, selected with a special view to obtaining this approval, as the names of 65 of them can be identified with those of past or future municipal officers. At least the common people did not approve of the step. They refused to relinquish their ancient rights over the prior's waste and the close by the new gate, though the leet forbade them to break open the meadows reserved for the prior's use. But Bristow did not tamely endure to be cut off from his supposed inheritance. The following year he appealed to the Privy Council to redress his wrongs, and Saunders, the late mayor, peer, and another citizen who had been prominent in the affair of the preceding year, were summoned before the council to answer for the matters laid to their charge. The late mayor and his assistants scornfully denied the bulk of Bristow's accusation. Whitley, they averred, was no manor, and claims such as its present owner put forward had been formerly unknown. They gently ridiculed the complaint of the damage wrought amongst the great oaks, whereof none, they declared, were more than 20 years old, the value of the whole timber being but 6s. 8d. But they were fain to admit the felling of 12 small trees, as well as of breaking hedges, and carrying away sundry loads of clay and gravel. But it was not on Bristow's land, they declared, that these trespasses had been done. The land he asserted to be part of his inheritance was in reality the property of the community, and in the time of Lawrence Cook (he had succeeded Bristow's father in the mayoralty in 1429), the corporation had held these meadows in the community's name, and this possession dated back to the days before the city's incorporation. The commonalty of the same city, afore that any mayor or bailiff was, were seized thereof in their domain as of fee, time that no man's mind is to the contrary. Bristow's second statement, or replication, and Saunders' rejoinder, were a mere tissue of mutual contradiction, and the king deputed the prior of Maxstoke, Sir Richard Bingham, and Thomas Littleton, to inquire into the business, and make a return under their conclusions respecting the same, in the quindine of St. Michael next coming. What the end of these worthy persons' inquisition was, we have no means of knowing. The matter, however, dragged on, with various appeals to justice, until April 1472. In that year the corporation made a great effort to end the dispute. A large gathering, these, says the Leet Book, giving about 120 names, and of other many more, assembled in St. Mary's Hall at the mayor's bidding, and being asked how they would be domained in that behalf, answered and said they would abide with the mayor and his brethren to the utmost of her goods in the matter, and as the mayor and his council did in the matter would agree thereto. Fortified by this support, the mayor and his council proceeded to seek for means of closing the quarrel by arbitration. On the Wednesday in Whitsun week, the two sheriffs offered to treat on Bristow's behalf, their labor being undertaken, they confessed, through the special means and lamentable insistence of the wife of the said William Bristow. The mayor and council, in order that it might not be said that they had refused a reasonable offer, ordered that bills, indented and ensealed, should be made, setting forth the matter at variance, both parties agreeing to abide by the decision of John Catesby, sergeant at law, and William Cumberford. Moreover, a representative of the mayor and community was to be chosen to ride to London and lay the matter before the arbitrators. As there were, of course, no deeds existing testifying to the rights of the community in this case, measures were taken to prepare documents, and on the Monday next after the Blessed Trinity Sunday, the common lands were viewed by certain great men of the neighbourhood, the abbots of Kenilworth, Combe, Stoneleigh, and Merivale, Sir Simon Mountford of Coleshill, Sir Robert Strelley, and William Hugford of Emscote. These, then, had an examination of certain of the oldest men of the city, the which old men, all and every of them by himself, deposed and swore openly upon a book that the land in question was common to the commonalty. There was then a letter testimonial made to this effect, to which all the worshipful men and these great folk affixed their seals. The 30 old men, their ages ranged from 40 years and more to 80, were much impressed with the solemnity of the occasion. "Inasmuch," their letter testimonial runs, "as for our great ages, be likelihood we may not long abide in this earthly life, and we know verily that it is needful to our souls to witness things that be true, and in our knowledge, calling to our remembrance the unlawful and wilful trouble which William Bristow doth assign the mayor and commonalty of Coventry, claiming the common ground that lieth between Baronsfield without the new gate, under the King's Park, stretching to Whitley Brook, called Sherborne." They affirmed that his claim was contrary to old custom and open wrong. They told also the tale of John Bristow's offences in enclosing and sending his cattle upon the pastures. "And since the death of the said John Bristow, the same William Bristow, willing be his power to continue the foresaid wrong done by his said father, wrongfully put into the same close and the aforesaid common ground residue divers beasts of his farmers of Whitley, saying presumptuously that he and his tenants of Whitley would have come for their beasts at Whitley without number, in all places upon the said common ground. Whereas this land, on the contrary, had formerly been occupied by the commonalty of Coventry yearly at their pleasure, to make their shootings, runnings, dancings, bowling alleys, and other their disports, as in their own ground. And these matters," the record concludes, "be us also declared, been just and true, so help us God at the day of Dome." No records remain to tell us what was the ultimate decision at which the arbitrators, Catesby and Cumberford, arrived. In the July of the next year, another set of arbitrators were at work, either party of litigants being bound in an obligation of 100 marks to abide by their decision. According to this verdict, Bristow was allowed to retain possession of the enclosed parts, but the mayor and community were to have common for beasts from Lammas to Candlemas in the said land if it were fallow, and if it be sown as soon as the corn is carried away, while Bristow and his heirs were allowed to common with the inhabitants of Coventry on the lands between his estate and the city. Footnote: the varieties in the nomenclature of the various fields makes it difficult to pronounce decidedly whether Bristow gained all he desired according to this arbitration. End footnote. It is very probable that the good folk of the city were ill pleased with this decision, which was of the nature of a compromise. For although they were allowed, as of old, the use of the fields during the autumn and winter months, yet they must, according to the terms of the arbitration, admit Bristow's cattle to a share in their pastures, and the large flocks which he kept together with those of the prior, and another grazier, devoured, they said to one another, the pasture which of right belonged to their geldings and cattle. It appears that attempts had been made to break up the prior's waste and the close by the new gate, for the leet fixed the penalty of those who should offend in this manner at 40 shillings. Men of long memories must have pointed out to the anxious crowds at Lammas these encroachments on the land of the community. "The people come at the opening and overseeing of the common," runs an order of leet for the year 1474, "in excess number, and unruly to full ill example. And it was ordained that on this day none should accompany the chamberlains when they rode out into the fields about the city to throw open the common lands, but those to whom permission had been previously given." Footnote: Bristow's case was again under discussion in 1475, this time a verdict, given not by a Coventry jury, but by a jury of 24 knights from the vicinage of the city, was favourable to Bristow, and acquitted him of the charge of assault, etc., brought against him by the corporation. End footnote. But those whose minds dwelt on these abuses of encroachment and surcharging, with others permitted by the corporation, found a spokesman and chief of their party in the dyer, Lawrence Sanders. To judge from the position of Lawrence and his friends, the heads of this party were men of good standing in the town and well-to-do. They could count among their number brethren of the guild and men of substance sufficient to admit of their filling the lower municipal offices, the warden's post, or the chamberlain's. These men had grievances other than the surcharging or enclosing of the common pasture, questions to which Lawrence's formal petitions are wholly devoted. Their trade was shorn of its profits. In complaints coming from Lawrence's followers, we are told that the rulers of the city picked away the thrift of the commonalty, and reference is made to certain unpopular acts of late touching the citizens, not only as sharers of the common pasture, but also as makers, buyers, and sellers, in short, as craftsmen. William Saunders, the father of Lawrence, had been mayor in the year the prior's waste was enclosed. He must have been a wealthy citizen to rise to the mayor's degree. Since 1434, the family had lived in Spawn Street, a convenient neighborhood for those of the dyer's occupation, as the river flowed near. If he had been of a submissive temper, in all likelihood Lawrence would have risen to high places, as his father had done. Owing perhaps to William Saunders' influence, early in life the son once gave his adherence to the municipality, in so far as, when the question of enclosing the waste was brought forward, his name appears among the 216 who consented to the measures which, on looking back 11 years later, he unreservedly condemned. It was in 1480 that he was chosen to fill the post of chamberlain or treasurer, and probably from that time, as a member of both the guilds, or as a late municipal officer, he was on the roll of those liable to be summoned by the mayor to attend the council. Footnote: Lawrence was a member of the Council of 48 and a member of both guilds. In 1495, Saunders was discharged from all attendance at the mayor's council, the common council, and all other councils to be taken within the city. The common council is first mentioned in 1477. Probably the 48 and the common council were identical. The mayor's council consisted apparently of such of the 48 as he cared to summon. There is no evidence that these councillors were elected by wards. End footnote. The chamberlainship was an irksome post. The officers were overseers of the common pasture and took fines from the owners of strayed cattle. They received the murage dues, which were devoted to repairing the walls in city buildings, giving in an account of the outlay at the end of the year. The murage money was continually running short about this time, as the prior could not be induced to pay his share, and the chamberlains were frequently called upon to make up the deficit. Footnote: the prior, in 1498, is said to have refused to pay it for 20 years. End footnote. The corporation quickly found that they had reason to repent of their choice. Lawrence was a masterful man. Where he is subject and servant, he would subdue us all if he might get assistance, the mayor complains in a letter written this year to the Prince of Wales. The Leet Book gives a specimen of the new officer's insubordination. It appears that labourers had been set to quarry for stone required for repairing the town wall. At the end of the week, the two chamberlains, Saunders and his fellow, William Heed, refused, contrary to custom, to give them their wages, Lawrence saying presumptuously to the mayor that those that set them a work should pay for him. The two officers were there and then committed to prison, where they lay for a week. In the end, the petitions of their friends obtained a release. Both were, however, bound in £40 to abide by the decision of the mayor and council as to their punishment. The mayor and council fixed upon a fine of £10, and of this they afterwards gave back £6 to the two chamberlains, a piece of liberality which shows that the town rulers knew their cause was weak, or thought it impolitic to push Saunders to extremities while such a strong feeling in his favour existed throughout the city. Matters did not improve as time went on. The Leet Book relates how Lawrence, in spite of the forbearance shown towards him, was wilfully disposed against both the mayor and the common people, distraining their cattle and taking excess fines for the pound. When summoned before the mayor to see direction according to custom, he many times grudged so to do, and in manner at all times disdained to be led by the said mayor. Finally, on September 20th, having obtained license to leave the city on the plea of business at Southampton, he turned his horse's head in the direction of Ludlow and rode thither, bearing in his hands a petition addressed to the Prince of Wales, who, as Duke of Cornwall, was the lord and special protector of the city. The prince, a child of 10 years old, kept his court at Ludlow Castle, at that time under the guardianship of his uncle, the Earl Rivers. It is very evident that this account of the first falling out between the chamberlains and the corporation does not go to the root of the matter. Lawrence's conduct is more explicable when we turn to the version he gives of the affair in the petition of the chamberlains and citizens of Coventry, for in this document, which he tendered to the prince's council, his finger can be distinctly traced. According to this petition, there were 2 grievances under which the community then labored. In the first place, the prior, the recorder, Bristow, and others, withheld from them half of the common lands. In the second, a favoured few, maintained by the recorder and the mayor, surcharged the pasture with what number of sheep they chose, while the common folk of the city were not allowed to go beyond their stint, the number laid down by the authorities. In a city where there was much cloth-making, and wool greatly in request, there was naturally a good deal of scope for the grazier, and no doubt the men of this calling had come to an understanding with the municipality. The chamberlain's duty, however, was perfectly clear. They were enjoined by an order of leet, passed only 9 years before, to drive the flocks of those who surcharged the commons to the pound, and take distress from the owners until they should pay the customary fine. Footnote: cattle surcharging the common to be driven to the pound and distress taken, and yet this very year the corporation declared to the prior that the citizens always had driven their cattle without number on the commons. End footnote. This order they accordingly fulfilled, but whether they really asked for what the municipal version calls an excess fine, there is no means of discovering. But the mayor desired that they should be ruled by his likings, and accordingly tried the persuasion of a week's imprisonment. Finding that after their release the chamberlains still persisted in this course, he again and again delivered up the sheep and remitted the fine. Whenever this was done, the officers sustained the loss of several shillings, for the charge for every score was 4d, and there is mention of 9 and 10 score, and even of 300 sheep driven into the pound. It would seem that in all these matters the mayor was but the tool of the recorder, Harry Boteler, or Butler, who had succeeded to the recordership in 1456, in the room of Thomas Littleton of famous memory. It was Butler who, according to the petition, kept Saunders and Heed in prison over the day of the Easter leet, and would in no ways suffer them to speak a word for the said common. He, too, urged on them the signing of the recognizance in 40 pounds to obey the mayor's commandments about the pinfold charges, although the chamberlains grudged to do so, and insomuch as they were solemnly sworn to the contrary. And from this bond he would not release them, he cried a month later, for the best piece of scarlet in England. As for the prior's sheep, though 400 of them were grazing on the common, contrary to old custom, the recorder would not suffer them to be pinned, because the prior, forsooth, was lord of the soil. And when the chamberlains asked that the closes which the prior kept in severalty might be thrown open at Lammas, it was Butler who refused, alleging the composition made between the prior and the community in the time of William Saunders being mayor. Footnote: The meadows in question were the Prior's Waste and the close by the New Gate. Where it ought to become, as all the body of the city know, in that the foresaid Lawrence, one of the said chamberlains, grudged in so much as the said mayor, deceased, was his father, and might not answer for himself, but said that he trusted in God to see it come again. Then the recorder burst forth, that he would make the said chamberlain to curse the time that ever he saw him, and would make him to weep water with his eyes, and for to be revenged upon him, he said he would ride to complain upon him unto our sovereign lord the king. The petition ends with a list of the fields enclosed by the prior, the Trinity Guild, and others of the city. It is clear from the recorder's speech that there was expectation of battle toward, and Butler had no mind to give quarter. Meanwhile Lawrence, by his appeal to the prince's council, had stolen a march upon his enemies. A letter, dated September 30th, 1480, required that some discreet persons of the city council should ride to Ludlow, bearing a copy of the chamberlain's oath, in order that the prince's council might compose a variance between certain people of the city about a common pasture. This letter revealed to the corporation the chamberlain's secret mission. "We, your humble and true servants here," the mayor and his brethren wrote in reply, "know no variance betwixt any person here for any common pasture, but that we among ourselves, by the grace of God, shall amicably and righteously settle." They begged that Saunders' words might not be printed in the prince's remembrance, and hoped to have license to punish this troublesome citizen, inasmuch as he would raise up commotions among the people, and by this means discourage other misruled to presumptuously attempt such things hereafter. As the prince still insisted that the suit should be heard at Ludlow, 18 worshipful men, chosen by the Common Council, set forth on the journey. Among them were numbered the recorder, lately recovered from sickness, the master of the Trinity Guild, John Butler, town clerk, presumably a son of the recorder, and William Heed, the chamberlain, Lawrence's fair-weather friend, who had betimes humbly submitted to the corporation. The wardens, to whom the paying of extraordinary expenses fell, went with the party to pay for the cost of the journey. There was a goodly following of servants, bringing up the number to 44 persons in all, for the worshipful folk travelled luxuriously, and to secure their comfort a cook and a harbinger were of the company. The cost of the journey, amounting to £15, 11 shillings 11 pence, was afterwards, by decree of the mayor and council, discharged by Lawrence Saunders. There is nothing related of the proceedings of the case, save that the decision was against Lawrence. The Leet Book says, "As openly was proved, he intended no reformation, but feigned matters to the extent to have been venged for the due punishment given to him for his obstinacy." So he came home to receive correction, and in his company there came a gentleman of the prince's council to see that he fulfilled all the commands laid upon him. There was nothing for it now but to bow before the storm. In the presence of the mayor, the council, and divers commons assembled in St. Mary's Hall, Lawrence, it is said, knelt down and besought the mayor's forgiveness, acknowledging his wrongdoing. He was then committed to ward. After a little time his friend's intercession prevailed, and he was allowed to leave the prison, being bound in £500 to appear at the next quarter sessions. The bond, too, for the corporation were little inclined to allow further complaints to royalty, was to be renewed till content were had of his sad demeaning. But though Saunders had been effectually silenced, the strife he had kindled raged on. Bristow and the prior, whose transgressions in the matter of surcharging were revealed in Lawrence's complaint, were both ready to pour forth counterclaims and accusations against the corporation in the hearing of the prince's council, at the time when Saunders' case was still under discussion. Prior Durham, being advised to present his grievances in writing to the mayor and his brethren, tendered, on November 16, 1480, an exhaustive list of them, which list the corporation hardly received in a befittingly serious spirit. Although in the prior's complaint the matter of surcharging is kept somewhat in the background, there can be little doubt that here the real grievance lay. The mayor and his friends had been perhaps very lenient to the convent in this particular, until Lawrence's petition to the prince had aroused their scruples, and they may have been forced to revive old regulations concerning the stint. When the prior argued that as lord of the soil he was not admeasurable, but able to drive on to the pasture what number of cattle he chose, the mayor and his brethren feigned blank ignorance. They did not know, they declared, that the prior was lord of the soil, but were of opinion that his action would be disseizing of the common. Footnote: in the lord's outwoods, moors, and heaths, which were never under the plough, he should not be stinted, for the soil is his. It is extremely doubtful whether the common lands of Coventry should be included in this category. Many of them had been under the plough. End footnote. They even tried to shield Lawrence Saunders when the prior alleged that his slanders were a source of great annoyance to the convent. He had been examined, they affirmed, and declared he never noised such lands as were held by the monks to be common, but those he had believed were so, according to the black book of the city. But if Lawrence had offended, they continued, he would be pleased to abide by what the mayor and prior chose to command him. End of chapter 12, part 1. Read by Jenny, 2024. Chapter 12, Part 2 of The Story of Coventry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. The Lamislands, Part 2. There was another memory that rankled with the monks. The tumult on St. Nicholas Day, 1469, and the subsequent action of William Saunders to prevent the prior from troubling the city with a lawsuit. His gardens, Durham indignantly reminded them, and his woods at Whitmore, had been broken into at that date, and he was not allowed to sue the misdoers at law. Again he was met by a front of stolid ignorance. The mayor and community remembered no such breaking, or any hindrance to the prior's suit, which he was at liberty to pursue. Grievances Durham had to pour forth in plenty. The town wall was built on his land, he complained, though his payment of £10 for murage, of pure goodwill, for repairing the town wall outside his ground, entitled him to some consideration in the matter. The folk of the city gave him hourly torment. They broke down his underwood, birches, holly, and hawthorn in Whitmore Park, and carried them away. They trod underfoot his grass and his corn, damaged his hedges, at their shooting called roving, to his hurt 100 shillings. They washed in Swanswell Pool, and fished in his ponds by night and by day, and made his orchard and several grounds a sporting place with shooting and other games. And when they had been challenged by his sergeants, they gave him short language, saying they will have it their sporting place. The churchwardens lopped off the boughs of the trees in St. Michael's churchyard, and all manner of filth was deposited in the convent ground, so that the prior may not have his carriage through his orchard, while by reason of the refuse swept into the river, his mill was letted to go, and himself and his brethren sorely hurt and discomfited by the stench. At divers times the prior had put up bills against the offenders in certain sessions, but, he concluded resentfully, They'd been so supported within this city, and the inquests so favourable to them, that no reformation nor punishment hath been done. The mayor and community assured the prior in return that they were most anxious to maintain a friendly understanding with the convent. The authorities of the city, they said, make daily as great diligence as they can to know the stoppers of the said common river, and when any be perceived, they being punished after their deserve. As to the breaking of the underwood, every year masters of the crafts, by the command of the mayor, enjoined the members to refrain from this, in issuing the doubtful censures of the church, and also temporal punishment. But the prior was reminded how the people of every great city as London, yearly in summer, do harm to divers lords and gentles, having woods and groves nigh to such cities, and yet the lords and gentles suffer such deeds, oftentimes of their good will. And if the town wall ran on the prior's land, as it did on other freehold within the city, the convent owed their security to these fortifications, and ought of right to contribute to their erection and repair, because their livelihood within this city, and their proper church, may rest in cert by means of the said murage. The lopping of trees in the churchyard they laid to the charge of the vicar, while as for the fish in Swanswell Pool, they profited by the washing there, and thereby grew the fatter. Let the prior, the mayor continued, send in the names of the shooters, trespassers, and the like, and bring an action against them, and take proceedings against the casters of refuse, for they were his own tenants, in his own court leet. The prior fumed at the audacity of this reply, and still more at the delay in returning it, for more than 6 weeks had elapsed since his bill of complaint had been issued. His rejoinder was drawn up in 2 days, a briefer space. The mayor had besought him, not without hypocrisy to Durham's mind, that he would be as good to the common weal as his predecessors had been, so that love betwixt him and the city might continue and daily better increase. But he distrusted these professions of peace. And whereas, he said, the mayor and his brethren pray heartily to the prior and his convent lovingly to accept their answers made to their complaints, they think it is, in them, no loving desire. His griefs, he reminded them, had been presented in writing the 16th day of November last past, to which the 2nd day of January next following they had returned answer, by the which I and my brethren, the good man went on, lapsing into the first person in the heat and hurry of his sentences, think is nothing according for reformation but delays. Wherefore I and they desire and pray you to have us excused of further communication. For we trust to God in that our complaints be no feigned matters, but such as shall be proved by credible proofs in writing. And for your answers, he added with a touch of irony, ye have taken long leisure to conceive, persuasive as it appeareth. They would have none of it. But we trust to have other remedy where truth shall be known. How strangely this dispute sounds in our ears, with its childish display of offended dignity on one side, and half-soothing, half-taunting tone on the other. But the petulant old prior did not long add to the difficulties of the corporation. When John Butler, the untiring steward, went to London in the following Lent, to find out what course the convent meant to pursue with regard to the suit at law between them and the city, he learned that the enemy was dead. But though the article about surcharging and the minor questions sank into insignificance, the dispute about the murage continued for many years, the convent still refusing to pay the tax. At last, in 1498, the matter was set at rest by the bishop's arbitration, the prior paying the annual tax upon condition that he should in future be made privy to the chamberlain's accounts in so far as they related to murage. But though the prior was dead, and Lawrence for the moment quiet, the troubles and litigations in which the corporation was involved were by no means past. On Lammas Day, 1481, Bristow, contrary to the tenor of previous arbitration, refused to allow the chamberlains to enter and throw open his field at Whitley, threatening, if they did so, to sue them for trespass. Immediately the recorder, town clerk, and others rode to Worcester to lay the matter before the prince's council. There it was decided that until the prince could appear to adjust the rival claims, neither party should enjoy the use of this meadow. 2 experts came by order of the prince's council to examine documents, but Bristow's were not ready, and after a repetition of the old practice of consulting the oldest inhabitants, the decision was postponed. Footnote: Finot, one of the prince's council, was deputed to examine the title deeds on behalf of the town, and Catesby on behalf of Bristow. End footnote. But the common people could not afford to wait the law's delays. After the departure of the lords of the prince's council, says the Leet Book, divers evil-disposed persons in great number of their forwardness went to the said ground, and there cast down hedges and dykes. Harry Butler, the recorder, always active when trouble came, went out and bade them leave off their forwardness. All went back to their work save one, John Tyler, who gave the recorder forward and unfitting language, and was committed to prison. A riot took place on the Trinity Guild feast day, the decollation of St. John the Baptist. The rioters rang the common bell and made an attempt to rescue Tyler, until, the writer of the Leet Book says with evident relief, Laud (praised) be God, the mayor and divers of his brethren came among them and seized them. Tyler being delivered to the citizens under surety for that time. The news of the riot was not long in reaching the ears of the king. He wrote in great wrath, straitly charging the mayor and his brethren, as they would avoid his high displeasure, and intend to enjoy the franchise and liberties of the said city, to show no favour to the rioters, and to inform our dearest son, the prince, of the whole proceeding. The mayor and his brethren were in an extremity of terror, remembering the king's high actions and the confiscation of 10 years back after Barnet Field. They sent a letter to the prince at Woodstock by the hand of their steward, beseeching him to be a gracious mean for them with his royal father, promising speedily to punish the offenders already indicted for riot and trespass. Meanwhile they laid the cause of the riot at the door of the real offender. The common people here in great number, they alleged, think that all the default is caused by William Bristow, who had not kept his promise made to the lords of the prince's council with regard to the meadow, nor removed the beasts of strange persons occupying in his name the said common. Footnote: Bristow seems to have allowed his tenants of Whitley to share in his privilege of intercommuning with the people of Coventry. End footnote. Of Bristow and his lengthy suit they were well weary. The people understand, the mayor writes hopelessly, that by his long deferrings, cautels, vexations, and troubles, he would never have conclusion, but find means of trouble and vexation to hurt and disheart the poor commons here of their rightful common, which he will do, except the prince aid. Edward IV was not altogether satisfied with this humble submission. He complained of conventicles that were not suppressed, and evildoers unpunished. diverse of you in manners supposing them to be supported and favored by persons having rule in our said city. 2 of the rioters were ordered to be sent to the king at Woodstock to be delivered up to Lord Rivers for imprisonment at Ludlow. 1 of the 2 was immediately arrested. Another withdrew himself, but afterwards, as it seemed, of his own free will, went off to Ludlow to share the imprisonment of his companion. They were released on the following Easter and returned to the city. But this rising had at least the effect of precipitating matters with regard to Bristow. He appears to have desired the whole affair to be settled according to common law. But as the community had no evidence to support their claims, save the testimony of the aged men of the place, they were most anxious to have the affair arranged according to composition. Footnote: disputes concerning the common lands were usually settled by arbitration and not before the judges of the King's Bench, possibly because the communitas had no power to sue in law courts as a legal person. End footnote. For 5 weeks the master of the Trinity Guild and John Butler, the steward, lingered in London about the business, and even undertook a journey to Southampton, where the king, being informed of Bristow's wilfulness, seems to have inclined favourably towards the cause of the citizens. In the August of the following year, their stubborn antagonist gave way and consented to abide by the arbitration of the Prince of Wales. Butler accordingly hurried off to Ludlow, and a final decision was arrived at in favour, we suppose, of the community. But although such ample details concerning this 13-year-old dispute are laid before us, nothing is said of the final result. But although this matter was decided, nothing was done with regard to the other enclosures, and Lawrence Saunders became unquiet. He drew up a second list of the meadows that were withheld from the community, and laid it before the mayor and council. It is noteworthy that Mr. Onley, a member of one of the oldest merchant families within the city, figures in the list as the holder of a field called Ashmore. The council condescended to explain how and when the enclosures had been made. The Leet Book says, they made him privy to the evidence of the city in that behalf. But when Lawrence desired a copy of these records to show to certain people of the city, old men of his party, no doubt, whose memories reached to bygone times, it was indignantly refused him. The mayor and council would never stoop so low as to furnish all chance-comers with the means of cavilling at their proceedings. Then Lawrence Saunders burst forth into untoward speech, asking to be released from his bond, the £500, and showing he would not otherwise be ruled than after his own will. The matter was shown to the lords of the Prince's Council, then tarrying in Coventry. By their advice, Lawrence was committed to the porter's ward the Saturday before All Hallows, and when, after a week had passed, he was released at the great instance of his friends, it was not without an admonition. The lords told him this was the 2nd time he had been in ward for his disobedience and for commotions made among the people. They bade him be wary, for if he came the 3rd time in ward for such matters, it should cost him his head. The warning was not without its effect. Lawrence, for the 2nd time, made a full submission, and also signed a statute merchant, this time in £200, undertaking that he would be of good bearing to the mayor and his successors for ever, and 4 craftsmen who dwelt near him in Spawn Street were responsible for his conduct in half this sum. Of the fine of £10 which they exacted from him, half was in course of time to be given back, if his submissive temper showed signs of lasting. It might well be thought he would not again question the high ways of the corporation, for by doing so he might involve his friends in ruin. Footnote: it is noticeable that immediately after this, the Leet gave orders that some of the fields granted to the prior, i.e., the field by the new gate, should be had again in a perpetual firm of the convent. End footnote. For 12 years there is no record that Saunders ever troubled the peace of men in high places. During this interval, death removed his great enemy, the old recorder, and royal favour, for Henry VII was ever prudent in such matters, gained the vacant post for Richard Empson. In 1484, 3 years before his death, Butler was overtaken by a great disgrace. He magnified his own office at the mayor's expense. Footnote. He said he had as much power as the mayor and could arrest him at sessions sitting on the bench. End footnote. And as a punishment, the 48, with Lawrence for the first time on record sitting among the number, decreed that on all public occasions he should not immediately follow the mayor, but should give precedence to the master of the Trinity Guild. Footnote. Unless he would submit to this condition, and to take an oath at Candlemas, as the mayor did, he was to be dismissed. Butler chose to submit. End footnote. It may be that this blow broke the old man's proud spirit. He became of so great feebleness that the men of the city, fearing that any casualty of disease by God's visitation might come unto him, began to take into consideration the claims of possible recorders. Butler, however, kept the post until his death, when the king, hearing how it had pleased our blessed Creator to call late from this uncertain and transitory life unto his great and inestimable mercy, the old recorder, wrote to inquire concerning candidates for the vacant post. There are signs that about this time Lawrence was looked upon with more favor by those in power. Footnote. The records are very meager about this time. The fact that Lawrence was a member of the 48 is an indication that the corporation were well disposed towards him. The fact that the very same mayor who occasioned Butler's disgrace enforced certain acts of Leet against the bakers is also a proof that there was a change of policy in his time at least. End footnote. In 1494, however, a change of policy, owing perhaps to the influence of the mayor, a grocer named Robert Green, caused him to take up his old position. In those days, the matter of enclosures was but one among many sources of trouble. In the first place, in that same year, the corporation, perhaps suddenly roused to the doings of various crafts, thought that they had enjoyed, in the past few years, more liberty than they were disposed to allow. They turned their attention to the pewterers' and tanners' fellowships. Complaint being made concerning deceivable pewterers' ware, the Leet ordained that all such as make and model metals within this city, as vessels of brass, pewter, and leaden, should sell true goods, modelled by due proportion, and to such merchants as had served an apprenticeship to the craft. Furthermore, the master of the fellowship received orders to seize any faulty vessels and bring them before the mayor and council. The maker, in the event of the charge being proved, was condemned to forfeit the sum of 20 shillings. Then the tanners felt the effects of the energy of the Leet. Certain of the craft were wont to buy raw hides in great, with the intention, no doubt, of selling them at a profit. This practice the court forbade, under pain of a 40-shilling fine, to be taken from buyer and seller alike. The irritation these ordinances called forth among certain members of these fellowships can be illustrated from the records of the Leet held the following year. It was then enacted that John Dudsbury, a tanner, and John Smith, a pewterer, for their repeated ill behaviour to men of worship, were to be put under surety from session to session until their submissive behaviour should content the justices of the peace. Footnote. This order was reenacted in 1497. No tanner or butcher was to make conspiracy contrary to this ordinance. Dudsbury had been a member of the 24, and was mayor in 1505. End footnote. A highly unpopular measure was the work of the mayor himself. This ordinance looks simple enough, but there is possibly a deeper meaning underlying it. Before his indentures were made, every apprentice was ordered to pay 12 pence towards the common funds, have his name entered in a book prepared for the purpose by the town clerk, and swear to the franchises of the city. The apprentice's friends might feel aggrieved at this new exaction. It is less easy to understand why the masters were inclined to resist the measure. That they were so inclined is shown by an order made some 6 months afterwards, to the effect that those who still received apprentices contrary to the ordinance, and continued stubborn, were to be committed to ward, and find surety that they would in future obey all ordinances of Leet. Footnote. The continuation of this order shows how restive the people were becoming under the recent regulations. A like surety was to be taken from anyone who would not obey orders of Leet and be reformed by the mayor and council. End footnote. The corporation had some motive in binding the apprentices by a solemn oath and enrolling them in this methodical fashion. They evidently wished to keep a tight hold on them for some particular purpose. For 100 years Coventry had been celebrated for cloth-making, and the sellers of cloth had been the richest men in the city, and members of their fellowship more frequently in office than those of any other occupation. Footnote. Lists of all the living craftsmen who had held office were compiled in 1449. 16 drapers, 13 mercers, 7 dyers, 2 wire drawers, 2 wittars, and 2 weavers are mentioned. End footnote. It was important that the merchants and drapers, and of these the corporation was chiefly composed, should be able to keep the makers of cloth, weavers and fullers, well under control, and in attempting this, quarrels may well have arisen. The merchants, thinking they would again arise, determined to weaken the master makers of cloth by keeping this tight hold over the apprentices and making them responsible to the corporation. Certain practices, in all probability lately revived under this mayor or his successor, were particularly detested by the citizens concerned in cloth-making. Coventry was a great centre for the weavers' industry. For a long time past, in accordance with orders of Leet, cloth had been sold on market days in the drapery in St. Michael's churchyard, a house of which the Trinity Guild had been possessed for the last 130 years. Footnote. Drapery granted to the Trinity Guild, 1365 to 1369. End footnote. There was a second selling place, the porch of St. Michael's Church, which lay a few yards from the drapery door. This had been, in all probability, the traditional sale ground for cloth before the drapery was fixed on and passed into the possession of the guild. In the church porch, the payment of stallage might be avoided, and it may be the makers did not fear for their workmanship the strict supervision of the craft of drapers. In 1455, the sale of cloth in the porch was forbidden by the Leet, yet no doubt, in spite of pains and penalties, the weavers or makers still drove their bargains, whenever it was possible, outside the walls of the drapery. But the municipality resolved that the orders of Leet should no longer be set at naught. Cloth must henceforward be sold in the drapery, and not elsewhere. Footnote. These words are almost identical with a gloss written in the margin of one ordinance passed in 1495. End footnote. There was also a fixed place for the weighing and sale of wool called the wool hall, adjoining the drapery, and likewise the property of the guild. The trade in wool was, no doubt, chiefly in the hands of the wealthy merchants, many of whom were of the staple of Calais. The wardens also overlooked the weighing, and took from the owners certain dues for the profit of the town. These dues must have increased the price of wool, so that the weavers or cloth makers, or whatever body of men purchased the wool for manufacture in the first instance, suffered by reason of such a regulation, and poor householders who bought the wool to weave for their own use were in like case. Footnote: in Coventry the wool buyers appear to have been the cloth makers. The dyers in 1415, who were great makers of cloth, took the flower of the woad for their own use. In 1435 we hear of the cloth makers employing combers to card wool, and in 1512 we find that a searcher examined the wool to see that it was free from filth for the clothier. End footnote. The enforcement of this order and the consequent collection of dues were bitterly resented, and the citizens, reminded of the traditional toll freedom of their market, cried that the city that had been free was now in bondage. Footnote: there are no new ordinances relating to the weighing of wool at this time. Most likely the ordinance of 1440 was often evaded, and it was resolved that a stricter supervision should be exercised. End footnote. Dame Good Eve made it free, and now the custom for wool and the drapery. But before Green's year of mayoralty was passed, the corporation found that they would still have to reckon with Lawrence Saunders. It was on Lammas Day, 1494, in the presence, so the mayor and council were credibly informed, of 40 persons, that he spoke these words: "Sirs, hear me. We shall never have our rights till we have stricken the heads of 3 or 4 of these churlish heads that rule us. And if thereafter it be asked who did that deed, it shall be said, me and they and me. He should constrain," Lawrence went on, "William Butler to drive his cart laden with oats into the cross-cheaping, and there to unlay the said cart." Now William Butler was probably either a forestaller and regrater, who intercepted, in defiance of all manner of ordinances to the contrary, the grain intended to be sold openly in the market, or he had encroached upon the common land. Lawrence, it appears, fulfilled his threat, and cried out to the crowd assembled in the cross-cheaping or market-place, "Come, sirs, and take the corn who so will, as your own." Footnote: Lawrence afterwards committed William Butler to ward for breach of regulations elite doubtless, but without authority. End footnote. The whole proceeding utterly scandalized the mayor and his worshipful brethren. On the Wednesday after the exaltation of the Holy Cross, they committed Lawrence to prison and fixed his fine at £40. For months he lay there, while 2 friends, whose names were Alexander Horsley and Robert Barlow, were surety for the payment of this great sum. But this amount meant ruin and drove Lawrence's party to fury. The mayor and council had treated a fellow citizen no better than one of those hated Scots, and this was not enough. They also bound over this sower of strife to good bearing, and the next year, whether for the sake of old offences or for the commission of new ones, wiped out his name from among the number of the rulers of the city. Lawrence Saunders was discharged, the order ran, from the mayor's council, the common council, and all other councils, taken and kept within this city for the welfare of the same, and forbidden under the penalty of £40 ever to ride out with the chamberlains on Lammas Day. It was an old custom in Coventry to nail up all announcements, which for obvious reasons no crier would consent to proclaim, on the church door, where all might read them. It was in this manner that Friar John Breedon, on the occasion of a dispute between his order and the monks, some 40 years back, appealed to the citizens to throw off the dominion of the prior as the thraldom of Pharaoh. So within 8 days after Lammas, 1495, Some unknown rhymester of the commonalty nailed up some verses of his making on the north door of St. Michael's Church, forgetting in them neither the oppressive acts which had been lately passed, nor the punishment visited on Lawrence for the tumult of the preceding year. Be it known and understand, this city should be free, and now is bound. Dame Good Eve made it free, and now the custom for wool and the drapery. Also it is made that no prince shall be, but 13 pennies pay should he. That act did Robert Greene, therefore he had many a curse, I ween. And now another rule ye do make, that none shall ride at Lammas but they that ye take. When our ale is tunned, ye shall have drink to your cake. The final lines recall the heavy fine to be paid by Saunders. Ye have put on man like a Scot to ransom, that will be remembered when ye have all forgotten caveat. It may be that, in the face of this wrathful discontent, it was just at this time that the ill behavior of John Smith and John Dudsbury to men of worship caused the offenders to be watched so closely. The corporation felt some anxiety. At least they thought it prudent to relieve Lawrence of the payment of half of the fine they had laid upon him. Of the remaining sum half was paid by the sureties, but £10 was yet due, and in 1496 Saunders appealed to the king. The fruit of his solicitings was a privy seal addressed to the mayor and sheriffs, asking them in charity to take £10 and remit the rest of the fine, as Lawrence was now old and fallen into poverty. Footnote: the poverty from which Lawrence suffered now had probably not afflicted him earlier in his career. End footnote. There was one sentence in the letter very little to the recipient's liking. The king ordered the mayor to do right in a variance concerning a common pasture which Lawrence had informed his grace to be in the city, where, as the men of worship declared with righteous anger, no such variance was. It would be folly indeed to smooth the lot of Lawrence Saunders, or release his friends from their bond. So the great culprit having paid £10, and his sureties a like sum, matters must be set right at court, and the appeals of Lawrence and his party made of no effect. So a writing of the great and many offences of the said Lawrence was sent to Master Richard Empson, who was then in London, to be laid before the king. The mayor and his fellows awaited meanwhile the issue of the recorder's mediation. Lawrence Saunders, too, had his hopes of court. As for Mr. Recorder, he said confidently a little later, I have reckoned with him before the king, and he shall be easy enough. Meanwhile Lammas time was approaching, and he looked for some great movement against the corporation which that season should bring forth. So he went into the house of the mayor, John Dove, and said, Master Mayor, I advise you to look wisely on yourself, for on Lammas day ye shall hear other tithings, and for many of these cataphes that look so high now shall be brought lower, and ye know well amongst you ye have of mine £10 of money, which I doubt not I shall have again on Lammas day, or else 3 or 4 of the best of you shall smart. Therefore I advise you, bear upright the sword at your peril, for ye shall know more shortly. That allusion to the mayor's sword carried a sting. A century ago, Richard II had ordered it to be borne behind John Daister, the mayor, rather than before him as the custom was, because he did not do justice. It may be John Dove was secretly afraid. Had he done justice continually? What if the king should visit Lawrence with his favour now? Though this man made so light of the mayor's dignity, he was not punished, but all waited for the news from London. On July 20th, Lawrence determined to justify his position by putting in his petition of grievances for the 3rd time. He laid before the mayor a list of the enclosed common lands, drawn up from inquiries made among old men of the city the year of his chamberlainship. He asked that the bill might be read aloud in open court, for the sessions of the peace were then proceeding. John Dove was not prepared to do this. It was not a matter to be determined in that court, and besides, he understood that it required no haste. Saunders might come and have his answer on the morrow by 9 of the clock. On hearing this, the old taunt sprang to Lawrence's lips. "Master Mayor," he said aloud in the assembly, "hold upright your sword," and after expressing his hope of reckoning with Mr. Recorder, he left John Dove to recover his dignity. As far as we can tell, Saunders' hour of triumph never came, for there was no rising at Lammas. But soon after the scandal at the sessions came a letter from the king, giving the mayor and council full permission to deal with the rebel after the good and laudable custom of the city. This permission must have afforded them untold relief. As Lawrence refused to give any pledge as to his future conduct, they committed him to prison. But he never rested, nor did his friends give up the battle. They interceded at court, this time with Thomas Savage, the Bishop of Rochester, and it seemed that their intercession was likely to bear fruit, for letters arrived to the effect that Lawrence should be set free to plead his cause before the king at Woodstock. Footnote: It is noticeable that this bishop sympathized with the unruly people of York. End footnote. But the mayor and council would not let him go, for he offered, to their thinking, insufficient surety, letting fall also many seditious words, which are recorded in the Book of Council, and saying, he would find no other whatsoever fell thereupon. Wherefore, the Leet Book says, he remained in prison. 2 seditious bills, one nailed on the minster door on St. Anne's Day, showed how strained the situation was becoming. If ever, during a century and a half, the rule of the Coventry guilds had been as thoroughly detested as now, the feeling had never been put in words that have come down to us with such unmistakable force. Of these attacks, the second has a much loftier tone. After a passing reference to Lawrence lying in prison, "You have hunted the hare, you hold him in a snare," there come, in the first set of verses, a warning to all the great folk that have forgotten to rule justly. "Ye that be of might, see that ye do right. Think on your oath, for where that ye do wrong, ye shall mend it among, though ye be never so loath." The poet and his friends, he says in the second set of verses, show outward respect to their rulers, but their minds are full of bitterness. "This city is bound that should be free, the right is held from the commonalty. Our commons that at Lammas open should be cast, they be closed in and hedged full fast. And he that speaketh for our right is in the hall, and that is shame for you and for us all. You cannot deny it, but he is your brother, and to both guilds he hath paid as much as another." As for the commonalty, they have no more to lose, the verse goes on to say. "For any favour or friendship the commons with you find, but peck away our thrift, and make us all blind. And ever ye have need to the commonalty, such favour as ye show us, such shall ye see. We may speak fair and bid you good morrow, but laugh with our hearts shall ye have none. Cherish the commonalty, and see that they have their right, for dread of a worse chance by day or by night. The best of you all little worth should be, and ye had not help of the commonalty." Matters remained for some time at a standstill. Then at last, early in November, Lawrence's labour and busy suit brought 2 privy seals containing full directions to Coventry. The mayor was required to release the prisoner after taking surety in £100, so that he might appear before the king and council and state his case, while 2 or 3 of the mayor's brethren, sufficiently instructed in the matters to be laid to his charge, were to bear him company. At a meeting of the council on November 14th, certain citizens, among whom was John Butler the steward, were appointed to ride to London. There, joined by the recorder and others of the city, who no doubt had already entered on various negotiations connected with this suit, they were to lay an account of Lawrence's demeanour before the king. Another privy seal had been received, addressed to 4 friends of Lawrence, who were summoned to London, to the extent that they should testify with him in such matter as he would allege for his griefs. Footnote: one of these, William Hewitt, probably a tailor or shareman, was one of the 90 wealthy men. In 1464, he, or one bearing this name, had been in trouble with the corporation. Norfolk, the name of one other, was a regular weaver's name in Coventry. And now the business went quickly forward. According which appointment the day was kept at London, says the leaf book, before the King's Council in the Star Chamber, the Friday next after St. Martin Day, and there continued daily into the Tuesday next before the feast of St. Andrew, at which day before my lords of Canterbury, London, and Rochester, the Chief Justice, Mr. Finot, and many other lords, the whole matter was hard at large, both the complaint of the said Lawrence, the answer thereunto, the replication of the said Lawrence, and the rejoinder thereupon, with the dispositions of the witness, and proofs of the said Lawrence. Whereupon the said Lawrence was there and then commit unto the Fleet, there to abide unto the time the King's pleasure was known. So Lawrence Saunders vanished into the Fleet, while Butler and the rest returned in triumph to Coventry. The corporation remained clearly masters of the field. In a privy seal received by the mayor and sheriffs the next December, Lawrence's complaints were pronounced feigned and contrived, and himself a seditious man, who had, of his great presumption and obstinacy, not seldom but oftentimes disobeyed the legal precepts of you the said mayor, to the right evil and pernicious example of other, thereby emboldened and encouraged to offend in likewise. But the king willed that the laudable and prosperous governance of the city should not surcease or be set apart by the sinister or crafty means of any private person, and so the folk of the city were commanded, for the pretence of any right hereafter by them to be claimed, to make no conspiracies and unlawful assemblies. As for the details of the trial, of them we know nothing. Footnote: I am afraid that there is nothing further to be learned of Saunders. Professor S.R. Gardner was so good as to make inquiries at the Record Office whether there were any Star Chamber records bearing upon his case, but none belonging to this period are in existence. End footnote. Butler kept the complaint and the answer, the replication and the rejoinder, in papers whereof the tenor, says the Leet Book, here ensued. But just at this place occurs an unlucky break. The careful and zealous town clerk was called away, no doubt, at that moment on business of the first importance, and there are no further entries made, so there can be nothing told of the trial in the Star Chamber that Martinmas, and of the long agony of Lawrence Saunders. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Read by Jenny, 2024.
Chapter 13 of the Story of Coventry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. Chapter 13. The Companies of the Crafts. The men of Coventry, a city which, in later medieval times, stood forth among the wealthy towns of England, gained a livelihood by the buying and selling of wool and the making of cloth. As early as 1398, the traffic in the frieze of Coventry extended beyond the modest limits of the city itself. In that year, £200 worth, the export of one merchant, lay in the port of distant Stralsund on the Baltic coast, and in London and other places the cloth was in great request during the 15th and early 16th centuries. The men of medieval Coventry naturally attached great importance to the maintenance and extension of the cloth trade in view of the wealth it brought. Special buildings were set apart for the staple traffic of the city. The drapery and the wool hall, both in Bailey Lane, under the shadow of St. Michael's Church, were the recognized selling places for the raw and finished material, and a small illicit market went on in the porch of the church itself. Hard by stood the searching house, a place devoted to the examination of all the cloth made by the city workpeople. 2 weavers and 2 fullers, specially appointed for the purpose, overlooked the handiwork of their fellow craftsmen, while 6 drapers were appointed to superintend these weavers and fullers, so as to guard against any exhibition of partiality or slackness in the execution of the task. If the material were sufficiently fulled and well woven, the city seal was attached to it in token of its genuine quality. But the searchers were straitly charged to warrant no piece that fell short of the standard of excellence, and bad wares were returned to the owner to make therewith as good a bargain as he could. An order of Leet, passed in 1518, gives very precise directions for the searching process. Quote, "Hit is to be had in mind that for a truth of cloth-making to be had in this sight as followeth. If it might be followed, and the execution of the same to be done shortly, or else the city will be so forpast that it will be past remedy to be recovered to any wealth or prosperity. It is thought it were good to have 2 weavers and 2 walkers, sworn to make true search of the weavers' doing and also of the walkers, and to present the truth, and also to be chosen 6 drapers to be masters, and overseers of the doing of the searchers, that if some of them cannot a leisure to be at the searching at the days of the searchers, yet some of these 6 masters shall e'er be there, and by cause it were too great a business for the searchers to go to every man's house. It is enacted at this let to have a house of the guild, or of some other man's nigh the drapery door, to be ordened well with perches to draw over the clothes when they be thicked, and also weights and balance to weigh the cloth, and when it cometh from the walkers to bring it to the searching house, and to search it, and to see it over a perch, and if it be good cloth, as it ought to be in breadth and length, that the city may have a price by hit, and no splendor than to set upon hit the olivant in lead, and of the back of the seal the length of the cloth, by the which men shall perceive and see it true Coventry cloth, for of surety there is in London and other places that sell false and untrue made cloth, and name hit Coventry cloth, the which is a great slander to the city that it deserveth by a great party. And if there be any man that hath any cloth brought to the searching house, what degree soever he be of, if it not be able for the worship of the city to be let pass, let him pay for the search, and let him do his best with it, but set not the olivant upon it. And the search to be made also this form, that is to say, 2 days in the week, Tuesday and Saturday, and 2 of the searchers to be there from 8 of the clock to 11, and from 1 to 4 of the clock, and a sealer to be ordained, and sworn to strike the cloth and seal hit, and read it, and find lead, and to have a penny for his labor, and the seals to be put in a coffre with 2 keys, the master of the 6 drapers to have the one, and the searchers the other, and for the search of every cloth to the searchers to have 1 pence, and it to be thought every good man shall be glad of that payment." End quote. The person who consistently reaped the greatest benefit from this activity was the draper, the merchant of cloth. Within the city his fellowship ranked next to that of the mercers or merchants proper, who traded in wool as members of the staple of Calais, or trafficked in wine and wax, which they brought in barges from Bristol. None but the well-to-do could enter into the ranks of the draper's craft. Some of its more fortunate brethren were able to purchase estates and take rank among the county gentry. Thus John Bristow, draper, sometimes mayor, and justice of the peace in Coventry, became possessed of land at Whitley, and his son William spoke of his manor in those parts, and frequently described himself as a gentleman. And John, grandson of Julian Nethermill, a city dignitary of the same craft, held lands in Exhall, and had his arms blazoned among those of the great country folk. Many members of this fellowship have left a name showing the great power for good or ill that they possessed within the city. There was John Bristow, mayor in the early 15th century, who, as the oldest inhabitants declared, quote, after he had borne office within the city of Coventry, thinking that the common people of the said city durst nor would, contrary his doing, claimed unlawfully, end quote, to have certain rights over the common pasture. John Haddon, another Draper mayor, has left a better reputation. It was he who came to the rescue of the poverty-stricken clothiers of the city in 1518, and by a timely loan enabled them to continue work, while John Bond, who, as his epitaph declares, gave divers land and tenements for the maintenance of 10 poor men, as long as the world shall endure, is yet remembered as the founder of the Bablake Hospital. The near connection between these great cloth merchants and the corporation is one of the most striking features of municipal life in Coventry during the 15th and 16th centuries. These marks of the Drapers' influence in civic affairs are continually before our eyes. It was in a Draper's mayoralty that ordinances were first made respecting the searching of cloth, and when the system of overlooking was perfected in 1518, a few years later, it was to 6 men of this craft that the task of superintending the searches investigations was assigned, just as, about 100 years before that time, when an unsuccessful attempt was made by the town rulers to exercise complete control over the dyer's craft, it was suggested that 2 drapers as well as 2 dyers, in either case nominees of the corporation, should keep watch over the dyers' movements and present them for any fault or confederacy at the court of the mayor. Measures framed by this body in the interest of any particular craft or class were doubtless found oppressive by those who had no lot or part in their enactment. Thus, while the yea or nay of the fullers had little weight in municipal councils, the wealth of the drapers gave them a control over the local trade to an extent which we can hardly realize. The reason of this supremacy is not far to seek. The mercers and drapers, in their character of wealthy men, usually occupied the principal official posts in the city. No one, unless he were possessed of a certain amount of wealth, could rise to a high place in the corporation. Men were ranked according to the amount of property in their possession, and to speak of a citizen as, quote, of the degree of a mayor, quote, or bailiff, end quote, conveyed as definite an idea as the assertion that, quote, so-and-so has a fortune of £20,000 or £30,000, end quote, would convey to our minds at the present date. The body of wealthy merchants, in whose hands was vested all control over the city trade, could and did make and unmake regulations of the deepest significance to the various crafts. By an ordinance of the city leet they could completely alter the conditions regulating the work of salesmen or artificers, as they had an absolute control over all workers, since by the craft system all who practiced the same calling were compelled to obey the same regulations. Nominally, the regulations were drawn up by the crafts. In reality, as certain members of the corporation overlooked them, amending and annulling at their pleasure, this power of the crafts was held at the will of the municipal rulers, and the corporation did not let their power lie idle. In the interests of the general public, they forced the crafts to embody in their rules the ordinances framed by the court leet. Thus, the cloth workers were compelled to bring the cloth that they had woven to be measured and examined by the searcher, the fullers to adopt the custom of using a special mark, whereby the work of every individual craftsman could be recognized and known, the dyers to abstain from using a certain French dye of inferior consistency, and much against the wills of this community to admit another member into their craft. It was not only as regards the working of their cloth, but in all other matters the crafts had to bow before the will of the corporation. Appeals to courts spiritual to punish for oath breach any who disobeyed the ordinances of the fellowship were looked coldly on by the municipal rulers, and the practice suppressed. In 1518 the mysteries were compelled to make the mayor the arbiter of all cases of dispute between offenders and the wardens of their respective fellowships. If anyone committed a fault against the fellowship, he must be asked to pay, quote, a reasonable, end quote, penalty, and, quote, if he deny and will not pay according to the ordinance, within 3 or 4 days, let the master ask it of him again, and if he denies it eftsoons and will not pay it, let the master of the craft and 3 or 4 honest men of the craft come to master mayor, and show unto him the dealing of that person, end quote. Whereupon the mayor and justices, should he refuse to pay double the original sum to the craft, were bound to commit him to ward until he promised obedience. The offender on his release was to make submission to the master, entreating him to be, quote, good master, end quote, to him during his year of office, and his, quote, good lover end quote, in time to come. We may follow in detail the dealings of the corporation with several of the crafts. The fullers seem to have combined with the tailors to form the Guild of the Nativity sometime in the reign of Richard II, but were prevented from acting under the terms of their charter. In the 18th year of the reign of Henry VI, the royal license was renewed, but the guild was a singularly ineffective body, holding little if any property, and soon after, possibly at municipal instigation, the two crafts who formed it were separated, though the tailors obtained a third renewal of their license in the early 28th year of Henry VIII. The dyers appeared to have been more stubborn. Early in the reign of Henry V, they combined together to increase the price of dyeing of cloth by 1/2 and to have the flower of the woad for their own use. In 1475 they attempted perhaps to renew their old combinations of 60 years back, and 5 years later Lawrence Saunders, a member of their calling, became the leader of the opposition which prevailed during the close of the century within the city. In 1496 all the thunders of the Leet ordinances launched against those who, of their own "froward wills," refused to contribute to the furnishing of the pageants played on Corpus Christi Day, failed to make the dyers join with the other crafts in paying their share. When the municipality desired to thrust a new member into their craft, the dyers forbade the journeymen to work for him, and it was only by circumventing their tactics that the town rulers could compel the admission of the new candidate into their ranks. Not only the workers in cloth, but all the fraternities were forced to bow to the corporation's will. In 1436, the attention of the Leet was drawn to certain malpractices which had arisen among the workers in iron. A bill, drawn up no doubt by some member of the ruling class and presented by him to the court, shows the full extent of the evil and suggests certain measures of reform. Certain workers in iron, we are told, by employing laborers of the 4 allied crafts of smiths, brakemen, girdlers, and card wire drawers, had acquired entire control over the trade and were able to pass off ill-wrought iron upon their customers. It was suggested that laborers of but 2 occupations should be employed by one master instead of those of 4 occupations, as had been the custom hitherto. Be it known to you, the bill runs, but if certain ordinances of crafts within the city be taken good heed to, it is like much of the king's people, and in special poor chapmen and cloth makers. In time coming shullen be greatly hindered, and as it may be supposed the principal cause is like to be amongst them that hand all the craft in her own hounds, that is to say, smithiers, brakemen, girdlemen, and card wire drawers, for he that hath all these crafts may, offending his conscience, do much harm. A negligent smith, the bill continues, might heat the iron by unkind heats, so that it became unfit for future use. Never the later, for his own ease, he will come to his brakeman, and say to him, Here is a stone of rough iron, the which must be tenderly cherished. When the brakeman has done his task, the metal comes to be sold for making fish hooks. And when it is made in hooks, and should serve the fisher to take fish, when it comes to distress then for feebleness, it all to break, and thus is the fisher foul deceived, and to him great harm. And if the iron be used for making girdles, the master passes it to the girdleman with these words, Lo, here is a string or 2 that hath been misgoverned at hearth. My brakeman hath done his devoir. I pray thee, do now thine. And so he doth as his master biddeth him. Or it may be passed on to the card-maker, who finds that it cratchit and fareth foul. So the card-maker is right heavy thereof, but never the later he saith because hit is cut. He must needs help himself in eschewing his loss, so he maketh cards thereof well as he may, and when the cards been sold to the cloth-maker, and should on be occupied, anon the tithe breaken and fallen out, so the cloth-maker is foully deceived. Wherefore, sirs, is the conclusion of the bill, at reverence of God, in furthering of the king's true liege people, and in eschewing of all deceits, weigh this matter wisely, and there as ye see deceit is like to be, thereto, saith the remedy, be your wise discretions. For, as the petitioner suggested, if the 2 crafts of smiths and brakemen, and these only, were united on one hand, and the 2 crafts of girdlers and card wire drawers, and these only on the other, then it were to suppose that there should not so much deceivable wire to be wrought and sold as there is. For if the crafts were severed in this manner, it was argued then the girdlers and card makers would buy their wire from the smiths and look well to their bargain. And if the card wire drawer, the petitioner proceeds, were ones or these deceived with untrue wire, he would beware. And then would he say unto the smithier that he bought the wire of, Sir, I had of you late bad wire, sir, amend your hand, or in faith I will no more buy of you. And then the smithier, lest he lost his customers, would make true good, and then within the grace of God the craft should amend, and the king's people not deceived with untrue good. The mayor, we learn on this important occasion, sent round to all the worthy men of the leet to take their advice upon the matter. Either the corporation sought an occasion of humbling the workers in iron, or the common sense expressed in this bill was irresistible, for the leet fell in with the arrangement of severing the crafts. A number of master-smiths agreed to employ only journeymen of this occupation and brakemen, while the card-makers, on the other hand, undertook to find occupation for girdlers and card-makers only. Furthermore, the leet decreed that their 2 last-named crafts should buy no colour nor subtle imagination, sell or buy no card wire, nay misterman's wire, the which may be hindering or grieving to the king's liege people, under pain of 20 pounds. The craftspeople, however, occasionally resented municipal interference, and endeavored by all means within their power to get the control of the industry in which they were engaged into their own hands. Any temporary weakness or disorganization on the part of the corporation was taken advantage of by these fraternities. It was in 1456, when the finances of the city were in some disorder, owing to the expense of entertaining the court and the active support given by the city to the Lancastrian cause, that the craftspeople took occasion to sue in spiritual courts offenders who had broken the rules observed by members of fellowships. Discord daily falleth in this city among the people of divers crafts. Such are the words of an order of leet passed in 1457, because that divers masters of crafts sue in spiritual courts divers people of their crafts, affirming they have broken their oaths made in breaking divers their rules and ordinances, which rules oft-time be unreasonable, and the punishment of the said masters over excess, which, if it continue by likelihood, would cause much people to void out of the city. The masters were thenceforth forbidden to bring any manner suit, cause, or quarrel in any court spiritual against any person of their craft, until the mayor for the time being have heard the matter and variance, and have licensed the suit to be had. But though defeated in this scheme, the crafts, doubtless, did not give up the battle. The dyers' attempt in 1475 to form confederacies happened in a time of great division within the town respecting the enclosure of the common pasture. And the same disputes agitated the community 21 years later, when a member of the party of discontented craftsmen nailed up inflammatory verses on the church door, taunting the corporation with injustice and inveighing against the rules they had made for the buying of wool and selling of cloth. And indeed it may have been well that persons high in authority curbed the self-speaking spirit of the crafts. These bodies, formed early in the 13th century for mutual help and preservation, had since degenerated into close corporations eager to exclude competition at any price. Fettered as they were by ordinances fixing price, hours of labor, and the like, there were so little free play allowed the craftsman in the management of his business, and the difficulty of acquiring wealth must have been great. Each company of craftsmen practically monopolized all the traffic or business connected with their special calling in the district in which they lived, and were bound to take good heed that the numbers of those who formed their body should not be greatly increased, lest the individual profits should be reduced. They were resolved at all hazards to guard against competition. The trade of the town might support 10 tanners, for instance, but the admission of the 11th or 12th into the craft might endanger the older members' prosperity. Thus, in 1424, the weavers showed a distinct dislike to allowing their members to take any number of apprentices, who were potential masters of the craft, and the cappers, who in the 15th century had risen to be a very important body, allowed each master to take but 2 apprentices only, and when one departed before his serving time of 7 years was accomplished, the master was forbidden to take another in his place, without license from the keepers of the craft, until the allotted time should be passed. The corporation, however, wished to break down this exclusiveness, and in 1524 declared that any member of what craft soever might receive what number of apprentices he would, notwithstanding any ordinance to the contrary. Some 20 years later, finding perhaps that this sweeping measure aroused too much opposition, the elite tried to thrust a modified form of it on the cappers. Twice within a few months, 1544 to 45, they decreed that any master of the fellowship might take an extra apprentice when one of them had served 5.5 of the allotted 7 years, and they repeated the order after a few years' space. The craftspeople had another method for keeping would-be members out of their ranks. They demanded on admission such fines as could only be paid by the well-to-do, and it was owing to their jealousy that precautions were taken to ensure the payment of these admission fines. Trouble came about, we are told, because new members departed from the town just when the fine was due, a year after setting up their shop. They were henceforth to be compelled to pay half their fine at setting up, and to put in 2 sufficient sureties that the second half should be paid at the end of the first year. It was part of the policy of the town rulers to recognize the apprentice's possible future citizenship, and withdraw him somewhat from his master's authority. The lad was therefore forced by the ordinance of 1494 to take the oath to the franchises, and bring his 12 pennies to the steward for the town use when his term of service began. We see from the list of those who took the oath in 1495 that the apprentice lived in his master's house, serving him usually, though not invariably, for 7 years' space. He earned a nominal sum, perhaps a shilling or even 4 pennies. The first 6 years, and a larger one, perhaps 10 shillings or 13 shillings 4 pennies, during the 7th. Thus the son of John Preston of Stafford, gentleman who was apprenticed to a grocer, earned 12 pennies a year, the wages of his last year of service, the 9th being unfixed, while another lad, learning the same trade, received 13 shilling 4 pennies as his last year's earnings. The son of a Durham husbandman took from his master, a hat maker, 4 pennies a year for 6 years, and 6 shillings 8 pennies during the 7th. The Crafts seem to have made it their business to see that the boys were properly cared for. If any one of them complained that his master did not give him sufficient finding, i.e. food and raiment, the offender was to receive first an admonition, and on the repetition of the offence to pay a reasonable fine. If matters did not mend, the lad was to be removed and placed elsewhere. The master exercised a superintendence over the apprentice's moral well-being. In an early indenture of the time of Richard II, the lad promises to haunt neither taverns nor houses of ill fame, nor hold illicit intercourse with any of the women of the household. No doubt the number of apprentices was limited partly in order to prevent any one master from engrossing more than what was deemed his fair share of trade and profits. The craftspeople were very sensitive on this point. Thus, in 1424, quarrels arose between a certain John Grinder on the one side, and his fellow members of his craft of weavers on the other. The fact that Grinder wove linen as well as cloth, and had 2 sets of looms for the purpose, had aroused the jealousy of the other weavers of the city. It may be remarked that this weaver was a man wise in his generation. He gained his cause and made his fortune, and filled the post of bailiff some time before 1449, being apparently the only man of his calling during the 2nd quarter of the 15th century who ever occupied a high municipal office. Many precautions were taken to prevent undue rivalry between brethren of the same fellowship. It was usual among the artisan crafts for the member to report the closing of a bargain to the master or keeper of his fraternity, and no other member of the calling could come between the contracting parties until the work was finished. But among the more powerful, craftsmen means were often taken to defraud their brethren of the poorer sort. By collusion between butchers and tanners, the latter were able to buy raw hide in great or wholesale, with the intention, no doubt, of reselling them at a profit to others of the craft, a practice the corporation forbade under a penalty of 40 shillings, to be taken from buyer and seller alike. When any excessive profit was to be made, the public, then as now, was fair game. In Coventry as elsewhere, alewives gave short measure and used an unsealed cup. The clothmakers stretched out broadcloth to the high displeasure of God and deceit of the wearers, to a length the material could ill bear. Of all these matters the corporation took a cognizance, inflicting fines, punishing by the pillory, or in extreme cases by loss of the freedom of the city. There was one point, however, on which all employers were agreed, and that was on the advisability of checking unions and combinations among their workmen for the purpose of obtaining better wages. The journeymen's, or, as they were called, yeomen's guilds, which seem to have been fairly universal at the close of the 14th and during the 15th century, appear in Coventry with great frequency and persistence. Several times the corporation obtained patents against the formation of guilds other than those already existing in the city. The patent for the suppression of the first of these combinations that comes before our notice, the Fraternity of St. Anne, is addressed to the mayor and bailiffs in 1406, and relates how it had come to the ears of the government that a certain number of youths, serving men of the tailors and other artificers, working by the day called journeymen, gathered together in the priory or the houses of the friars, and formed a fraternity called the Fraternity of St. Anne, to the end that each might maintain the other in their quarrels. This action was likely, in the opinion of those in authority, to breed dissensions in the city, do great harm to the societies founded of old time, namely the Trinity and Corpus Christi guilds, and hence bring final destruction upon the townsfolk. The meetings were declared unlawful, and all who persisted in assembling to hold them after the patent had been openly proclaimed were to be arrested and their names certified to the king, who would have them punished according to their deserts. But in spite of this warning, the journeymen did not give up the conflict, for the fraternity had again to be crushed in the first year of Henry V, only to reappear in 1425 under the title of the Guild of St. George. Connected with this last movement was the discontent which affected the journeyman weavers in the year 1424. Indeed, it is possible that the whole company of journeymen within the city were at that time making demand for higher pay. The weavers had a bond of union and a common fund, which they apparently appropriated to the furnishing of altar or processional lights, a pretext possibly like that of the journeyman saddlers in London in the time of Richard II, who, under color of sanctity in religious meetings, sought only to raise wages greatly in excess. The movement among the Coventry weavers assumed all the forms of a modern strike. The men not only refused to serve at the usual wages, but hindered others from filling their place. The corporation took the matter in hand, and the question was finally settled by arbitration. The men were forbidden to hinder any of their fellows from working for their masters, as they had done aforetime, and a regular rate of wages was established, whereby the journeymen took a third of the sum paid to their employers for the weaving of each piece of cloth, while the masters were ordered to exact 3d. And no more from their workmen as a fine for each contumacy, being, however, forbidden, under color of this rule, to oppress their servants. Nearly 100 years later, we find that the fraternities of journeymen were still in existence, albeit jealously watched by the masters of the crafts. In 1518, all initiative was taken from them. No journeyman of what occupation or craft soever runs the order of leet shall make or use any cave or bylaw or assembly or meeting at any place by their summoner without license of the mayor and their master of their occupation, upon pain of 20 shillings at the first fault. At the second, the offender's body to prison, there to remain until the master and 6 honest persons of his occupation would speak for him. At the same time, the workers' fraternities were ordered to bring in the rules already made for the mayor's inspection, but the attempts on their part to form closer unions in order to facilitate concerted actions still continued, and in 1527 we find the dyers, serving men, assembling together for the apparently pacific purpose of attending marriages, betrothals, and burials, as if they had been a craft or a fellowship. These meetings served most likely as a cloak to more serious proceedings, and they were forbidden by the leet. Nor was the movement entirely confined to the workers of the crafts. It spread among those outside the guild organization. In 1518, the daubers and rough masons were forbidden to form a fellowship of themselves, but were henceforth to be common laborers, and to take such wages as are limited by statute. In other matters, we may see the discontented attitude of the workfolk. Thus the journeymen cappers objected to the lengthening of the hours of their working day, which in 1496 had been fixed at last from 6 till 6, but which by 1520 was further increased by 2 hours in the summer time, thus lasting from 5 in the morning to 7 in the evening. 6 years later, it was enacted that, unless they kept these hours, it was permitted to any master to abridge their wages according to their time of absence. Any rivalry in trade between masters and men was crushed whenever the master's power availed to do so. Thus in 1496 the journeymen cappers carried on a contraband trade, and scorning to be content with the permission to scour and fresh old bonnets for that purpose, made new caps for sale, nor did the imposition of a fine of 20d. At every default avail to check their activity. Therefore, according to the rules of 1520, members of the craft were forbidden to give any work to those who knitted the journeymen's caps, or to the spinners who span for them, thus indirectly checking this illicit competition. In other ways, the journeyman was made to feel the weight of the master's hand. Among the carpenters, none could be set to work unless he had served for 7 years as apprentice to the handicraft, and a journeyman capper was compelled to certify the cause of leaving his late master to the satisfaction of the masters of the craft. These are some points connected with the life of medieval craftsmen. Although so much has been written on the economical, social, and religious aspects of the subject, we are still very ignorant as to the actual workings of the craft system. Modern industry seems to have entirely passed through and, as it were, forgotten this immature phase of its existence. The companies in Coventry which were able to survive the shock of the suppression of the guilds, and chantries under Edward VI, and have lasted to our own day, the mercers, drapers, cappers, fullers, clothiers, and worsted weavers, possess none of the powers or organization of their predecessors, and are mere survivals of a bygone time, the shadows of a great name. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14, Part 1 of The Story of Coventry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Coventry by Mary Dormer Harris. Chapter 14, Daily Life in the Town, the Merchants and the Market. Part 1. At the beating of the bell called Day Bell, the townsfolk rose and began their daily work. Country people, wayfarers, and chapmen, bearing their burdens of merchandise, saw the city in the morning light, with its ring of walls and upstanding posterns, and gates overtopped by 6 tall spires, lying in the midst of fields and far-reaching common grounds in a slight dip in the plain. Entering the newly opened gates, they were at once inside the narrow paved streets, bounded on either side with black and white timbered houses, for travellers from the Warwick side did not make their entrance by spacious Hertford Street, but by the Greyfriars and Warwick lanes, then part of the main thoroughfare of the city. Footnote: rough stones were used for paving. The Chamberlain's accounts contain frequent allusions to paving. Item: paid for paving within the Bablake Gate, 3 shillings. Item: 2 loads pebbles for the same, 18 pence. End footnote. Passing up the hill, they found that the street on a line with these, the Broad Gate, belied its name, being but a very narrow thoroughfare, bounded on the left hand by a block of houses, whereof the removal in 1820 has caused moderns to think that the open space on the crown of the hill is very rightly named. Soon after daybreak, the streets were alive with the noise and press of a busy throng. It is true there were many impediments to traffic. Cattle and ducks wandered hither and thither. Footnote: daily hurt comes from having goats at large. In London, only the swine of St. Anthony's Hospital were allowed to be at large in the streets, and chiens gentils, i.e. dogs belonging to the gentry. End footnote. Fishmongers' stalls stood in the middle of the streets, greatly to the hindrance of the passers-by, whether horsemen or pedestrians, while inn signs had perforce to be limited in length, lest they should strike the heads of unwary riders in the by-lanes of the city. Footnote: in London the length of inn signs was limited to 7 feet. Signs were also affixed to shops to attract the eye. Of this custom the barber's pole is a relic. Merchandise was usually kept in cellars, partly underground, beneath the solar or front dwelling room. In great thoroughfares, goods were displayed in covered sheds projecting in front of the dwelling place. Shops were usually open rooms on the ground floor, with wide windows closed with shutters. End footnote. But the medieval trader was well inured to inconvenience. Neither did noise distract him, though taverners and cooks standing at the door offered good things hot from the oven to passers-by, each seeking to cry louder than his neighbor, while in the open spaces the crier proclaimed the terms of a recent charter or newly made ordinance of leet or council, and overhead the church bells pealed forth, calling folk to their prayers, to the market, or, in the case of a brawl or riot, to a common meeting place. Footnote: we hear of the day bell, rung probably at dawn, and the curfew rung by the clerks of St. Michael's and Trinity churches. A larum bell was rung on the occasion of the quarrel between Somerset's servants and the watch. Probably there was a recognized change in the ringing for each of the various summonses. The ringing of changes is said to have been peculiar to this country. Bells, before they were hung up, were baptized and anointed with holy oil, blessed and exorcised. Their uses were expressed in the Latin lines, Laudodium verum, plebem voco, congrego clerum, defunctos ploro, pestum fugo, festa decoro. End footnote. Long before curfew, the countryman had gone home to his village in the Arden county or by the London road to Dunsmore Heath, while the traveller in his inn and the townsman under his own roof were soon abed. What light there was in the deserted streets on winter evenings came from the lamps which hung over the door of every hostelry and every substantial citizen's house until 9 o'clock, after which time the city gates were closed, and none were abroad save thieves and watchmen. Footnote. In 1450, the chamberlains requested that 4 men should be appointed out of each ward to guard the gates, and these 4 were to choose 1 man to keep the keys and close them every night at 9. End footnote. Indeed, the very fact of being out after dark was in itself presumptive evidence of some dishonest purpose on the part of the belated wayfarer. At any suspicious sight or sound, the watch were on the alert, and prepared to arrest the wanderer. Should the prisoner escape and take to flight, they would instantly give chase, and fill the dark and empty streets with the echoes of their pursuit. A hue and cry would be raised, doors open, and householders pour forth to aid the watch. If the unlucky fugitive were captured, he would be committed to ward in all haste. What a crowd of different types of men must have jostled against one another in the noisy throng! Craftsmen, attired in the livery proper to their calling, a custom whereof we have this day a relic in the butcher's blouse; merchants from foreign parts, or natives fresh from a sea voyage; mayor and alderman, clad maybe in festal scarlet; the crier and sergeants in the livery of the city; men-at-arms, the retainers of some great lord, bearing the badge of the Earls of Warwick or the Stafford knot; Benedictines, clad in white cassock and black gown and hood; Franciscans with their brown habit and knotted girdle; Carmelites from Whitefriars in white frock and brown scapulary; Carthusians from the Charterhouse with white cassock and hood; chantry and parish priests. All these, laymen and clerics, warriors and traders, met, passed, and gave greeting in the streets. Strange figures might be seen in the streets or the road neighbouring the city, such as the hermits, whose dwellings, the one by Bablake Church, the other at Gosford Green, stood on either end of the highway leading through Coventry. Footnote. In 1362, license was given to a recluse, Robert de Worthen, to inhabit a dwelling adjoining the church. End footnote. Times had changed. It was now customary for hermits to build by the highway, and no longer withdraw into solitary places, and spend their lives in prayer and meditation. They rather preferred to dwell in burrows among brewers, seeking society and good cheer, nor did the pilgrims, who might be seen flocking to the shrine of St. Osburg, or to the image of Our Lady in the Lady Tower on the London road, hard by the Whitefriars, to pay their devotions, invariably set about their task in a religious spirit. Footnote. Miracles were worked at St. Osburg's shrine, and her birthday was a local holiday. Palmer Lane and the Pilgrim's Rest preserve in their names token of ancient customs. For the wooden image of Our Lady of the Tower, see Fretton, Memorials of the Whitefriars Monastery, and Harris, Troughton Sketched. End footnote. Many who travelled to the far-famed shrines of St. Thomas of Canterbury, St. Edmund of Bury, St. Cuthbert of Durham, or to Our Lady of Walsingham, to the Roods of Chester and Bronholm, or the Holy Blood of Hales, looked on their journey as a holiday jaunt rather than as an act of devotion. The author of Piers Plowman thought little spiritual good came from this gadabout religion. The Lollards were wont to condemn pilgrimages, and one John Blomstone of Coventry, a heretic, examined in 1485, declared that it was foolishness to go on a pilgrimage to the image of Our Lady of Doncaster, Walsingham, or the Tower of Coventry, for a man might as well worship by the fireside in the kitchen as in the aforesaid places, and as well might a man worship the Blessed Virgin when he seeth his mother or sister, as in visiting the images, because they be no more but dead stocks and stones. Interesting, too, are several persons occurring in Coventry history, whose occupations were hardly so legitimate as those of pilgrim or hermit. We have had a glance at the ruinous house where John de Nottingham, the necromancer, by means of his waxen effigies, wrought such terrible evil to one of the prior's servants, and revenged the wrongs of the Coventry men. We would fain know more of John French, the alchemist, who appears in the Leet book, only to disappear directly from its pages. We learn in 1477 that he intended be his labour to practice a true and profitable conclusion in the cunning of transmutation of metals to the profit and pleasure of the king's grace, and was, so Edward the Fourth charged the mayor, never to be letted, troubled, or vexed of his said labour and practice, to the intent that he at his good liberty may show unto us, and such as be by therefore appointed, the clear effect of his said conclusion. There can be little doubt that the citizens looked askance at John French, and whispered that he dabbled in black magic, and had dealings with the Prince of Darkness. We know not how many years the alchemist spent in his fruitless labours, or if he imparted his views on the subject of the transmutation of metals to the citizens, or ever journeyed to London to pour a tale of hope deferred into the ears of the disappointed king. There were many sights in a medieval city to remind us that men seldom cared to cloak their brutality in those days. The stocks, where offenders were held by their feet, the pillory, where they were held by the head and hands, stood conspicuous, probably in neighbourhood of the Guild Hall. A pillory, a favourite place for the chastisement of fraudulent bakers, may yet be seen in Coleshill, and stocks stand yet on many a village green. Footnote: there is a specimen at Barkswell, near Coventry, and at Malvern. End footnote. Here the great punishment lay in the shame of exposure. The criminal stood for hours unable to move, a pitiful target for the derision of the multitude. The like penance was imposed on those who suffered at the cucking stool, followed by ducking in water, a highly disagreeable incident in the punishment. The prisoners in the jail looked out onto the highway, and perhaps held conversations with their friends as they passed. Now and then a craftsman might be seen among the debtors pursuing his calling, for it was not thought expedient to bring a man to utter destitution by depriving him of the means of livelihood during imprisonment, and those who chose might cobble shoes or work at the loom during those monotonous days. Hard by the busy worker might stand a felon, traitor, or murderer, his mind full of gloomy thoughts of his coming end. Footnote: the prisoners paid the jailer 1 pence a week for their lodging when they had their own bed, 3 pence a week if the jailer provided them with one. Over and above, debtors paid the jailer 5 pence for fee if the debt for which they were liable exceeded 40 pence. End footnote. The gallows, naturally reared on high, where all men might see them and their ghastly burden, were probably in sight of the prison, and rich and poor crowded to see a condemned man drawn in a tumbrel, or executioner's cart, to the gallows, or a woman exposed to open shame. "It is ordained," an order of Leet ran, "that William Rowett, capper, and his paramour be carried and led through the town in a car, an example of punishment of sin, and that all other that be proved in the same sin from this time forward shall have the same pain." But these were only a few among many unpleasant sights that would attract the notice of a passing stranger. Heads of traitors stuck on the top of long poles often adorned the gates. Part of the body of Jack Cade was sent down in 1450, no doubt to breed terror into all disloyal beholders. And in 1470 the head of one Chapman was set up on the Bablake Gate, while that of Sir Henry Mountford, an adherent of Perkin Warbeck, shared the same fate in 1496. Footnote on Chapman. The other lists have Elephane. I have no doubt that the right reading is Clapham. This man was an ally of Warwick, and led the rabble of Northampton to the Battle of Edgecote in 1469. He was beheaded next year. End footnote. Gosford Green was the Tower Hill, and the little park, the Smithfield, of Coventry. At the former place, Lord Rivers and his son suffered death under Warwick in 1469, while the latter saw the burning of many martyrs, including the famous Marian victim, Lawrence Saunders. Many were the efforts made to keep the place clean and wholesome to live in, but frequent appearances of the plague show that they met with but partial success. At the awful visitation known as the Black Death, there remained not the 10th person alive, we are told, to bury the dead, while in 1479 the plague is said, without doubt exaggeratively, to have carried off 3,300 of the inhabitants. Filth of every kind was deposited in the cross cheaping under the magnificent cross itself, much incommoding the folk who thronged to the market-place, to the danger, the Leet jury complained, of infection of the plague, and by sweeping the pavement there dust was raised, which did deface and corrupt the said cross. In that half of the city wherein the prior held sway, the people put all the refuse of their houses just outside the Cook Street gate, with the result that when the country people did not come to carry it away to manure their fields, the Lord Prior could not have his carriage through his orchard. According to orders of Leet, however, a better system should have prevailed. The sergeants collected every quarter a penny from each citizen dwelling in a house with a hall door, and a halfpenny from every shop, to provide a cart which carried away the filth from the streets. Footnote. The filth and street sweepings were ordered to be carried beyond the stakes set in the dike beyond the Friar's Gate, or to pits without the gates. End footnote. Moreover, all the citizens were enjoined to clean that portion of the pavement which lay in front of their dwellings every Saint's Day, under payment of a fine of 12 pence. This order was hardly a popular one, and the sergeants were continually taking distress from those who would not pay the quarterly cart rate, or raising fines for the omission of the festal cleaning. For the good folk evaded all sanitary regulations whenever they might do so with impunity. As for those misdoers who threw filth into the common river, to inquire concerning them was a hopeless task. Footnote. The worthy men of the Leet besought the mayor that there might be certain citizens appointed to have oversight of the river, each in their several district, and that the rules for cleaning it should be duly kept. End footnote. This was, as the mayor and corporation owned to Prior Derham when he loudly complained thereof, one of the worst evils of the city. Coventry seems, however, never to have fallen into such an evil plight as Hythe did in the 15th century. Here, owing to the abominable habit of casting refuse into the streets, to say nothing of blocking them with all imaginable obstructions, they were more like evil-smelling swamps than highways fit for traffic. Measures somewhat primitive in character were taken to guard against an outbreak of fire, which so frequently wasted medieval cities, where the plaster and timber of the houses, with their projecting stories almost touching one another across the narrow streets, afforded excellent fuel for the flames. Footnote. In London, the beadles of each ward had a hook to tear down burning houses. End footnote. A stone house was a rarity, and in the 15th century bricks were as yet not in general use. The Leet forbade the building of wooden chimneys, or the roofing of houses with straw in lieu of tiles. Moreover, late mayors and other officers, with commoners of thrift, were forced to provide leather buckets, such as the alderman thinks sufficient, to hold water wherewith to quench the flames. In order to prevent the supply of water, brought in a leaden pipe from a spring without the city, from being exhausted, a lavish use of it was not permitted. The conduits, whereof there was one in Cross Cheaping, and another called the Bull, probably by the Bab Lake Gate, were kept locked during the night, and brewers were forbidden to take water thence for their brewing, or any one to wash linen and clothes therein. The practice whereby individuals, by means of a grant sealed with the common seal, obtained a license to take water continually from the conduit for their private use, was looked on most unfavourably, and finally forbidden by the leet. No doubt the people who wished to obtain this permission were the wealthy brewers and victuallers who were answerable for so many disturbances in Coventry. For here as elsewhere, this important class of townsfolk made great profit out of the pence of the poor, in spite of law and ordinance. One of the great problems facing medieval legislators and local authorities was the task of ensuring the natural price of provisions. No police of the Middle Ages, says Thorold Rogers, would allow a producer of the necessaries of life to fix his charges by the needs of the individual, or, in economical language, to allow supplies to be absolutely interpreted by demand. The law did not fix the price of the raw material, wheat or barley. It allowed this to be determined by scarcity or plenty, interpreted not by the individual's needs, but by the range of the whole market. But it fixed the value of the labor which must be expended on wheat and barley in order to make them into bread and ale. The central government ordained what weight of bread was to be sold for a certain sum, and what price should be given for a gallon of ale, and the enforcing of the law was the business of the local authority. The local rulers themselves fixed the price of other provisions, fish, meat, poultry, and wine, allowing for profits according to a certain scale on their resale by victuallers. Footnote: profits on wine were in some cases 2d, in others 4d a gallon. End footnote. Stringent rules were laid down against the enhancement of price by forestalling and regrattery, that is, intercepting merchandise on the way to market and selling it at an increased price. For example, native fishmongers, it was feared, would lay in wait for traveling salesmen bringing in panniers of salt fish, and after buying the same, would ask a higher price for it before the next fasting day. So to guard against this contingency, strangers selling fish were forbidden to be osted or inned in the house of a native brother of the craft, but to pass the night at inns at the mayor's limitation, and after making relation to him of the kind of fish they brought, to sell the same openly in the common marketplace. A multitude of regulations were also made to ensure the good quality of provisions. The mayor examined all fish brought by foreign fishmongers, whilst ale-tasters, appointed by the bailiff, summoned by each brewer to taste his new beer, received a gallon of the best ale at the detection of any default. In addition to all these expedients for regulating price and quality, the statute book provided for the giving of a just quantity to the buyer at the conclusion of every bargain. On each opening day of a new mayoralty, all shopkeepers and victuallers delivered up their weights and measures for the mayor's inspection, and after comparison with the standard model, kept in the town chest, they were sealed if found correct, or if faulty, destroyed. On his entry into office, the mayor's cry or proclamation informed all and sundry of these regulations, and of the perils consequent on their infringement. Here we learn the price of cookit bread and horse bread at that time. Footnote: the three most common kinds of bread were wastel, bread of the finest quality, cookit, seconds, and simnel, twice-baked bread, used in Lent. End footnote. How white wine of Rochelle was to be sold at 6d a gallon, Malvoisie at 16d, and no dearer upon the pain of 20 shillings at every trespass, and that on Ossany, Algarve, and Bastard, the mayor and his peers would set a price when any occasion of selling offered. The cry tells us what penalties were laid on those who made use of fraudulent measures, cops and bollies unsealed, and how informers were stimulated by the promise that whosoever gave notice to the mayor of this abuse should have 3 pence for his travel and a gallon of the best ale, and also what hard punishments were meted out to those who practiced forestalling and regrattery. But in spite of all these regulations, the task of curtailing profits seemed a hopeless one, and again the worthy men of the Leet confess that the law remains a dead letter through the frauds of the victuallers. These, we are told, holding their heads high, refused to sell their wares at the limited price, and in manner destitution the said city of wine and victual, to the manifest hurt of the inhabitants, and of all people, confluent to the same. While, when the mayor insisted that the bakers should obey the orders of Leet regulating their trade, the whole craft struck with the greatest unanimity, and, leaving the city destitute of bread, took sanctuary at Baggington, a village about 4 miles distant. Night, however, brought counsel, and they submitted next day to the mayor, paying for their lawlessness a fine of 10 pounds. As for the brewers in the 16th century, they found their calling so lucrative that others were thereby encouraged to forsake their occupations and take up this profitable trade. At that time, said the worthy men of the Leet in 1544, divers of the said brewers nothing regarding the displeasure of God, the danger of the laws of the realm, nor the love and charity which they ought to bear to their neighbours, nor the commonwealth of this city, for their own private lucre, do regrate and forestall barley coming into this city to be sold, and sell ale at excessive and unreasonable prices. Regulations, however, affected this powerful and wealthy class but little, and in listening to the ever-renewed complaints against them, we begin to realize the universal detestation in which they are held in the Middle Ages. Medieval imagination, with its love of the grotesque, delighted to picture the unhappy end of those who bade defiance to the laws of God and man. How hardly shall an alewife, thought the Ludlow artist, enter the kingdom of heaven, and in carving the miserere of the Paris church, he shadowed forth her fate. A demon is bearing away the deceitful one. She carries nothing about her but her gay head-dress and her false measure. He is going to throw her into hell-mouth, while another demon is reading her offences as entered in his roll, and another is playing on the bagpipes by way of welcome. A pleasant man was that Ludlow artist, one, we may fancy, who abhorred cheating, and dearly loved his glass. Ordinances of Leet were frequently passed upon the order to be maintained upon a market day, for there was but scanty room for traffic in the cross-cheaping, even though the carts can have been no wider than trolleys, taking up but the breadth of a yard in passing by. Stalls and boards were a great encumbrance. No fishmonger, runs an order of Leet, can have his board standing forth at large in the street for to let cart, horse, or man, but that there be a reasonable space left between their houses and their boards. Footnote. Probably carts made for town use were always narrow. See illustration in Wright's Domestic Manners. Compare the trolleys made for the Rose at Yarmouth. End footnote. Round about the market-place were clustered the dwellings of provision merchants and the lesser craftsmen. Ironmonger Row, Butcher Row or the Poultry, Cook Street, and the Spicer Stoke tell by their names the calling of those who lived or chiefly trafficked there. Footnotes. Spicer Stoke was an old name for the thoroughfare between Trinity Church and Butcher Row. A spicer is equivalent to the modern grocer. Compare Milk Street, Fish Street, and St. Margaret Pattens in the city of London, Bridlesmith Gate and Fletcher Gate, with Fletcher meaning an arrow-maker, in Nottingham. See on this subject Mr. Addy's Evolution of the House. It was customary for the members of each calling to live close together. End footnotes. while the drapers made their homes hard by the drapery in Bailey Lane and Earl Street. On market days, this neighborhood was crowded with the overflow of stall-holders and salesmen, the poulterers standing before the priory gates, and round about the bull-ring, usque finem delle litel boucherie, while the fishmongers and leather sellers had stalls within the cheaping itself. Other stalls were placed in the procession way in St. Michael's churchyard, and the sellers of cloth had an illicit market in the church porch opposite the drapery door, until it was made forbidden ground by elite ordinance. For all merchants and chapmen resorting to the city on the Friday were forced by this authority to sell all their mercery, cloth, and linen inside the drapery, and all sellers of wool to have their merchandise weighed at the wool hall hard by, and pay a fee for the weighing thereof at the beam or public weighing machine. Footnote: the annual rent payable to the Trinity Guild of a half bay in the great drapery was 6s. 8d. End footnote. Equally stringent were the orders of leet, which curtailed the privileges of the foreign who came to buy or sell within the city. He was not allowed to purchase corn in the market until midday, 3 hours after the townsfolk had been admitted to make their bargains. Footnote: all people dwelling outside the town liberties were called foreign. End footnote. A certain time of sale was assigned him, and very frequently his goods were examined by the mayor ere he could dispose of them in the market. If his trade competed in any serious degree with that of the city craftsman, there was no end to the restrictions wherewith he was hampered. Urged by a spirit of local monopoly, the authorities regulated the trade in hides and tallow in favor of the dealers of the city, though on the butcher's assertion that the country tanners would give a better price for the hides than their town brethren, the rules were somewhat relaxed. No chandler, however, was permitted to sell more than 12 pounds of candles out of the city to one purchaser. The frequent enactment of these and similar regulations in the early 16th century shows the terror with which the townfolk looked on the spread of industry in country districts. Owing to the conversion of arable land to pasture for sheep farming, agricultural laborers had been thrown out of work. Many therefore were employed in handicrafts in their own houses, and their competition was thought to seriously threaten the prosperity of their town neighbors. End of chapter 14, part 1. Read by Jenny, 2024.